can you hear me? If you can hear me, say square stream question mark. Also, eyes up here. Anyone? Buffering? I see chest, bruh. Eyes up here. Hey. Square stream question mark? 1,000 kbps. Streak? Square? What? Square streak? Square stream? Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. My name is Auregalia Aruri. You can call me Aruri. And I'm a wind-up doll Vtuber. Is it lagging bad? I don't know. It says to tone down the kbps. Hold on. Who's lagging? Is anyone lagging? It says stream is healthy. Stream health is excellent. Damn. For now, looks good. I am watching my own stream and I don't see any lag. Earlier it was lagging, for sure. It was lagging a lot. Yeah? Small indie company, please small indie companies. It's like so small, I can't believe it. It's a Malaysian thing. There's some skippy and sometimes short looping. Everything seems fine. Okay, how about this? Everyone refresh and then tell me if it still lags. I mean, this is an experimental stream. I have never done this before. We've never done a square stream here before. The past, when we've done vertical streams, they've always lagged. So I was wondering maybe this would be better. Let's try. I mean, a square stream is better than a vertical stream because you can see more on screen. If I was to play a game, it comes up as a bigger what's the word? Like you can see it better. Okay, my bitrate is 1,500. It's so small, smaller than your PP. You mean it's non-existent? Ah! Hello. Okay, everything is good. Hi, welcome in. If everything is good... Alright, then I guess we'll stay with this. Unfortunately, the max resolution for 1,000 kbps is 480p. That's the highest quality. It buffered right when she said PP. What the hell? Okay, yeah, but unfortunately it can't be HD. I don't think this can be a HD stream. If it's asking me to lower my resolution, down. Where? Oh, there it is. YouTube's been lagging for everyone in Malaysia lately. That is so true. You know, I was watching my friend's stream and it was lagging. Actually, I think it's lagging all over because when we watched Eurovision, it was also lagging. I think it lagged like 3 times. Yeah, and people were like, boo. Dude, one of the times everyone in the Eurovision chat on their live stream was like, what? Yeah, it's buffering. Delayed reaction. Okay, I don't think I can turn that on after I start streaming. Can I? Oh, yes, I can. Okay, so you guys need to constantly check with DVR on that I am, like, whether you're actually watching me live or if you're lagging behind. When it comes to DVR, the reason why I don't like to turn it on is because sometimes when it starts lagging, you're not watching in real time anymore, and if it lags 5 times, you're probably like 30 minutes behind the actual live stream. So you need to actively refresh to keep up with it. So would you guys rather slowly catch up or just have DVR off and have the stream lag? What do you think? It's a problem with YouTube. It's a YouTube thing, I dare say. Hello, welcome. Yeah. Lags once, 30 minutes delayed. It can happen, yeah. And you probably won't even notice if you're watching live or not. You're just like, why is she not answering my chat? And then you will watch later on and be like, oh my god, I'm like 30 minutes behind. Yeah. When I went back home, there's traffic jam. It's nothing to do with that. It's a platform problem. I'm 1 day behind, ain't it? I'm 1 day behind, ain't it? It's not Tuesday anymore, isn't it? Yeah. Hello, Aruri from 3 minutes ahead. Hello, I'm from the future. If you're watching this, I'm from the future. Yeah. Okay, well, what do you want? Do you want DVR on? I usually don't have it on. A lot of people don't prefer to have it on. DVR is the thing that lets you scroll the timeline, so you can just watch something that I just said like 5 minutes ago if you want to go back. Yeah. I'm behind. Yeah, okay. Let's turn it off. Otherwise it's a lot. Okay, it's off. Last night you were lagging behind the Eurovision live. Yes, I was. For a little bit, I think. And I realized that, but it was mid-song, so I didn't want to like click it. I did eventually click the button, the live button again, on that live stream to catch up. Yeah. You are a minute behind. Yeah, no, we're turning that off because it's not efficient. Yeah. YouTube is super laggy. I think it's a live stream thing. I'm not experiencing this at all. I guess for hold on. I'm not experiencing this at all in the videos. It's not lagging the videos. The videos work just fine. It's the streams. Which is funny considering how most of their money come from people's super chats, like VTuber super chats and live streams. So that's funny. The Japanese VTubers are like carrying this platform and they're over here having live streams being laggy. Sound alert doko, is it not on? Did you donate something? Oh, no sound alerts? Twitch is dead. Let me try it on my Switch. Okay. Play fart for 100 bits. No, we can't. So, okay, what happened to my Twitch was I was streaming Eurovision and they gave me a copy strike. I'm suspended for 2 days. Not banned. Some people are like, oh my god, are you banned? I'm like, y'all learn to read, okay? It's not a ban. I have done nothing for them to ever ban me. I will fucking sue them, bro. I'm actively talking to like my legal team. Like, don't piss me off. But yeah, anyway, it's a suspension. They're basically barring me off from the platform for 2 days, which is whatever. I'm not the only one. Apparently, people who have streamed Eurovision for the past 5 years or something has been banned, not banned, has been suspended. I think there's another VTuber that contacted me. They were like, oh, how did you know you were suspended for 2 days? I was like, and then later on they found out it was in their emails. I'm asking them if we were both suspended at the same timestamp. I got suspended right before Nemo's performance, which is kind of suspicious. I don't think they wanted us to discuss the results because we all were not happy with Israel's results. Like, political shit aside, it was more like it was very suspicious considering how ain't nobody voted for them and they're top 2, and it's just like so yeah, I am assuming it's a way for them to stop people from talking. But yeah, they wanted us to keep quiet. So anyway, I'm not the only one. Apparently everybody who streamed Eurovision got suspended and copy striked by Eurovision France. Honestly, I don't really give a shit. And I can remove the copy strike. I just gotta attend like one of the mini classes and answer some quizzes. Yeah. Every time I refresh, it keeps buffering. It's just you. Okay, don't be dramatic. Don't overreact. This is very normal. YouTube is experiencing problems right now, okay? Like, you don't have to freak out. Just know that it is a thing right now. There's a reason why I didn't stream on YouTube for like a week now or something. Yeah, and you know, the other day my stream crashed. It's fucked up, but it is what it is right now for YouTube live stream, okay? Stop being dramatic. It is normal, alright? And like, it's not a me thing. If it's a me thing, I could easily fix it because it will show me what the problem is. But it's a YouTube thing that none of us can do anything about. So, you know, just chillax, okay? Yeah, YouTube is a small indie. Google is a small indie company. We gotta cut them some slack. They're short-staffed, okay? They're not an international company. Alright, anyway, I have many collabs in the upcoming week. So I don't think I'll be streaming any of them. But if anything, you guys can always catch up with the VODs, but I don't know. So we have about 2 membership streams coming up this week. I think most of our activities will probably be on Discord. So if you guys have not joined the Discord server, especially if you are members or my Twitch subs, please join the Discord server. We have at least 2 membership contents this week on Discord, which would make it our 3rd membership content this month. I think. I forgot. Yeah. Yep. For occasion buffering on YouTube Switch. Okay, it's a YouTube thing. It's not my problem. They're small indie business. I'm hoping they'll fix it soon. It's been maybe a year now or 2 years now since they've had this issue. I remember it was during my, I think it was like our Halloween stream streaks when it was like buffering like this. Yeah, and I just got pissed. I just decided to do gorilla streams on Twitch, if you remember. So it is a thing. It is a thing. It's YouTube. Yeah. So don't freak out. You don't have to keep refreshing. I don't think there's anything we can do about it. Yeah. It's a you. It's not me. It's a you to problem. Yeah. Very suspicious. Yep. So yeah, there's that. I mean, today's stream is a test stream. I don't think this stream will go on for very long. If anything, we could always stream on Twitter. Which I did. And I did for a long time, actually, before I stopped. So if you want, this is my Twitter. I do stream on Twitter. They don't have no copyright stuff. Not even for music. It's very scuff, but it works just fine. So yeah, I mean, it's not the end of the world. We have Discord, we have Twitter. If YouTube sucks ass, which it does. So yeah, we're just chilling. Honestly, I don't really care. If it works, it works. I have to pay to be able to stream, by the way, on YouTube. On Twitch. As on Twitter. I can't speak today. Yeah, I'm a verified. I'm a Twitter verified. But Elon. Well, yeah, it is what it is. You know, we can still live and go live. So tomorrow I have a repo collab. And then after that, I'm planning to do some membership streams. A couple at least. We'll have at least 2 membership streams. So please join the Discord server. Later this week, I have 3 more collabs. Yeah, so there's gonna be just collabs anyways, so yeah. Repo indeed. Yep. Maybe it's a good time for me to use I guess this opportunity to record my offline collabs, and then upload them as offline contents. I don't know if you guys are interested in that, but yeah, I guess I could always just, you know, record them off stream and then upload them later on as VODs, which I've never done yet, which would be interesting, I think. All right. Anyway, it's been at almost 8 months now, or 9 months now, since we did our last horror storytelling stream. So if the stream is going smoothly, I don't think I need to postpone this to another day. I think we can, like, go for it. What do you think? If it's still buffering, we can always move this to later, and let's do something on Discord or something. This is the beauty of being an indie VTuber. I can do whatever I want. I don't have to answer to nobody or ask for permission. I just go, I don't feel like streaming this here. I'm gonna move. Do you think you ever do IRL non-live content? Yes, I will. I actually this year I'll be traveling. Might go to Japan again, so that's why I might do some offline recordings. That's the thing. I need to hire editors because I can't edit for shit. So that means I need to at least have a budget out for that. Right now, there's no plans for that, but maybe later this year, if I get enough money, I might. On that note, please donate to my Stream Elements. Don't worry, it is a trusted platform. You can trust it with your card ID. It's not gonna scam you or give you information. It's a secure site that a lot of people use. And if you don't want to donate on Stream Elements, you can consider doing it on YouTube or Throne. Yeah. Free feed again? I'm not going to another onsen, private onsen, bro. That shit was expensive. Yeah. You're the boss. Yes, exactly. We can't control your content. Not just you. It's like if I was an agency VTuber, I would have to answer to like people, right? Like staffs or like bosses. But I'm an indie, so I'm just like streaming whatever I want, whenever I want. Yeah. Okay, anyways. If you want to do this, yeah. Okay, so it said that my stream dropped once. Let me see. But the stream health is healthy. So, very interesting. Expensive and scary as fuck. It wasn't that scary. It was private, so you could do whatever you want. It was scary that time because I think I was haunted. Yeah. Dadass. Hello, welcome in. Yeah, onsens are very expensive. Usually it's open. Like open onsen, you can share with other people, but I had to stream it, so as a donathon reward. So I had to rent out a private one. Yeah. Okay, maybe that was the one. Okay. Well, if stream is ongoing, we can read. Slippery Shoe said hi, hello. You know, if too many people say that, this platform is gonna flag that as a bot response. I thought it was cute, but then I was kind of worried that if a lot of you guys said it, they would think that you were all bots. And start like, I don't know, hiding your chats or something. So try not to say the same thing that other people did unless it's like once or twice in the stream. Maybe like once every blue moon. That's why whenever I say something, I don't say the same thing again and again. I don't want you guys to be flagged as bots. I say like different things every time. Totombori and Nara and our yen was drained. That's so true. I went there for a month 2 years ago. Salutations. Just like, isn't that one other person said that we are bots? Fuck them. They're so delulu. I'm so tired with delulu people, bro. Okay. Alright, let's take a quick attendance and then we're gonna read some horror stories. It's been a while. Maybe, let's see. Maybe I'll show it on the screen since you can see it better. Okay. Alright, let's see. If you are here, say spoopy! Yeah. Say Aruri's choice. Say spoopy! A week there costed us 500,000 pesos. So I did a 2-year donathon. Well, initially it was supposed to be like a year's worth of donathon for the full month trip. But then I add on like my full model, my full model new outfit question mark into the goal later on, and then the PC goal later on. So yeah, we have big stretch goals. Alright, keep the spoopies coming. I'm gonna refresh my chat. Hopefully it still loads. Alright. Okay, if you're here, say spoopy. Okay, let's see. We have Darius, we have Fabian, we have Atlas, we have Fresh Simp, we have Slippery Shoes, we have Sneha, we have Rogue Ranger, we have Master Jono, we have Atlas. It's boo boo beep beep, boo boo beep beep. We have Danny. We have Azeno, we have Fabian, We have Ariel. We have Nick. Sorry I couldn't hear it because my stream is buffering bad. Well, ain't that nothing I can do, okay? Stop complaining. Oh my god. There's nothing I can do about it. It is not my problem. It is a YouTube problem. It's not your problem or my problem. It's a YouTube problem. Yeah. Okay? Stop complaining about it. You can tell me when the stream dies, like when it drops suddenly. Like, it says like that I'm offline or something. Or you can tell me if it starts lagging bad that it wouldn't come back up, okay? You don't have to keep reminding me every 2 minutes that the stream is lagging. We are all lagging. Shit. I'm monitoring my stream and I'm lagging on the side too. Okay? We have Leia, we have Night Bunny, we have let me see. There's nothing we can do. Napoleon. Blame Napoleon. I blame Napoleon for this. We have Lady Ming. Okay. Let's read some horror stories. It's been a while. I did enjoy doing this. I think the reason why I stopped was because I got what we thought was what's that sickness called? Tuberculosis, but it wasn't. But I was coughing for like 8 months. Yeah, it was wild. I was coughing for like 5 months. Yeah, but no, I had like 4 or 5 tuberculosis tests, and it wasn't it. It wasn't it. Oh. Hey, eyes up here! Eyes up here! By the way, where are you from? I'm from Malaysia. Yeah. Welcome. And where are you from? If you do, you don't have to answer that if you're not comfortable. Come on down. Come on down. Come on down. Hold on. I've never done this resolution before. I don't know what size I should be. Like, is this okay? Is my face alright? Questions you ask every day. Is my face okay? It was a long coughing period. I really wanted to do a horror storytelling stream at the time, but I was coughing so much. Let's see. Do you want me to be this small? Or do you want me to be big? Hey, eyes up here. Just the face today. I usually don't do just the face streams. What do you think? I'm from the hospital. You're not from your mother? Let me to a melon matching game with the Italian AI brain rot. Oh my god. Bombardino crocodilo. Bombardino crocodilo. How's this? If I raise my head, I'm gone. If I raise my head, it's just booba. Crouching adds to the horror. What if I'm just like feet? What if it's just a feet stream? For free? I'm stepping on chat. What if it's just a feet stream? Alright. This is it. This is the stream. That's it. Yep, Vtuber. Hello, I'm a Vtuber. Yep. Hello, welcome to the good old spoopy story. The good old spoopy stories. In this economy for free? What if I'm just a knee-tuber? I'm just gonna be a knee-tuber. Okay? I don't know what resolution to... I mean, what... Alright. Maybe I'll just do the face. If that's why what? Maybe this is good. Okay, we'll just do face. No shoes? You want no shoes in this economy for free? Beautiful shoe, thank you. A lot of people have not seen my full model before. Yeah. It's inspired by ballerina flats. But then with the added wedge. Added wedgie. Sorry. Yeah, it's pretty. And then I got shiny knees and thigh chain. A really frilly dress with really good rigging. My papa is amazing. I got rings. I'm dripped in gold. Yeah. And then a corset. And then a booba chain with the keys. Yeah. We're looking at the keys. Okay, YouTube. We're looking at the key. Yeah. It's super shiny. You see that? Yeah. Look at my glasses. My glasses have chains too. And there's even... They call this the grandma chain. And there's even a key hanging off the side. See that? With some grandma beads. I feel so sus, bro. Okay. We'll zoom out. How's this? What does the key? Where does the key go to? Where does it go to? You'll never find out. Grandma Blings. Hotline Bling? No. Grandma Bling? Yes. So you're Grandma Sudge. That's what they call me, Grandma. They use this emote on me. So rude. So rude. I use it's a master key to all of your houses, so watch out. One day I might be under your bed, okay? That's the real story of today. The real horror story of today is that you are going to want to go pee in the middle of the night, and then you come back and you hear me go achoo! And then you're like, what the hell? Turns out I'm under your bed, okay? Yep, that's me. That's me. The sneeze tuber. Yep, that's the horror story of the night, okay? Yeah. Jurassic period. Elegant, nice clothes. Thank you. That's so sweet. Oh yeah, I forgot my wind-up key. Hey yo. Because I'm a wind-up doll VTuber. And the key spins because otherwise I'm dead. Yeah. I'm sorry for stuff down there. What do you have under your bed? That's the real horror story. What if there's no gap on my bed? I'm just like Spider-Man on the corner of your ceiling, okay? Yeah. Surely not the flashing light story. The flashing light story. Hello, welcome to Hamstring Nemo. Flashing lights, Beyblades, and dust bunnies. I'm one of the dust bunnies. Alright, can you see this? Yes, you can. Oh, alright. You guys know that we're all here for horror. We love horror stuff on this channel. I've streamed a lot. I think more than half of my streams on this channel are horror games and horror content. So today is no different. I apologize once again for the lag. It is not me. It is YouTube. And I apologize to the VOD viewers for the low quality stream. But this is the max that I can go, which is 480p. I think next time we'll go back to regular resolution. This is the first time I've never streamed in HD. So I apologize. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm here for Aruri. Thank you. Thank you very much. Alright. Let's play some scary BGM. Oh my. Is it too loud? I hope not. Okay. We're going to be starting off with our favorite Reddit No Sleep. No Sleep has 18 million members, as you can see. It's an amazing platform, amazing subreddit for horror stories. Some of them are supernatural, some of them are not. And sometimes the scariest things are not ghosts, but humans. Yeah, or even the unknown. So today we will read all these stories from at least 5 different subreddits to see what the spookiest story is of the night. No sleep, yes. We're on the phone, we'll never know if it's low resolution. I'm sure there's some people watching from the computer, yes? Are you guys watching from the phone or the computer? Heck, I've had some people telling me that they watch this on TV, watch my streams on TV. So if you don't have a square TV like from back in my day, I apologize. This must look weird on your TV. Computer, I'm on phone as usual. Computer. Alright, let's start. I'm gonna refresh this. So we're gonna go with the most, I think the best story from the top, because that's how it was sorted in the subreddit. Let's get into our first story. Ooh. This one has 146 likes, 5 comments. My imaginary friend is getting more violent. Now he wants my permission to do things. Ooh. What does that sound a little kinky? Less scary. More kinky. I don't know why. Okay. Let's see. Hold on. Okay. Damn. Damn, imaginary friend. What that hand do? What? Ooh. What are your kinks? Things? Oh my god, scandalous. Alright, let's read. This is by Accomplished Low. accomplished underscore low 7889. My imaginary friend is getting more violent. Now he wants my permission to do things. My oh my. Am I on the right Reddit? I am. Imagine being on the wrong subreddit. Alright, let's start. It was already dark outside. For 2 hours, the only sound was the relentless ticking of the big clock on the wall. They trapped me again. Honestly, it almost felt like my own fault. Same trick as always. Wait until I went to the bathroom, tossed myself into an empty classroom after our last period, and locked the door as soon as I stepped in to grab it. It was the perfect way to farm laughs, and Seth and his friends were good at it. The whole class walked by laughing as loud as they could. Usually a teacher would notice pretty fast and come let me out, giving the kids a mild scolding. This time, no one came. So I waited, tried shouting for someone, gave up, and sat there trying not to cry. I didn't want to give them that satisfaction. Crouched in a corner, I kept wondering when the night janitor would finally spot me. That's when I saw it. A shape moving in the dark, low to the ground, beneath the chairs. At first, it was just a blur. Then, it grew clearer. Long limbs and a thin frame. Ain't no way, Slenderman again. Oh, never mind. Blue skin and huge black eyes. Thin frame? Okay. Not Monster Inc. I don't panic or flinch because I knew that silhouette. Terry? I asked. Terry. He walked funny, like he always did. Like his knees were put together wrong. Wobbly, tilted, arms swinging a bit too far like he was trying to act human but couldn't quite pull it off. We'll come back to this. He crouched beside me, watching me the same way he did when I was 8 and scraped my legs on the pavement. Back then, Mom called him my imaginary friend. He's just in your head, she'd say, smiling like it was sweet. But she never looked too closely at the drawings I made of him. He wasn't really a friend. And to me though, he always felt real. He even cast a shadow. Terry leaned in, his mouth just inches from my ear. Then, in a low, raspy voice, broken by erratic laughter, he whispered, "Let me kill them." Okay. So, quick recap, because we're about to continue. They locked him in a classroom. I think they did. And apparently his mom was aware of this quote-unquote imaginary friend, but to him it is not so imaginary after all. So we're getting a little schizophrenia up in here. And I'm sorry, this knees were put together wrong, wobbly part reminds me of a performer from Eurovision. I believe it was from Estonia. the espresso macchiato guy. But this, okay, so let's just call it an imaginary friend. His imaginary friend is called Terry. And now Terry wants to kill his friend. Yeah, the stinky legs man with the security guard. Yes. So, I don't know. Now I'm just picturing that guy, but blue. He was wearing blue suit. Alright, let's continue. Good thing Miss Mayworth hadn't left the school yet. She passed by and unlocked the door a few minutes later and got really angry when she saw me sitting there alone in the dark. She asked me who did it, but I didn't give her any names. Just looked down and followed her out in silence. I walked back to my house hoping no one would see me, but of course they were there. Seth and his pack, waiting near my street like wolves that couldn't let the kill go. As soon as they saw me, they lost it, bursted out laughing, stumbling over each other like it was the funniest thing they'd ever seen. "Jesus, look at his face," one of them shouted. "I bet he cried so much." I didn't say a word. I just kept walking past them and into my house. My mom was too lost in whatever pill she was on to notice me, so I went straight to bed. But it took me a while to fall asleep. I kept thinking about Terry's face and his words. Okay, so Mom is a pill popper. Interesting. The next morning, I tried to keep my distance from Seth and the others. Skipped lunch altogether. Instead, I found a quiet spot out in the gardens at school, under one of the big trees, and started reading. I didn't think anyone would bother me, but then I saw Miss Mayworth. She walked straight over, holding an apple. "You shouldn't skip meals," she said, crouching a little so we were eye level. I just nodded, took the apple, and mumbled a quiet thanks. "You okay?" she asked. "I'm fine," I lied. She capped at it, gently trying to get me to talk about what happened, but I didn't. And she glanced at the book on my lap, The Flowers of Evil by Baudelaire? Question mark. I'm so sorry. I don't know what language this is. Baudelaire? I don't know. "Pretty advanced for your age," she said. A pop in the bad pills, we don't know. I looked away. I like poetry, I admitted, almost embarrassed to say it out loud. With a smile, she told, "Same here, see you in class," and headed off towards the school. Not long after, I heard Terry's voice coming out of the branches above me. "Baudelaire and yo?" That's hilarious. I looked up and there he was, arm looped over like a monkey, his long blue fingers gripping the wood. He was laughing, loud, erratic. Then the whisper came back, now sharper, over and over. "Let me kill them, let me kill them, let me kill them." It crawled under my skin, made my hands shake. I couldn't take it, so I got up and left. As I walked, I heard him shout behind me, his voice almost desperate. "You have to let me kill them." It was late afternoon, last period, Miss Mayworth's English class. I asked to go to the bathroom. She nodded, barely looking up from the book she was lecturing us from. But when I got back, everything felt off. "Ooh, hello, welcome in." The class was still going. She was reading aloud, but there were muffled laughs across the room. Smiles being bitten down and heads turning slightly towards me, then away. I stopped near the door for a second before walking quietly back to my seat. Something felt wrong, so I checked my desk, then my backpack. That's when I noticed my notebook was gone, the one I kept very well hidden. My hands started shaking as I rifled through every pocket, every book, but it was gone. Then a kid next to me leaned in with a smirk and slid a paper toward my hand. I looked down, and it was one of my poems, ripped straight from my notebook. I looked around slowly, horribly. I saw more. Plenty of pages passed around like trading cards. Some of them read aloud in hushed, mocking voices, while Miss Mayworth called for attention, trying to understand what was going on. A few tried to stifle a laughter, and some didn't even try. I looked across the room and I saw him. Seth. He was sitting there like a king, holding my notebook, now half empty like it was a trophy, looking right at me with that smug, dead-eyed smile. Something broke in me at that moment, and I stood up so fast I knocked my chair over. Miss Mayworth paused her reading. I didn't even hear what I shouted because my vision blurred red. My throat was raw, and it felt like something else had taken control of my mouth, something deeper than rage. Then the class burst into more laughter, not at the poems anymore, but at me. Seth leaned back in his chair, relaxed, enjoying the sight of my tears. Miss Mayworth quickly walked over, placing a hand on my shoulder. "Outside," she said, gently but firmly. "Let's go." And I followed, eyes down, face burning. She closed the door behind us. We stood in the hallway as I kept staring at the floor, ashamed. "Are you okay?" she asked. I didn't respond, and we kept silent for a few seconds. Then I heard it, Terry's voice. "Can I kill them now?" His voice was right there facing me. I looked up and froze. Miss Mayworth stood there, but her eyes became huge, black, endless. Her fingers had stretched, long and blue, and she smiled like Terry. She asked me again, softly, "Can I?" My throat tightened. I wanted to say no. I knew it wasn't right. I knew they didn't deserve it. But all I did was nod a shy yes. Her smile widened. Without saying a word, she turned around, opened the door, walked calmly back into the classroom, and shut the door again. I heard a lock. I stayed in the hall. Seconds later, I heard the gasps, then screams, desks scraping, chaos. A splash of red painted the tiny window in the door. The crying was so loud I can still hear it now, almost as loud as Terry's laugh. And I didn't move an inch. I just stood there, numb. Ooh. What is this? It says, oh, this is just his username. That's it for the story. So this is just his, it leads to his Reddit account, but yeah. Damn bullies. Damn right. Scapegoat for the person due to bad things. Maybe it wasn't Terry. Terry's a good friend. Yo, people are rooting for Terry. Yo, let me tell you, I have a feeling if this story was true, a lot of no sleep stories are not true. But it could be that this kid was schizophrenic. But who knows, right? Apparently Terry transformed into the teacher, or the teacher transformed into Terry. Honestly deserved. And then went into the classroom and slaughtered the entire class. I'll be honest though, I feel like the kills, if anything, right, should not be targeted to the whole class, because what if there's this one outcast also who was not bullying this kid and was just silent in this corner of the classroom but got slaughtered by association? Terry took control of the teacher. Who knows, right? I mean, you know, have you ever heard someone scream out of sheer pain or like fear before? Not just like a little jump scares kind of scream, but like literally screaming for their lives kind of scream. Have you ever heard of something like that? If you've watched those cop videos, like those police camcorder videos, you probably heard of it before. It's hard to forget that kind of screams. Yeah. Oh, a stream elements, you sweet summer child. There's no Twitch at the moment, but I appreciate the effort. Let me turn it off. Is there a way to turn it off? Let me see. Oh, stream elements, you sweet summer child. Hold on. I actually, you know what? I once heard my dad accidentally like got his fingers caught at the door, what do you call it? The door hanger place. And the scream that he let out, I will never fucking forget to this day. It wasn't even that serious of an issue. Like, he didn't break his fingers or anything. It was just sheer pain when he caught on it. Like, he screamed out of pain. And I cannot forget that sound. I'll tell you that. So, hold on. Timer. Here we go. I don't even have the timer thing. Oh, so sorry. But yeah, it's sometimes the most primal screams you can't forget. So this one, I wonder, right? I wonder if this kid could ever forget the sounds, even if it was just in his own head. Okay. Alright, I removed it. Hold on. Kaimus님, 어서오세요. Yeah. Ooh. Well, not a bad story, but it's not the best that we've read. We've read some really good stories before, so these are not really impressive to us, but it's not a bad story. It's more like a lot going through someone's head and they're just like voicing it out loud, maybe. Alright, that was my accomplished. Well, let's read one more from the No Sleep subreddit before we move on to the next one. Okay, this one is called Someone Keeps Texting Me Hide and Seek. I wish I hadn't ignored. This is 5 days ago by Badandy the Red. Hold on. Okay. Badandy the Red. 5 days ago. This one is pretty well received. 1.3k likes and 39 comments. Says someone keeps texting me hide and seek? Question mark? I wish I hadn't ignored it. I received the first message 3 days ago. I was on my break at work and I got a text notification. It was odd. It was from an unknown number. Normally I ignored those sort of messages, spammers, and the like. Usually showed up with those type of auto texts. But this one was different. It was so strange because no number showed up at all. Just the message, hide and seek. Okay, before we go into it any further, what would you guys do? Because I would probably ignore it. Hi, Faiz, how are you? I would personally, if I received a text from a stranger that says hide and seek, I would have just ignored it. First of all, who uses texts anymore, okay? You either WhatsApp me or you Discord me. Or you like Instagram message me. You don't text my phone number. It's kind of hard to get my phone number, actually. I would have texted Marco Polo. But yeah, I would have ignored it. So I would have been in the same situation as this guy, I guess. Someone keeps texting me hide and seek. I wish I hadn't ignored it. We use Morse codes. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah. I mean, I would probably ignore it. So I think I'm going to be in the same situation as this person. So we'll see what happens, right? Because this could be my fate too. Alright, let's continue. Doing good? That's good. That's good to know. That's very nice to know. We're reading horror stories. This one, we just started a new one. Yeah, someone keeps texting me hide and seek. I wish I hadn't ignored it. Okay, I thought someone might have the wrong number for a friend they were trying to get in touch with to play a game, apparently. So I responded, think you have the wrong number. Not sure who you are. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god, Feist. Oh, yo, my god, you jump scare me. Congratulations on the 2-year. Let's go. The badge looked very nice on you. Thank you so much. Oh my Jesus Christ. I jumped so hard. Jump scare. You know what? With Twitch being down, I thought I would be free of jump scares today. But how foolish of me. How foolish. Congrats though on 2 years. That's big. Thank you so much. Sorry, no, it's fine. I do enjoy a good jump scare. As somebody who streams so many horror contents, I welcome jump scares. It's a fun time. Okay. Yeah. 반복으로 보내면 안 되겠다. 받아도 무시할 것 같아요. 이런 문자를. Yeah, I feel like, I mean, if people spam me, I will find a way to block it. Even if it's a text. Yeah. I think you have the wrong number. Not sure who you're trying to reach, but they're not here. I went about the rest of my workday and was just wrapping things up. When I pulled my phone from my bag, I saw I had another text waiting for me. Same number or lack of number. It was just another blank line where there where a number should display and the message hide and seek question mark? Da 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 da. I was confused and slightly annoyed, so I responded again. Like I said before, I think you have the wrong number. Who is this? Who are you trying to get a hold of to play hide and seek? I wouldn't call this ignoring, but okay. I waited, staring at the screen for a minute, and I was about to put it away when I saw a response. You? Hide and seek? My patience had reached its limits. And I figured if they would not answer, then I would just block the non-existent number and hope it would work. Despite the lack of a visible number, the option on the message thread still presented itself. So I was relieved when the weird conversation vanished. I got in my car and started to drive home. I got another notification as I got on the road and used my car's text-to-speech to read it to me. It was Mike, my roommate. He kept asking me to pick up more beer from the store since he had apparently finished off what we had left. I groaned at the message and the fact that I was always the one to buy it for us. It was getting old, but I needed a drink after the night I had, so I sent him a message back saying, I can this time, but if you're gonna keep drinking if you're gonna keep drinking everything we have, then you better start paying for it. Valid. Mike Tyson, hey yo. Mike Wazowski. I stopped by a nearby gas station close to our apartment and grabbed a case of Miller, I don't know what this is, and continued home. As soon as I got back in the car, I received another text. I was getting annoyed already since I figured it was Mike complaining about being out of something else. But instead, as the text-to-speech read out the message, I knew it was something else. Seek drink? Huh? What does this mean? Also, this could be alarming, like, you know you're being stalked. Mike from TMNT. What is TMNT? Mike from The Office. Miller's a beer brand. Is it actually? Or is it the made up? Drunk hide and seek? Hey, yo! Dude, people gonna fall off their apartments. Chat typing hydrate. Seek hydrate? Hydration check? This is actually a hydration check redeem. They just texted it to the guy in real life. That's crazy. Okay. Hydrate with beer. You're gonna get extra dehydrated. Yes. It's crazy because I realized that some adults would never drink water. If they want to if they want to rehydrate themselves, they drink beverages that are not water, like alcohol, beer, wine, whiskey. If they're parched and thirsty, they would drink whiskey or Coca-Cola or soda or something like that. They wouldn't actually, their go-to is not water, which is interesting to me because some of these drinks dehydrate you more. Alcohol, no matter how strong it is, will dry you. Yeah, it is dehydrating. Alcohol makes you thirstier. Like, you're supposed to drink alcohol and water, you know? Like, you're not supposed to use alcohol as a replacement. Just because it's liquid doesn't mean it's hydrating. Yeah. Seek fluid intake. Hello, welcome back. Friend does not like normal water since it has no taste from them. If I was sponsored by, what is it called? IV Liquid or IV, what is it called? IV Liquid. The water flavoring brand, I would recommend that to them, but I'm not sponsored, so I will not. I've never tried it myself. I don't dare to vouch for them. Yeah, but they are flavored water now. A lot of people like it. At least you're still drinking water, just flavored. Yeah, please don't drink tea or coffee to hydrate yourself, okay? It's because it's dehydrating. But yeah, this is alarming because if I saw this, I would know that I'm being stalked because they know that I went to buy a drink. So this could be a stalker situation, okay? Bakute, bro. Yo, I haven't had bakute in like since my dad passed away actually, because he used to cook it. I maybe tomorrow I'll go get some bakute with my mom. Liquid death, not liquid death. They didn't say what kind of drink you had, but how did they know that I got a drink? Right, so this is interesting. I'm like, either they hacked into my phone, they know they can see Mike's text to me, or they're following me, which is interesting. Alright, let's see. It made sense now, and I immediately called Mike. He answered after several rings and sounded stoned. Hey man, what's up? Did you grab the beer? Yeah, I did. Are you messing with me? How are you sending those messages? When I call you, I can see your number, but not when you send that weird text. What kind of app are you using? Also, what is the point? I'm not home yet. I can't play hide and seek. Never mind that, I'm not 5 years old. The seek drink thing was a bit of a giveaway for whatever weird game you're playing. Herb, I like the herbal one. I'm not a fan of peppery food in general. You will never catch me eating black pepper steak ever. I'm not a fan of peppers. There was a brief pause and he responded. Not sure what you mean, man. I didn't send anything like that. Weird. Who wants to play hide and seek? Anyway, get home, man. My buzz is fading. He hung up on me and I was even more confused. If he had not sent the message, who did? I drove home feeling a little on edge. Some of y'all got no survival instincts, bro. You do not feel like you're being followed? Question mark? He's so chill. I would have been like, dude, someone's following me. I'm gonna go to the police station right now. Dude, which one do you like, Razorgon? It's interesting to hear a Singaporean standpoint on Bakute. Yeah. I like the herbal one. I like my Bakute sweeter, actually. Is it interesting? It's interesting. When I got back inside, Mike greeted me at the door. Of course, by greeted, I mean he took the case of beer and walked to the fridge, removed 2, and sat back down on the couch. It's nice to see you too, I mumbled under my breath. I wanted to ask again about the weird message, but I just shrugged and grabbed a drink for myself and lumbered to my room. I was tired, so I decided to call it an early night. When I stepped into my room, my phone buzzed, and I saw another text from no number. Almost time. Hide or seek. I was getting creeped out at that point. I did not know how the messages kept getting through after blocking it. I decided to respond again. Stop messaging me. I do not know who this is, and I do not want to play. Leave me alone. I hit send and tried blocking it again. This time, I turned my phone off for good measure. Tastes divine, though sometimes I do miss the herbal one. Hey, you can mix it up, I think, Razorgon. You can like maybe this week have the peppery one, next week have the non-peppery one. Yeah. Liquid Death. Isn't Liquid Death like an alcohol brand or something? I think it's an alcohol brand, right? It's like really high in alcohol contents or something. Yeah. Sounds like a modern Pinocchio movie. I thought the title said that they ignored this text. Because ignoring to me is like literally not responding. But I guess in this sense, it might be ignoring the hide and seek and not the texts. You know what I mean? Liquid Death could be anything if you drink it wrong. Oh. Okay. Interesting. But I guess they're trying to say they ignored the hide and seek, not really the texts, which I was not thinking about. Now I am. I tried to settle down and just go to sleep. I managed to nod off for a bit, but after a while I heard a knock at my door. I jolted up and heard the slurring voice of Mike. Hey man, I don't know what the hell, but I think someone's trying to get a hold of you. I just got a trippy message and it sounded like what you were talking about earlier. Check it out. I rushed to the door and I saw Mike looking at his phone in a confused stupor. I grabbed it from him and looked at the message. Last chance. Hide or seek. My heart sank and I felt a wave of panic rising in my chest. I asked Mike, when did you get this? He shrugged his shoulders. Yo, he just sounds like a stereotypical stoner. Like, he's just like, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Manhunt, ayo. Liquid Death. Liquid Courage is alcohol. Oh, that's the one. Turpentine. Oh, that's the one. Liquid Courage. That's the one I was thinking about. My bad. Alright. Let's see. A while ago, man. I don't remember exactly. I was not looking at my phone. What's going on? I stepped back into my room and turned my own phone back on. Sure enough, I had a missed message. Okay, you hide. I stared at the words in mounting fear. I had no idea what to do, but I suddenly felt exposed. I considered calling the police, but I did not know what I would tell them. Nothing had happened, only a creepy text thread. Yet something felt wrong. Like something bad was about to happen. I looked over at Mike, and he looked confused and a bit paranoid as well. Before I could try and explain things, the lights went out. At first I thought it might be a power outage, and then I heard a slow creaking sound of the front door opening, despite being sure I had locked it when I got home. Oh, shit's about to go down. Hi, welcome in. Bro, Who knows, right? We're about to find out. Oh my god. Okay. So the lights cut out and they heard a door opening and there's a creaking. Alright. Terror gripped me and I knew something was very wrong. I crouched down in the dark and whispered to Mike the only thing I can think of to say. Hide. I crawled on my floor and under my bed. I was about to call 911 when my phone suddenly died as well. It was on one moment and then just lost power. It was on one moment and then just lost power, despite having over half a charge left. I put the useless device in my pocket and I tried to see if there was anything I could use as a light source. I froze and thought better about moving when I heard a strange shuffling sound. Then heavy footsteps, much heavier than Mike's. I noticed the temperature in the room had dropped suddenly, and it felt like it was freezing. As the footsteps resounded and moved closer, I smelled a fetid tinge in the air as well, like something rotten. What the hell? I crawled as far back and huddled up as small as I could to make myself under the bed and held my breath. I heard my closet door gently shutting, and I thought it might be Mike hiding in there. Then the heavy footsteps picked up the pace. I suddenly realized if I could hear the door closing, whatever the hell was in here with us could hear it too. I considered calling out to Mike to move, but fear froze my voice. The heavy footsteps were in the room now. Despite my efforts to try and see what stalked us, I could not make anything out. I sat there, silent and immobile, holding my breath and waiting. After several long moments, I thought we might be safe. Then I heard the door to the closet break and shatter. Then Mike screamed, a haunting and nightmare-inducing shriek. Something had found him. The cry of terror was suddenly silenced. I did not hear anything violent, just a scream and then utter silence. I had no idea what the hell just happened. For a long while, I sat there paralyzed with fear, until finally the light came back on. When I summoned the courage to creep out from under the bed to see what had happened, I was shocked when laying on the ground was the shattered remains of my closet door. Despite the ruin of the door, there were no traces of anyone or anything else. Mike had vanished. I slowly called out, louder and more emboldened as I moved into the hallway where the light was on again. No one responded. No one else was there. I stumbled through the apartment searching for my roommate, but he was gone. Worse still, I had no idea just where the hell he had gone. No trace of Mike has shown up in the last couple of days since it happened. I don't know if anything will. I think he can finally be declared missing, but I don't know if it will do any good. It was impossible, but whatever had broken into our place had found him and now he was missing. He had lost hide and seek, and that thing, whatever it was, took him away. The entire nightmare is unbelievable, yet even now as I write about my friend's impossible disappearance, I am shocked when I receive another text. Hide and seek? I don't know what to do. I don't know what this is. Maybe I should respond again, a different way this time. Maybe it might help. Might keep me safe from whatever or whoever is doing this. Perhaps I can find out. My reply is one word. Seek. Ooh, what are you gonna find? What are you gonna find if you don't know what you're looking for? But it seems like this is a big dude who smells like rotten flesh. It's probably hard to miss, right? Yo, this stalker not back for years? Who knows? Dang, this was a well-written story. I was definitely immersed in it. It's the ghost of a child. You think a child with a heavy set of footsteps? Maybe it's Santa. Santa Claus? Santa Claus. When it says hide and seek where it can't find you. Wait, when it says hide where it can find you. When it or you say seek, find it, and try to kill it. Could have been a fat child. Could have been, eh? I hope I can find something while seeking. I don't know what will happen if I lose. I mean... Are you supposed to fight each other if you find them? What if you say seek and then you never go look for them? Are they just always gonna be hiding then? That's the big brain right there. You just be like, hide and seek. Alright, I'm gonna be seeking now, but I'll never find you, so you're never gonna come out. Keep them hiding. Loophole. Bro. That's wild. That's wild. When are you gonna drop part 2? I can't wait. Maybe look and see if there have been other people reported missing nearby, like an uptick in missing people. Maybe you aren't the only one this thing is going after. 2 heads are better than 1. Maybe they can help you. Just thought. My only thought is buy salt and lots of it. Line your doorways and windowsills until you have a plan. Best of luck. Yeah, honestly, maybe it's playing with more than you, just one person, aka you. So you can gather a group of people to look for this. If it's a big built creature or whatever it is, it smells bad, and you can just follow the scent and look. It's probably hard for it to hide. Yeah, call the Winchester brothers any day now. Yeah. OP, I hope whatever it is comes back to your apartment for seek. Who knows how big the area you might have to search for is, or the consequences if you can't find it. Keep us updated. I hope you find Mike. Aww. Poor Mike did not deserve this. Sure, he was a slurry bastard, but he didn't deserve death. Poor guy. Yeah. That's why I love real life horror stories. Do you have any leads on Mike? Nothing yet. I think he might be gone for good. Spooky. We need to update ASAP. You know, a lot of these stories, they write it and then they just vanish off the face of the fucking earth. And you're just like, I think they're gone. I think the monster got to them. It's like, I think that is also really chilling to think about. Hello, I love you, Bams. Welcome in. How have you been? Well, I am a little sniffly. My nose is a little stuffy, but otherwise I'm good. How about you? Yeah, poor Mike. He didn't get to enjoy his devil's lettuce with this beer for long. Poor dude. Damn, Mike did not deserve this. Aw. And it's so interesting, like, Mike don't have no family? Question mark. If Mike was missing for days, his family wouldn't know. And how do you report this? As the roommate, how do you report this? It's been 2 days. You go to the police and be like, my roommate hasn't come back in 2 days. Is that how it works? Anyway, very well written. Some words I've never heard of before. So yeah. Very nice. Very nice. If the creature is big, would it really be hard to find? Exactly, Anthony. Hello, it's been a while. That is so true. That's why I think it's easier to seek it, and maybe there's a leeway, right? Maybe you can have up to a week to find it, and if it's a big creature and it stank so bad, because apparently it smells like rotten flesh, and it reeks, then maybe you could just follow the scent to where it stinks, you know? Or maybe only the seeker has that. Maybe the seeker's footsteps is intensified as well as their scent. So it smells bad. But as the hider, maybe you just suddenly don't have that debuff. Hola, welcome in. It uses a tree to hide behind, and when you walk around the other side, it moves to the other side, so you'll never see it. That's so funny. It's so cartoony. Yeah, he misses 9 beer, poor guy. The seekers gain weight and smell like they haven't showered in weeks. Even if they don't gain weight, maybe their footsteps are just louder for some reason. Yeah, maybe that's just the rules. You know what I'm saying? Like, interesting, interesting. There's a lot I need to know. I hope they write again. So well written. This is 5 days ago. By Badandy the Red. Or I guess Bad Andy the Red, question mark. Okay, interesting, interesting. Alright, that's our second no sleep story. Now let's move on to Creepypasta with 890,000 members. Let's refresh, see if we got any new juicy stuff. But that is the signature Creepypasta profile photo. Okay, this is 5 minutes ago. I feel like let's do. Oh, filtering by flare always uses new. What is a flare? Well, I guess we'll read these. So these are new and have not really much responses. So we don't know if they're good or bad, and I guess it's up to us to decide. This was 5 minutes ago by Eerie. Where rabbits eat. This is creepypasta, okay? Okay. Let's see if it's good. Hi, welcome in! Where rabbits eat. This is a text story, which is what I chose. They say there's a forgotten field, hidden among dead trees and pools of stagnant water where rabbits eat. But what they eat isn't what you think. It all started when 3 teenagers decided to record a video for their YouTube channel. Oh, tubers! They wanted to go viral by exploring urban legends in the region. The challenge was simple. Spend the night at Campo dos Cuelos. I'm so sorry. No habla español. Okay, I'm very sorry if I'm butchering any of these names. Okay, I'm doing my best. Yeah, I've been having to pronounce like European stuff, European words in the past week. So, you know, the struggle's real. Alright, spend a night at the camp. I'm assuming this is a campsite, okay? They arrived there around 11 p.m. The place smelled of rotting flesh mixed with wet earth. Ugh. But what caught our attention was the number of holes in the ground. Not den holes, they were shallow graves. Too small for us, but too big for any normal animal. What? Also, this is inconsistent writing, so what do you mean like they or what caught our attention? Oh, oh, maybe they're watching a YouTube video? So what's on the video caught their attention? Maybe? Brazil. Oh, this is in Brazil? Okay. The rabbits started to appear. Hundreds. All white but with red spots in the mouth. What? The eyes yellowish, full of pus, and some hung out of their sockets. Ew! One of them approached carrying something in its mouth. A human finger! The bravest of the group, Lucas, went to the largest hole and put his hand inside. When he pulled it, he came out with a piece of scalp stuck between his fingers. There were strands of blonde hair still stuck together. What the fuck? Before they could run, the ground began to shake. The rabbits gathered around them, forming a circle, and began to make grotesque sounds. A mixture of childish laughter and the grunt of a dying animal. The floor opened up from inside. Something came out. It was a pile of rotting flesh with human eyes all over it. Ugh! Sewn into the body and gaping holes where human voices whispered over and over. It had rabbit paws, but its face, it was a mosaic of overlapping human faces, like a quilt made of people. Ugh. The eyes blinked in despair. The mouth screamed without the sound. The creature approached the teenagers, who tried to run, but their legs sank into the fetid mud, and then the rabbits began to attack. But they didn't bite the meat. They ripped out their nails, devoured their eyes, and stuck their little paws into their mouths until they ripped their throats out from the inside. What the fuck? The last one to die was Lucas. Before being pulled underground, he looked at the camera. His eyes were gouged out while they were still blinking. They said that since that night, the camp has become quieter, but if you go there at midnight, you can hear a video playing over and over again in the darkness. And if you look closely, you'll see rabbits devouring their bodies. But not only that, the rabbits open the victims' bellies, remove the organs, and plant black seeds inside. Because there, where the rabbits eat, there are growing people. People to eat again. Never go there. Never. Okay. Wow. Alright. That's wild. Really inconsistent though. There's a lot of plot holes. Because how did you know? If it's not a found footage, how did you know? This is so interesting. The creature is a pile of rotting flesh. This is so interesting because we've actually seen a depiction of this kind of creatures a lot in video games. Like there's that one that's very similar to Little Nightmares, and then it had a creature that was also like a bunch of people fused into one big blob of creature with a bunch of arms and legs. Do y'all remember? Yeah, so this is very interesting. Monty Python. Reminds me of an anime. Oh lord. Hi Paige. Oh god. That's such a creepy thing. But I mean, this was posted 6 minutes ago. This is not the best, but it's not that bad, you know? It's just a lot of inconsistencies. Alright, that was where rabbits eat. They're growing humans. Science. Because where the rabbit eats, they're growing people. People to eat again, never go there, never. They ate nails and shit, what the hell? I'd like to see some artwork of this creature. This specific one? Yeah, that would be creepy. The sun when day breaks? No, there's this game called Limbo, and then there's another game by the same dev. That other game. And it's Limbo, and then there's another game, and it has this creature as well. I forgot what it's called. Limbo. I don't remember. Yeah. Inside, that's the game. Inside. It's an indie game called Inside. It's a platformer, side-scrolling platformer game. Very, very interesting. It was kind of hard to play because you have to like get through some obstacles, but the story was so interesting. Yeah. And I believe they had this looking creature where it's about a bunch of humans fused together with a bunch of arms sticking out and make weird noises, weird groaning noises. Yeah, interesting. Where rabbits eat. Okay, let's read another one. This one was from 2 hours ago by Inspector Western 2749. See, now I try not to read the ones that are recent. I like to read the ones with at least some upvotes or comments, but this one is only filtered by new, so I can't really do anything about it. It's okay. We'll see if we can judge if it's a good story or not. Yeah, Inside was the one. You guys should go watch the gameplay for Inside. I played it in my past life, I believe. I did not play it as Aruri, I don't think. So yeah, that's such a cute profile photo. That's such a cute profile photo. Oh, sorry, I keep clicking their username. Alright. Inspector Western 2749. That's such a derpy little duck photo. My sister had me play Inside. Did you enjoy it? It was a little hard for me. Platformer games, side-scroller platformer games are hard. Okay, Razagon, thank you. Otto, thank you for being here. Couldn't finish it. Oh, okay. You should. It's fun. Alright, let's see. This is called The Ones Below. Posted 2 hours ago. Okay. There was once a girl who walked through the forest every day, and every night that was the only thing she enjoyed. As a little kid, she was abused and would often go to the forest to come down. When she turned 18, she found a cheap little apartment and moved in, far away from her childhood home. She thought that she would be safe from her trauma there, but she was wrong. She wanted to find a place similar to the forest. She settled for the lake far from the city, an hour away. She would go there often, every weekend or so. At first, the lake was peaceful, birds chirping, water still, trees swaying gently in the wind. It was quiet. Too quiet. Over time, she began to feel watched. Oh my god, Razor Gun. Not by animals or people, but by the lake itself. She would catch glimpses of figures standing knee-deep in the water. Pale, still unmoving. Their faces didn't look real. They were too smooth, too blank, like masks made of wet paper. I'll leave the ghosts out to your imagination. Today's all about the imagination, but thank you. This is like a Halloween stream, yeah. But when she'd blink, they'd vanish. She told herself that it was stress, sleep deprivation, maybe even a breakdown. But the lake kept calling. Meow! One night in mid-autumn, she drove to the lake in the dark. No moon, no stars. Just fog and silence. She didn't bring her phone. She didn't tell anyone. She just needed peace. One last time, she sat by the shore, shoes off, toes dipped in the icy black water. She whispered things about the pain, the loneliness, how the world didn't want her. And the lake whispered back. It was a ripple at first, then a voice, like many voices overlapping, speaking just beneath the surface. Come in. She stood, walked into the water slowly. The cold bit into her, but she didn't care. She kept walking until the water reached her chest. Then she saw them. They rose silently from the lake, their heads just above the water. Surrounding her, dozens of them. Their eyes were wide and hollow, their mouths stretched into frozen smiles. They didn't pull her under, not yet. They tore her open first. One drove his hands through her abdomen like it was wet paper. She screamed, but the water drowned it. Another gripped her face and dug sharp fingers into her cheeks, peeling the skin back with a sickening rip. They clawed at her, slicing through muscles and cracking bone, pulling her apart piece by piece as she threshed and gurgled, blood blooming around her like red smoke. Her lungs filled with water. Her screams became bubbles. Her eyes burst from the pressure, but she was still unaware. But she was still aware, still conscious as they dragged what was left of her down. The next morning, there was no sign of her. No clothes, no footsteps, no car. Just a still lake, quiet and calm as always. 2 weeks later, a boy showed up at the lake. He said he just wanted to escape for a while. He said the city was too loud and that people didn't understand him. And that this place felt peaceful, familiar. He sat by the shore for hours, just staring at the water. As the sun dipped low, a pale hand slowly reached out from the shallows and dropped something at his feet. It was a jawbone, small, cracked, with bits of skin still hanging from it. The boy stared at it, then looked up. All around the lake they stood in the water again, dozens of them. Eyes like rotten pearls, mouths torn into unnatural smiles. One of them was her. Half a face left, bloated and split, still smiling. The lake had chosen someone new, and it was hungry. Welcome in, Aaron Kelly. Oh my gosh, this was very graphic. But also, what the hell, bro? This is why you don't go into nature, okay? Do not touch grass. Don't go into nature. Don't go near lakes. Don't go near rivers. I don't trust these places, okay? You don't know what's really under there or above there or possessing it. You don't know, okay? That's crazy, bruh. If you want to calm yourself, just go to your bedroom, lay on your bed, pretend you don't exist, okay? This is why we don't leave the safety of our rooms. So true. Her name was Hungry? That's funny. And her name was Hungry. Bro, no grass touching. Yeah, grass is so itchy. And if you lay on grass, you might be killing a lot of insects' houses or nests and shit. And flowers. Bruh, leave the grass alone. Be safe, be introvert. Be an indoors person. You can't be an extrovert, just be an indoors person, y'all. Have a window open, get some sunlight there, but you know, stop going out, touch grass. Don't go to the lake, don't go to the river, don't go to the ocean, especially not the ocean. I am always hungry too, just like me. Aren't we all hungry? Are we the creatures of the lake? Dun dun dun. My goodness. Oh my goodness. This is very graphic. Yeah, quite a wild story. But it sounded like she wanted it. Yeah, because she was ready to give up, it seems. Like her trauma and everything had gotten to her. It sounded like she was ready to just give up. And she gave herself to them. And then later on she became one with them. Yeah, so that's interesting. She's in Florida, not Florida with the gators and the water. I'm always hungry for meats. Yum yum. But yeah, this is crazy, bro. This poor boy, the poor boy. Leave the boy alone, damn it. Why would it drop something at its feet? Oh, damn. You think you can take the lake zombies? You think you can beat them up? You could probably. If you fight it and don't get into the water so they can't drown you, then maybe. Hi, Lord Peace, welcome in. Sorry, I'm just checking my skin right now. I think a mosquito bit me. How are you? I'm doing okay. My nose is a little stuffy, but it's not that bad. Yeah, the ones below. But Inspector Western 2749 was posted 2 hours ago. Okay, that was 2 creepy pastas. Quite short stories, I dare say. Thank you for the head pats. I was expecting some longer stories, but not bad at all. Alright, next we have creepy encounters. I'm gonna refresh this. This is a subreddit that has 681,000 members. See, now creepy encounters don't usually mean it's supernatural. It can be, but a lot of times it's just a creepy neighbor or a regular person or just humans, yeah, that are really creepy. So you know, when it comes to these horror storytelling streams, horror comes in many forms. They're not always paranormal, supernatural. Sometimes they're just about regular humans. So this is a subreddit that's usually talking about just another creepy person, okay? It's just Jeff from accounting. So yeah. Okay, this is... Okay, can I filter this? Best. Alright, whatever. So this is from 1 hour ago. It says 2 weird encounters in 1 day by Kato Lee. A lot of these stories are real. I mean, they appear to be real. I don't know if they're actually real. But yeah, a lot of these creepy encounters, they're posed as real. I myself have a lot of creepy encounters before. I'm sure some of us do as well. So it's not hard to believe when someone else has some creepy encounters, okay? Alright, let's read this one by Kato Lee. 2 weird encounters in 1 day. Alright, so I'm just kind of scratching my head here. I don't normally go outside often, but for some odd reason, today was kind of weird to me. Just like me, for real. First encounter the truck stop weirdo, I'm assuming. Yeah. I'm chilling in my truck at this truck stop, probably halfway through a bag of chips or something, when out of nowhere, this dude rolls up to my window. Picture this. He's rocking an American flag tank top, like the kind you see at 4th of July cookout. Faded shorts that has definitely seen better days, and these grimy sandals that look like they've trekked through every mud puddle in the country. Before I can even process what's happening, he's reaching for my door handle like he's about to hop in and make himself at home. I'm like, whoa, hold up, and scrambled to roll down the window and said, "Can I help you?" I said, trying not to sound as weirded out as I feel. "Yeah, man," he goes. "I didn't get paid today and was wondering if you could spare some cash." Okay, fine. I've heard that line before. But then I clocked the real oddball detail. This guy's gripping a water bottle filled with some sketchy gray sludge. I'm talking murky, cloudy, like someone mixed cement powder with dishwasher. I'm sorry, is that like a regular recipe? What's going on? Okay, ew. Was it protein shake? Was it a protein shake gone rogue? Some homemade energy drink? Hell, maybe it was paint thinner for all I know. Whatever it was, it creeped me out big time. Nah, sorry, I don't have any cash on me, I tell him, which isn't exactly true, but I'm not about to play ATM for this guy. He just nods, mumbles a quick thanks anyway, and shuffles off. Here's where it gets even stranger. I'm at the truck stop for another hour and a half messing around with my rig, tightening the bolts, checking the oil, you know the drill. And the dude's still out there. I'm watching him like it's some kind of a live reality show. He's weaving through the parking lot, hitting up every driver he can find, throwing out the same sob story. And every single time he gets shut down. Hell, he kept bothering the mechanics also. He was coming in and out of the store every single time where the mechanics were working nonchalantly, walking in and out of the store like 5 minutes in a row. People kept saying, "No, nope, not today." Then he just paced back and forth, hands in his pockets, that gray mystery drink still sloshing around in his bottle. It was like he was stuck in a loop, part desperate, part aimless. I couldn't tell if I felt bad for him or just wanted him to get the hell out of here. As I'm wrapping up my work on the truck, I glance over and see this guy plop down by a trash can a couple of trucks away. He's sitting there like he's chilling in a sandbox at the beach. Legs sprawled out, dirty sandals kicked off to the side, completely unbothered. Then I hear a weird noise coming from his end. I look over and he had a phone with him the whole time while he was talking, and it sounded like he was talking to AI based off of how artificial it sounded. I can't make out the words, but it's got that stiff back and forth rhythm that you hear with those things. Bro, maybe that's his girlfriend. Maybe he has an AI girlfriend, okay? Still no Wi-Fi? That's so sad. Did you pay for it? If you didn't pay the bills. Alright. I think he's an alcoholic. What was he drinking? Alright, second encounter, the front yard freeloader. This person must be living in a bad neighborhood, bruh. Fast forward to later that day, I'm dragging myself home from work, already beat from a long shift, when I spot this random guy posted up in my front yard like it's his personal lounge. He's about 5'4", got earbuds in, bobbing his head to some beat I can hear. From the look of him, dusty jeans, scuffed up boots, a faded t-shirt, he's probably just clocked out from some manual gig, maybe construction or day labor. At first I figured he's gotta be a neighbor's buddy or one of my brother's flaky friends crashing for a minute. But nah, something's off. I grabbed my stuff from the truck and walked over walked over. Curiosity and a little this is my turf energy kicking in. I tap him on the shoulder. "Hey man, what's up? You waiting for someone?" He pulls out an earbud, looks me up and down, and hits me with this smug, passive-aggressive bullshit. "Nah, man, I'm just sitting here relaxing. Just sitting down. Not much. I was walking, and I'm from the neighborhood." The way he says it, it's like he's daring me to make a move. Sets my teeth on edge. It's not just the words, it's the tone. Dripping with this "what are you gonna do about it" vibe. I don't know who this dude thinks he is, but I'm not having it. My yard's not a damn public park. I can feel my blood starting to pump. That itch to comfort him bubbling up. The itch to confront him bubbling up. "Yeah, okay," I say, keeping it short and head inside to drop my bags, but my mind's racing. Is this guy lost? High? Stupid or what? And that attitude. It's like he wanted me to snap just so he could play the victim. I'm inside for maybe 2-3 minutes tops because I had to drop my things inside and psyching myself up to go back out and tell him to kick rocks. Or worse, if it came to that. I step outside, fists half clenched, ready to throw down if he's got that smirk on his face. But the dude's gone. Poof! Vanished up the block like he was never there. Standing in my own yard, adrenaline buzzing, nowhere to put it. It's like I got revved up for a fight that didn't even happen. And honestly, that pissed me off more than if he'd stuck around. That's it. Alright bro, I think you need to check the house, cause if you left the door open while you went in to put some shit down, I think he's in your house. I'll just say that. I think he's in your room. My yard, my property. AI, how do I sell my homemade drink? I'm an entrepreneur. Find interesting characters? Really? Truck stops? I never owned a truck, so I don't know. But yeah, shit, if you go into your house and there's a weirdo right outside, you lock the door. Even if you are gonna go back to your truck anyway, you lock the door anyway. Right? Because when you turn your back towards the door, he might have snuck in. Yeah. Those weren't really creepy, that's true. I think it was more like meeting weirdos. This guy though, opening the door without going like, hey, can I come in? That was weird. Yeah, he's reaching for my door handle like he's about to hop in and make himself at home. I would have been like, sit your ass down outside, okay? Like, you're not coming into my personal space, being like freaking so close to me, next to me, and I don't even know you, bruh. It's like, you know, there's this one time, I don't know what got into me, but I ordered like a Grab, which is like an Uber, okay? We call it Grab. It's like a... Basically, it used to be Uber, but then they bought it and then they changed the name to Grab. So I ordered like a like a Uber or something like that. And I don't know what got into me. I was on my phone and maybe I was distracted or something. And when I got in, I sat in the front seat. I sat in front, and when I got in the front seat and I closed the door, I was about to put my seatbelt on, and then the guy was like, can you sit in the back, please? And I was like, oh shit, yeah, of course. I was like, why the fuck did I take the front seat? I don't know this guy, and he doesn't know me. I'm sitting next to him, sharing our breaths, like I'm not about to find out what his breath smells like, okay? I was like, why did I sit in front? That was so weird. I had to go around the back. I was probably a weirdo to this guy. I was like, oh my god. I was like, yes, of course, I'm so sorry. And I went to the back like, oh, I was cringing in the seat, like, ugh. You didn't call shotgun, you called shotgun. I shouldn't have called. I did not want shotgun, okay? I wanted the back, okay? I wanted it in the back. Ayo, question mark. I want some back shots, okay? I didn't want to call shotguns. I wanted some back shots. But I don't know why I sat in front and I was like, why did I do that? It's been years and I'll never forget, okay? It's just like... It's one of those things that when you think of... When people ask you, what... You know... Is there a core memory that makes you cringe? This is that shit. It's not even that bad, but I was like, what the fuck was I thinking? You have the revolver, bruh. I don't want shotgun neither. It's awkward. Yeah, I don't know what. I was probably distracted. I was on my phone, as I always usually am. I don't know if I was replying to somebody or if I was looking for something to watch or in the ride. I don't know. I was just like, I got in the front seat. I was like about to pull the seatbelt down to lock it in, and I was like, he said, can you please sit in the back? He said, can you sit in the back, please? And I was like, oh. It's so embarrassing. Never again. Because of that one incident, every time now when I'm about to get into an Uber car, I do not sit in the front. And I'm like very careful with it. I am like, I'm going to the back. Okay, I'm not going in the front. Yeah, because of this one incident, I can never again. And I think he was also weirded out. Like, his tone was like, "Can you sit in the back, please?" I was just like, I'm not a weirdo, I promise. Especially don't drink their water too. I don't. Yeah. I mean, a lot of them offer and the water is like locked, but I still don't. I usually bring my own water out. Yeah. But if I'm going to the mall, which I usually do when I'm ordering these things, I don't drink anything until I get there, because then there I get all these delicious drinks that I don't usually get at home. So I'm like, I'm saving it. Yeah, same with food. Like, I don't eat food at home and then go to the mall. I like wait till I get to the mall to like eat. Yeah. Don't be like me, you guys. Sit in the back, okay? Especially if there's just the two of you, like the driver and then you, the passenger. Sit in the back. Don't be weird. Don't be like me. Oh my god. This one's 2 days ago by Choki. I almost got kidnapped. Ooh, 71 likes, 2 comments. Be like Aruri, take the back. Back shots only. That's wild. Alright. You know my sister almost got kidnapped? I think I said this before on a stream. When my sister was in elementary school, she almost got kidnapped. Yeah. I give back shots? Deal. What? Who said that? Deal. What? My sister was almost kidnapped. My sister too. I can tell you a little story. Well, I guess my own personal creepy encounters from my family, right? Is it with the adult guy? What? No. What adult guy? What adult guy? So here's the thing. My sister was in elementary school, and she's an older sister, so my mom was at home with me and my brother. This back in the day when we still had landlines and people didn't really care for cell phones. So what had happened was my sister was in school, and so apparently my sister was in school, and there was this older lady coming to school asking to pick my sister up, and this person had information of my sister's name, our address, like my sister's full name, our address, my parents' phone numbers, yeah, something like that, and which class she was in. Yeah. Which class my sister was in, and that's very alarming. That's a lot of information to have, right? And she requested to take my sister out of school and bring her home. I don't remember the reason. My mom told us this when we got older, but yeah. And my dad, he used to work as a regional manager in like a company, so he was very busy and he was not really at home much. And my mom is a housewife, so she was taking care of my brother and me because we're like younger than my sister. And thankfully the school called my mom, and thankfully my mom was at home, so she could pick up the landline phone and answer the school. The school saying like, someone's asking to pick up your daughter, like, did you ask for anyone to come pick up your daughter? My mom was like, huh? Who? And they say it's like an older lady, like not elderly, she's like an older lady, maybe in her 40s, and claims to be my sister's aunt, and wanted to bring my sister out of school. And my mom's like, no, we don't have anyone like that in our family. Like, nobody asked anyone to take her out of school. So the teachers immediately told my sister, and they took care of my sister. My mom went to my sister's school, and by the time my mom went there with me and my brother, the lady was gone. Yeah. And the scary thing is, the teacher said that because they knew so much about my sister, they actually believed that was her aunt, like our aunt. Yeah. nobody, it was before the times of like CCTVs and stuff like that in schools, you know. It was before the times of like cell phones and cameras, like phone cameras and stuff like that, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's interesting how they knew all the personal informations of my parents and my sister, which they could trace back to having in the school record. You know, like school record, they have your student and then where you live, your parents' phone number, stuff like that. Yeah, they knew everything. And it was very scary because they almost let my sister go. If my mom hadn't picked up the phone, and if my mom was not around to like tell them that and say no, they would have let my sister go with this lady. Dude, because it's like she knows so much about my sister, which is so scary. To this day, we don't know who the fuck it was. It's like, we think that it's most likely a kidnapping situation because my dad, okay, I'm not humble bragging, I'm just saying because it's not that anymore, but when we were kids, we were, you know, on the more wealthier side. My dad was a regional manager for a big American company. And you know, we had like 2 Mercedes, and you know, we were pretty well off when we were kids. And this person might have, I mean, it's not like that anymore, okay? I'm broke, all right? I make my own money and I'm broke, okay? Look at my donation goal. I got $90 this month, excluding memberships, okay? Please donate. But yeah, like, we suspected that it might have been someone that knew my dad and my mom personally, had those information, and wanted to kidnap my sister for ransom, which would have gone really, really badly. Yeah. I bet your mom was ready to throw hands. Oh, yo, my mom is like a tiger mother. If my mom saw this person in real life, I think she would have thrown hands. my mom is gangster. Okay? She's so scary. She's like a tiger mother. She's very protective of us. So yeah, like shit. Dude, my mom has gone to school to scold teachers before because we were getting bullied by teachers. My mom went to school taking no bullshit, okay? So, yeah, my mom would have thrown hands, but yeah. Hi! I think you should watch this Japanese horror movie. Next time, maybe. Next time. It's scary, right? Dangerous. Yeah, for I don't think it was for blackmail, but probably like a ransom. You know? Yeah. She's like a mother bear, yeah. But it was so scary because my sister could have just gone with this lady. The school was so close to letting my sister go with this lady, and because they knew so much about us. And this school, the staffs are also pretty close to my mom, so they knew where we lived. And you know, my mom, she's a very sociable person, like she's very friendly, so when she goes to school and stuff like that, she always makes a bunch of friends, like in my sister's school or my school. And so like the teachers knew her personally, and they're like friends, right? Like, you know, they're already not like just strangers but well acquainted. And obviously they knew where we lived even without having to double check. So when this person knew, it was like, whoa, who the hell was that? To this day, we don't know who it was. Yeah, apparently it's just like an older lady. And that's why my parents were so fucking paranoid when me and my brother started going to school. So my sister went to a different elementary school, and eventually she got transferred to the school that me and my brother were going to. Yeah, my sister is like 3 years older than me. My brother's 1 year younger than me. I'm like the middle child. So we would all 3 go to the same school. That way it's easier for my parents to take care of us and monitor us. And the new school that we went to had CCTVs. And my mom had already had a lot of friends who were parents of students there that could watch over us in case they couldn't make it or something. So yeah, it was like a very good choice for them to move my sister out of that random school. Yeah, ransom and stuff. Yeah, it was fucked up. I don't think I've ever said this before because it's a memory that we all try to suppress in this family, but my dad was kidnapped before as an adult. This was maybe when I was in middle school. Yeah, he went to Vietnam. I'll probably only say this story once because I don't really want to talk about it. But So this was when my dad started running his own company. So he used to be a regional manager. He came out and started his own company. And then he went to Vietnam with a group of investors. Yeah, I know I've never said this story before because I just try not to. But anyway, it's fine. On the topic of kidnapping, right? He went to Vietnam, and my dad has heart condition. He had heart conditions and stuff that, I mean, you guys already know this. And when he went to Vietnam with this group of investors, they trapped him on a ship or a boat or something, and they would not let him go. They kept asking him for money and threatened him, and then they started to call my mom. They used my dad's phone to call my mom and started demanding for money. See, now I don't remember all of the details because my mom at the time tried not to tell us, but she was tanking it by herself. I'm telling you, my mom is a superwoman, okay? And it's very tricky because if you call the police, they threatened to kill my dad if they call the police. They wanted, I don't remember how much. It was a huge sum of money. And that was when my dad owned his own business, and I guess they thought my dad was rich or whatever. And so they did that. I remember my mom informing us about it, but not really going into the details. I did ask her later on, like years later when I was like an adult, and she didn't go into the details either, but she said something like she called my dad's friends who were also in Vietnam at the time to go look for him and negotiate. Yeah, I have to ask her again later or tomorrow maybe if they actually paid the guys. But they eventually let him go because my dad's friends actually went there personally and be like, let this man go. Yeah, it's crazy. And my mom was very worried because my dad could have had a heart attack at any moment. Like he had really bad genetics for like heart issues and shit like that. So yeah, it's definitely scary because I could have lost my dad when I was in middle school, maybe. Yeah, I mean, it's not to make light of anything. Usually people around you don't get kidnapped. I think most people do not experience this where someone they personally know has been kidnapped before. It's not that common, you know? So it's not like, oh, every other parent has been kidnapped before. No. It's pretty fucking rare. It is scary as shit because you've only seen this shit on TV. You don't expect this to really happen to you and the people around you. My dad traveled all his life. He's been to Vietnam a million times, Thailand, Vietnam, everywhere. Like, it's so scary that like you just so casually say goodbye to someone you love and you send them off to a different country and be like, bye. You send them off at the airport, and then you can never potentially see them ever again or even talk to them ever again because something like this could happen. Yeah, that's why I don't know, man. Of course rich people got rich people problems, but it is always nice to have some money, some extra money and be rich or whatever, but I don't think I want to be rich. I just want to be comfortable. Like, I just want to make enough to be able to eat whatever I want, don't have to starve, I don't have to worry about my bills, I pay everything, and then just be comfortable. That's what I want. I don't ever want to worry about my kids getting kidnapped to get ransom. I don't ever want to like worry about me or my family getting kidnapped. Like, what the fuck even do you do? So that's why I don't know. My excuse me, my mom tanked it herself. She did everything herself during that time because she barely told us anything. We were just teens. Yeah, we were just teenagers. We didn't know much. So it was a moment for sure. Yeah, it was very traumatizing for the family. Did the old lady get info about you guys that's so scary and creepy? That's why we suspect that it's someone we know, which is even scarier, right? Like, if someone knows so much about your family and is trying to take your child out of their school without permission or without your knowledge, this person must be someone close to you, or they know someone close to you. which fucks you up because you're like, everyone that you know and you're close with, now you look at them and be like, is it you? So these are like some creepy fucking encounters that we've had in this family. Yeah. I'm glad that your dad got out of that. Thank you. Yeah. It is so... Even thinking about it is so fucking surreal. We don't really talk about it to people. But yeah. Glad your parents had some good friends to help you. Yeah. Thank you. Glad your family survived. Yeah, I'm telling you... Sometimes, man, life just be fucked up. But we just keep on going, right? Like, it's definitely a traumatizing moment, but what can we do? Like, you know, we just had to move on as a family. Yeah. So there's that. Hello, welcome in. How are the stories so far? Kai, you just missed me telling a big story that I've never told ever before on my stream. But yeah, so I know that it was very traumatizing. Excuse me. I think especially for my dad because he was the victim, and even for my mom because she doesn't really want to talk about it. I remember asking her again afterwards, and she was just very dismissive and like she didn't want to go into the details. It's almost as if they want to bury it deep into their brains, but they also can't like say that it never happened because it did. So it's just it's a limbo. Yeah, so motherfuckers, don't be out there kidnapping people, okay? You fucking weirdos. If you're capable and able and you can go out and kidnap people, that means you're fit enough to do work and work for your money, okay? Get a goddamn job, bitch. Like, motherfucker, I don't care if it's manual labor. Don't be kidnapping people. Shit, it traumatizes the whole damn family. So fucked up. So yeah, thankfully me and my brother, nothing happened to us. I mean, we had a pretty lax childhood, no scares. I did go missing at Disney World. I think I said this before, but my parents freaked the fuck out because this is when my dad was this is when the family was pretty well off. I was like maybe 4 years old or something. We used to travel everywhere. And when we went to America, we were there for a few months, maybe like 5-6 months or something. And I was like 4 years old. I think I was 4 years old. And so my parents brought me to Disney World, Orlando. And, you know, my parents have 3 kids. So my sister, and then 3 years later is me, and then 1 year later my younger brother, right? So there's all kids, like literally like children, and we're a handful, especially there's 3 of us, right? So I remember, so my mom told me that she had my sister with her. I don't know where they went. I think they went to the toilet or something. So me, my dad, and my brother, we were buying some snacks. I don't remember what we were buying. It was some kind of food or something. And mind you, I'm a big Disney girl. I was wanted to be a Disney princess. I was wanted to be a princess. I would watch the movies, the shows, and wanted all the dresses. And so what happened was, hi, welcome in. What if kidnapping is the only profession they have? Get a better fucking job. What losers, dude. Yeah, anyway, so my dad was buying something, and he had my brother in his arms, and then I was holding his hand. Okay, I remember holding his hand. This is like a core memory. I was so young, but I remember this. Okay, I was holding his hand, and from where we were, wherever the food cart was, I could see the princess castle. You know, the Cinderella castle, the big one. And I was like so mesmerized. I remember I was looking while I was holding my dad's hand, okay? And then he let go momentarily. I don't know what he was doing. Maybe he was taking money or whatever. I don't know. But he let go of my hand momentarily. I was still looking at the castle. And then I just casually reached up to grab his hand. I don't know. I'm a kid, okay? Like, I was just like, you let go of my hand, I'm gonna go try to grab it back. And so I was like grabbing his hand, and then I looked up, and it was not my dad. freaked out. I freaked out, and then I ran away. Okay, again, I was holding my dad's hand. Okay, he had my sister on one arm, my brother on one arm, and then he had me on the other, like holding my hand on the other hand. And he let go of me while I was looking in another direction at the Cinderella castle. I was like, whoa, you know what I'm saying? Like, and he let go of me. So my hand fell, like dropped, right? And I reached back up to try and grab it while still looking at the castle. And then when I looked up at my dad, it wasn't my dad anymore. So I was, as a kid, I freaked the fuck out. I was like, oh my god. So I jumped and I just ran. I ran away. Okay? That's all I remember. I remember getting scared and then I ran away. This is all I remember. This is Disney World, okay? The biggest Disney park in the world. My parents said that they were so panicked. They were screaming my name. They went everywhere looking for me. My mom was in tears asking people if they've seen this little Japanese looking girl because when I was a little girl, I look really Japanese. Okay, if I have some baby photos, I'm gonna show you guys next time. But I look like a Japanese kid. And then when I grew older, I look Korean. I don't know, man. I have all kinds of races in me, okay? But when I was a little kid, I was really fair, really pale, and I looked like a Japanese kid. So they were going around asking people if they've seen a Japanese kid alone, like a Japanese girl alone. And I think they described what I was wearing, blah, blah, blah. And they were like, no. And then this lady told my mom that she saw a little girl running towards the Cinderella castle. Yeah. And my parents ran there looking for me. They were, and this, I don't know about now. Honestly, I haven't been to Disney World. I haven't been to America since I was 4 years old. Or 5 years. I don't remember how old. But I don't know about now, but back then, inside of the Cinderella castle, there were like shops. There was a shop with like souvenirs and princess dresses for like children and stuff like that. I don't know about now, but that back then, this like you know, all the accessories that would be. My parents went there, screaming my name, asking the staffs about me, looking for me in that castle, but they couldn't find me. Even though the lady said that I ran there, they couldn't find me. I welcome it. Yeah, my Twitch got DMCA'd. Whatever, it's fine. But yeah, so my parents couldn't find me, and where they found me was apparently I was crouched down, hiding under like some princess dresses in that shop. But they said they screamed my name for like a long time. I didn't answer or say anything. I just hid. And my mom said she was so mad when she found me under the dresses. Dude, that's how I got lost in Disney World. That's how my parents lost me in Disney World. I was just hiding under the dress, you know, like they have dresses on like hangers, right? And then they hook them up, and then it's like, you know, for sale. And I was hiding under, I don't know what princess it was. I don't think my parents cared because all they wanted to was to find me. But I was just hiding under there. I didn't say nothing. Yeah. Buying a backpack leash for kids so I'll never lose them. And you know, that's why I feel like there was a video of this preschool teachers having kids on like something that looks like leashes, but it's more like hand tags. They're like tied by their hands to each other on these like a little belt looking thing, and there's like walking in a row, and people are like, oh my god, you're tying kids up like dogs. And there were like 12 kids with 2 teachers. They're like, you're tying kids up like they're dogs. This is so unethical. Meanwhile, people who have kids are replying like, if you've ever had kids, you know that if you look away for 1 second, they're gonna bolt in different directions. If you are 2 teachers trying to take care of 12 kids, this is the safest way for them. They're holding hands together. They're all like being like, it's like those backpack leashes. They're like leashed together, crossing the streets and stuff. This is the safest way for them. That's why it's like, people who bitch about seeing kids being tied to their parents, don't know how kids actually act like, because I was a kid who ran away in a second. My dad, according to my dad's POV, he said that he turned around and I was gone. He turned around, he just let go of me for a second. He turned around and I was just gone. So that's why it's so terrifying that kids are so small and so fast and they could just run away in a second. My parents were replying back, like agreeing with the kids being tired. That's so, it's like, if you know how kids act like, you would not complain about this, honestly. Yeah. You were looking up the princess skirts? I got lost too, accidentally hold a woman I thought was my mom. It happened in school, Easter event. My mom was quite close to me. She found me right after. Oh, that's good. And they relieve that you're safe, and then they whoop you. No, I think I really freaked them out. Yeah, and Disney is such a big, Disney World is a big place. Yeah, that's why I keep a compass. I think the compass tells you where your kid is. This is not exciting to know I'm supposed to be a teacher next year. Yeah, kids, they run and they're so fucking fast. So like, you know, I don't blame parents for giving them the backpack leashes, you know? Yeah. I get lost myself easily, bruh. You have to teleport it to a random location. I'm like, diagonal. Diagonally. They're only there as long as you look at them. You look away, they may or may not disappear. Yeah, children are quantum beings, you guys. But yeah, my parents thought they lost me. Like, they actually did. I think they said they spent like an hour trying to find me. Yeah, it's crazy. So, you know, 3 kids sound like a blessing, but it's also very stressful. We were toddlers. Me and my younger brother, too. Like, we were kids. Yeah, I went to the one in Florida. It was like Disney World, you know? Yeah. I don't know what it looks like now. I'll be honest, I would love to visit America. I miss my brother. But I haven't gone since I was a child. Plant trackers on children. Give them the, you know, those like animals, they got like their own codes. What do you call those? Their own tags. Yeah. Put those on kids. Keep telling my brother to stay close to me when we go somewhere. I mean, you can tell them, but they won't actually do it. I ran because I got scared. From me, my perspective, I remember holding my dad's hand and he let go of me. And I reached up to grab a hand and I look up and it was not my dad. I was scared and I ran away. Like, it didn't matter if I was close to my dad or not. I just freaked out. Yeah. Quantum leap at a walking age. I was there when I was in middle school. Had a relative work there. I hope you got the discount. But yeah. That was my family's encounter. I almost got lost. If alone, return to them with their parents' pictures on it. I think just return them to the lost and found area or like the police station of the park, maybe. You know what I mean? They have like like a security booth, right? And then they might go into the microphone and go, paging for Aruri, Auregalia, Aruri's parents. Please come to the security section. Your daughter is here. You know? Yeah, but like at the mall, you see a kid get lost and you bring them to the security room. They're like, ding, 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 ding. Paging for Auregalia, Aruri's parents. But sometimes the kids don't give up their names. Yeah, so you're like, this Asian kid with like bob hair. Bro. Snow White's dress. You know, what pissed my mom off so much was that I hid under the princess dresses and they called for my name and I said nothing. I was just like, hee hee, Highland tea. I don't know, but they called out for my name and I said nothing until they found me themselves. So it was kind of fucked up of me. And now, you know what? Karma's a bitch. Because my cat does the same shit to me. I'm like, Dado, because, you know, usually we leave the door open and the gate is just, you know, cats can fit through the gates, right? And sometimes we just go looking for him. He's not under the bed. He's not at his usual like chilling spots. And I'm just like, where the fuck is this guy? Did he walk out of the gate? Like, did he leave the house? Because sometimes cats like to explore. I'm like, Dado, for like fucking 5 minutes, and he do not answer me. Yeah. He do not answer us. And he just pisses me the fuck off because I always find him and he's just staring at me like, what? I swear to God, this is what karma feels like. Like, because my mom, she has like a space under her bed, but then she put like some old mattresses there. It's for like, in case we have relatives that come over, they want to stay, that's an extra mattress for them. And he likes to go behind the mattress. He squeezes himself behind the mattress. It's very hard to see him unless he got a foot poking out or his tail pokes out. Like, unless I go under the bed to pull the bed out to see him, it's hard to tell if he's there. So I'm just like, Jado, he doesn't fucking answer. So then I would bend down and pull the bed out just to see him staring at me like, what? And I'm like, you little shit. You little fucking shit, bro. This is what karma feels like. Yeah. God. It's not karma, it's just Jada. He hides inside your wardrobe? No. If he does, it's easy to tell. Yeah, because we have shelves, like shelved wardrobes. Went to the mall, they called up parents of the kid that was at the info counter. Oh, okay. That's good. At least they found the parents. He was having Jado time. He doesn't answer. Yeah, but when he's hungry and you go, Jado, he go, meow. I'm like, bruh. He answers only when he wants to. Hi, Gani. Under your gaming setup, he likes to sleep on my footrest. I have a footrest under my like computer desk. And sometimes he sits there and I don't remember that he's there. I would accidentally reach my foot out to try and rest on it, and then he go, and I'm like, oh. Yeah. This is what karma feels like. Oh, Jesus. Lucy, thank you for 27 months. My God, I keep getting jump scared even though Twitch is down. You should shake his kibble. Oh, he doesn't finish all his food. Yeah, so he usually eats when he feels hungry, so he doesn't get tempted by food sounds. Yeah, he's a spoiled brat, but I love him. He's my child. So yeah. I mean, do you guys have any kidnapping stories that you personally know? Not something that you've heard of, but like something that happened to your family or you yourself or like your relatives. Like someone actually close to you, not just like from a friend's friend or something. You have one? Oh yeah, you said your sister almost got kidnapped. What happened? He got self-control. He does. He has an abundance of food. He's also on a diet, which is weird. Yeah, but he has gastric problems, so he doesn't eat much. But if we don't feed him enough, he's gonna start throwing up all over the place. Yeah, this is my struggle with my baby. My baby. Yeah, let us know, Fabian. Not me or related, but a kidnapping happened not too far from school. What? Like your school? It's so crazy. Like you hear about people getting kidnapped all the time. You didn't think that it would actually happen to like people around you or like so close to you, because it could have been you, right? Damn, that's crazy. Plan to side with the kidnappers to help them kidnap more kids in exchange of letting me go. You're like, they're like, we're kidnapping you for $20,000 or for $5 million, and you're like, actually, keep me. I will help you kidnap more people, and then you can let me go. Yo, that's a crazy conversation. I think they would have given you the shock Pikachu face. If you're like, actually keep me, they're like, what? Huh? Happened when we were like 3rd or 5th grade. Our dad worked at a preschool and next door is a Subway. Okay. Hi, Mass1, welcome in. Around the junction, don't know what happened to the victim. Never heard anyone spoke of it again. I literally got it all planned to the script and all, goddamn. You know, I think it's important to think of these things hypothetically. Like, sure, it's not common for every other person to get kidnapped, but may well just happen to you. So you have to think about, what if it happens to you? What are you gonna do? So you don't get blindsided in case it does. It's better to be safe than sorry. My sister went over by herself to get a sandwich. While she was there, she ran into a weird man. The man was talking to her. She was freaking out, so she got her sandwich and left. What did he say? Did she say? Did he go like, come to my ice cream truck? They call me the candy man. If she just met a weirdo who could be creepy, then I think that's just a creepy encounter. Yeah. So scary. Those kind of people are insane. Yeah. These things happen a lot, especially in Indonesia. Back in my elementary school days, there's a lot of stories of kidnapping and organ trading. Holy fucking shit. What about now? I don't really hear about kidnapping stories from Indonesia now. While she was walking back, a car stopped by her, and it was the same man that she thought was his mother, and they offered her a lift. That is creepy. Now that is an attempt on kidnapping. Oh, she said no, thankfully, because the subway's literally next door to the school. Oh. Plot twist, the kidnapper let you go because you're yapping too much. I think I would vibe with the kidnapper so much that they don't want to let me go. They're like, I want to keep you as a friend. And I'll be like, sure. Nah. I'll be like, motherfucker, let me go. I slaughter your family, bruh. Yeah, China has a lot of kidnapping, organ trading. They do. Actually, I believe there, like last year, there was a lot of cases. Oh, actually, it was this year, wasn't it? Celebrities were kidnapped in Thailand and then smuggled to Myanmar or like Cambodia or something. I think so, right? They were like kidnapped in Thailand and then they found them in like Myanmar or something like that. They were like almost gonna get traded for like organ trading, something like that. Yeah. She told me, I was surprised she got away so easily. Oh, dang. At least she knew to say no. This is the stress about having kids. On top of teaching them you shouldn't touch fire because it's dangerous, it's too hot. You know, like don't walk out on the street so you don't get run over by cars. You also have to teach them that some people are bad and you shouldn't say yes to everyone. And that if a creepy person comes up to you and they don't even know what creepy is, so you have to be like, if some person comes up to you and wanna ask you to join, like ask you if you wanna join them in their car or get some candy, you have to say no, and you really have to make sure that your kid understands it. That is the horror story to me. Like that is the scary part. Like as much as I want to be a mother now and I want kids, I'm so scared if I'm able to be a good mother to my kids and won't fail them. As in, like, I have to make sure that I don't leave any of these important lessons out when I'm raising my kids. Like, I need to tell them to not say yes to strangers, to not just follow strangers, and what kind of strangers are okay to follow, like the security guards, or what kind of security guards to not follow. It's so... that to me is hard. I think parenting is its own horror story. Yeah, so stressful, but you know, one can only do their best. I know it's still happening, it's just more hush hush. I don't get the impression that Indonesia now has kidnapping problems. I hear a lot about it in Thailand. Yeah. Hong Kong is hella crazy with organ trading, at least back in the day, bruh. Take her back, she's too much for us to handle. My sister may be annoying, but she has a mouth and knows when to walk away. Heck, she made some girls cry because they made me cry. Hey yo, that's just like me and my brother. I saw the video of a whistleblower telling his story of one victim was begged not to be harvested. The person's eyes looked directly to the surgeon in a begging manner. And I bet you they still did it, huh? Because it's not the first time they've been begged. Siding with the kidnappers out there, it's getting harder and harder to keep your kids. Oh, yo, it's so fucked up. Like if you don't want to give your kids desserts all day, every day, you're like, no dessert for you. And your kid hears a stranger going, you want to come with me? I can let you eat all the cake that you want, like all the desserts, all the candies that you want. Your kid's gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna follow. I don't know, man. It's so stressful. Like, even if we can afford to have kids, it's so intimidating. Like, bruh. Yeah, anyways. Thanks for hearing out my creepy encounters. I don't think I'll ever talk about what happened to my dad ever again, so let this VOD be it. But I will ask my mom about some details because I'm also curious. Like, if she doesn't want to talk about it, I won't push her. But it, you know, it was a thing from a long time ago. So, yeah. Anyways, and I'm glad that all of you guys are safe, that your family is safe. Take care of each other. You can still get kidnapped as a grown-ass adult. You know, my dad was kidnapped as a grown-ass adult. So, you know, don't be like, I'm too old to be kidnapped. No. It can happen to anyone. So just be careful. Don't be too trusting. Be attentive. Yeah. Once a cake is sweet, just stop in my van. Just hop in my van. What kind of cake? Chocolate cake. Later, creepy man. I thought you were about to say booty. Bye. Imagine if you said that. You're like, damn, I thought you were gonna say booty. Bye. Dude. That's wild. Alright, anyways. Eat your veggies, exercise, and don't get kidnapped. Yeah. I wanted to change my mind. I changed my mind. Alright, this is from 2 days ago by Choki. I almost got kidnapped. Me, female, was 9 years old. My parents used to work as a night market vendors. Oh, they were selling shoes back then. My mom did warn me to stay cautious and not wander off too far, especially at night. I listened as I've always felt anxious as a kid. I always have this feeling where I am in constant danger. Aw. One night I was playing beside my parents' van. My parents were attending the customers, so they had no attention on me. As I was playing, acting if I was a acting as if I was a Pokemon trainer, I saw a glimpse of a man. The man was tall and skinny. He was hiding behind an abandoned burger stall just a few meters away from me. I kept myself on high alert while I played. The man slowly emerged from the shadows and showed me a 1 ringgit on his hand. Hey, Malaysian! He beckoned his hand, inviting me to come closer. 1 ringgit is like... Well, if it's 1 to 1, then it's $1 to Americans. But if we really have to convert it, it's probably like 25 cents, 30 cents US dollars. Which is a lot for kids, especially 9 years old, okay? He beckoned his hand, inviting me to come closer. I knew it from the start that this is the same thing my mom had always warned me about. Man in the shadows luring kids to come closer. It all made sense to me, so I backed away, trying to keep myself closer to the light and in the eye of the crowd. The man crept in closer, raising his hand for me to see the cash at hand. He then put the money on the table and stepped away. It's clear that he wanted me to come and get it. From then on, I already felt super unsafe, so I turned around and played quite literally in front of my parents' vendor. I picked up a hammer and gently swished it around, thinking the man would think I'm dangerous. Yeah, watch me get his ass. Get his ass. Meanwhile, it's a freaking... it's an inflatable hammer. Bruh. I thought I was safe, but the man was persistent. He blended in with the crowds, now with much bigger cash in hand. He stood far, a strategic spot where he could run away without being seen. That's when I had enough and felt 100% creeped out. Came to my mom and told her I didn't feel well. She asked me to stay in our van if that's the case, so I got in. I kept looking through the window for a whole minute. The man was nowhere to be found, so I thought he was gone. With a sigh of relief, I lay in my van telling myself I should just go to sleep. That's when I see a head with a familiar haircut walking in front of the van window to the other door. A door that I know is unlocked. I immediately got out of the van and ran to my mom. I told her there was a man with money telling me to come closer. My mom asked me to show my dad where the man with money is. My dad followed me, but the man had disappeared, leaving the same 1 ringgit on top of the same table. I pointed the money to my dad and he approached the table to take the money and gave it to me. He told me to stay inside. I got to keep the money. That's the last time I saw the man. It always made me question how many victims he had. Had he been caught? Is he in jail? Damn. Yo. Oh, this is another story. This is so interesting. Okay, so if you don't know the culture of night markets, which is very prominent in places like Asia, like Taiwan, Korea. I don't know about Japan, but you know, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia. In Malaysia, we call it pasar malam. Pasar is like the market. Malam is night, so it's market night. But it's actually night market, okay? Pasar malam, we have pasar malam maybe most days of the week at different areas. So usually the vendors would travel to each district to set up stall. That's why they have a van. Yeah, the van is where they put, for example, this is they're like a shoe vendor, right? So they would have like their stock in the van, and they would drive to the new spot, set up a little roof kind of thing over the van, and then ask people, like lay out their shoes and ask people to choose and buy. You know, it's like a food truck but for vans, but for shoes and stuff. Yeah, pretty good interaction overall. Got money, bruh. Yeah, pasar malam. So yeah, like it's very common, and it is, they open from maybe around like 5:30 p.m. While it's still bright until maybe like 9:30, 10 p.m. when it's, you know, dark. So usually it's in a area like a field on a like a football field or whatever, and there's gonna be lots of people there. And how they set up is they're like how do I explain this? Maybe rows and rows of vendors, and usually they're like back facing each other. You know what I mean? Like, you ever been to a festival? It's kind of like that. So you can just walk between the rows, and then you would have food and stalls on your left and right. There's usually a lot of people, kind of like a flea market. Yeah, but it's consistent. It's weekly, sometimes daily at different areas. And at night when they're done selling, they pack up and they leave the area. They don't park their vans there. They don't leave their stuff there. They just drive off, and then in the next morning it just looks like nothing has ever happened. Yeah. There are lots of people. More food. They sell shoes. They used to sell like DVDs, like the knockoff DVDs, the pirated CDs. You could buy like a Christina Aguilera CD that is like illegal and so cheap, but then you have all 20 songs. That used to be, you know, what they would sell. They would sell like phone products, like phone covers, screen protectors, stuff like that. Yeah. Now there's a crackdown on those CDs. I am supportive of that. Yeah. Crack him out. Crack him down. Copyright. But yeah. So this is what it looks like to put you in the setting here. The night market, it is dark and it's very crowded. Lots of people. Each stall has their own little light, so it's not fully like a dark pitch black place. You can still see the products in front of their stalls. But it could be so crowded that someone could just grab your kid's hand and run, and you would be squeezed by the crowd. Like, where the fuck did my kid go? Yeah, usually I like to go when it's not so crowded. Like, it's crowded when it's maybe 7, 8 p.m. when people go to buy food. So if you go and avoid those times, it's not that bad. Like, you can still have some walking space, you know? So yeah. And usually they leave the vans unlocked like this. Yeah. They usually leave the vans unlocked with the doors just open, because that's where their products are. So if they need anything, like, they just grab it from the van. And the sound of generator is loud enough to make speech incomprehensible. Yeah, so how they power these night markets, each stall has their own generator. It's the loud fucking generator that goes, and it's so loud. Imagine just like 20 stalls with that loud ass. And when you talk, you have to yell at each other like, what do you want to eat? Do you want some takoyaki? You know, you have to like yell, and then they have to yell back. It's so loud, like yeah. So if you scream for help, people might hear it, but it's not gonna be as you know, audible. Yeah, this is scary. I think it's good to know there's a Malaysian here. Hey, 1 ringgit, what's good? I wonder if people reading this would be like, what the fuck is an RM1? If they're not from Malaysia, they're like, what is RM1? This is Ringgit Malaysia 1. Ringgit Ringgit is our currency name, like how there's yen, there's dollar. So Ringgit is our currency name. Malaysia, obviously, so Ringgit Malaysia, yeah. We call it Malaysian Ringgit. Which is odd to me. Oh, really? I feel like now the generator sounds are softer than before. Yeah. I don't know, it doesn't sound as loud as before, but maybe because I'm so used to it. Unfortunately, I stream at night, so I don't really get the privilege to go to the night market anymore, but I love the night market, bruh. The food is amazing. When you go there and you smell the fried chicken and the freshly fried food, it's so fragrant, but it's been a long time since I went. Maybe one day, if I'm not streaming, I might just go with my mom. I miss it. Yeah. Alright. Oh, bro, what's up with all these kidnapping ones? Alright, last story from Creepy Encounters, okay? And then we'll move on to the next one. This is by Altam93. 1 day ago, was I almost kidnapped? Question mark. Semua mahal. Yeah, it's pretty expensive now. Okay. Was I almost kidnapped? 23 likes, 1 comment. Alright. So, super long, so TLDR, guy from Facebook Marketplace with a truck for rent, and his girlfriend would not take no for an answer when it came to giving me a ride to the drop-off location. Many sus red flags. Wait, guy from Facebook Marketplace with a truck for rent, and his girlfriend would not take no for an answer when it came to giving me a ride to the drop-off location. Okay. A couple years ago, I needed to pick up a Facebook Marketplace find, but I didn't have a car. I found an ad on Facebook for a guy with a truck and asked if he could meet me at the pickup spot. He met me, helped me load the stuff, and my house was just up the street, so I asked if he could give me a lift back, which he did. I used him a couple more times, and so did my husband over the next years. This sounds wild. Use me too. What? My husband would also accept rides from him. And sometimes, if we had a lot of stuff, he would bring a friend with him to help with the moving. He's a super quiet guy, never says much, just shows up, does the job, and leaves. Hey yo. One day in April 2024, recent, I saw a bunch of furniture on the side of the road for garbage day that I wanted to save. The homeowner let me put it back on their porch, and I texted my truck guy asking if he could come help me. He said sure he could come tomorrow and asked if I needed a second person this time. I said no. He gave me the rate of $100, which I thought to be pretty reasonable, if not cheap, considering he had to drive almost an hour to get to where I am. But I figured whatever he sets his own rate, okay? Flash forward to the day in question. My husband is away and the pickup spot is just down the street. So I'm walking towards it and I see his truck. I also then notice there's someone in the passenger side seat. The windows are super tinted though, so it's hard to tell. This immediately puts me on edge because I said I didn't need 2 people for this job. As I get closer and walk around the truck on the passenger side, I see that it is a woman, but she doesn't get out of the truck. He gets out and he's unexpectedly cheery to see me. Asks how I'm doing, blah blah blah, and then before we have even started loading the furniture, he goes, "So, you will ride with me again today?" This caught me off guard and I was like, no, don't worry, it's just up the street. He goes on to say it's not a problem and I should just ride with him. He clears a spot in the backseat of the truck behind the passenger seat. As we're loading, the woman finally comes out, but she doesn't say anything to me, which I thought was weird. She starts to load things in the truck bed. As we are loading, I'm texting my husband and I'm like, something's feeling really weird. He really wants me to get on his truck. Husband says absolutely not to do it, and to send him the license plate so I get a sneaky look at it and send the plate details. I tell him that I feel rude by not getting in the truck. Hello, Marshmallow Fox, welcome in. When the truck bed started to get full, I put some of the last items in the spot behind the passenger seat that he had cleared for me. And then both of them are like, oh no, that's your seat, don't do that. And they move the items from the back seat to the truck bed. I'm jokingly saying things like, I'm gonna walk, I need to get my steps in, blah blah blah. When we finally finish loading, it's me, him, and her standing outside the truck. I tell them I will meet them there, and again he's like, no, we'll give you a ride. This goes back and forth for actually so long that both of them trying to convince me to get in the truck. And I'm getting more and more flustered because, like, what is even going on? Then, the girl who I assumed was a girlfriend was like, would you feel more comfortable if I sat in the back seat instead? And you could sit up front? Ooh. At this point, I'm hella confused, my heart is racing, and I know something's up, so I just blurt it out. I'm not getting in a truck, I listen to way too much true crime, and I'm not getting in your truck, I do not feel comfortable. After I say this, they just kind of start laughing like it's a funny joke, like, oh haha, yeah, of course, yeah, we get it. So I started walking. They drive over. By the time I get there, they have dumped the furniture on the front yard of the house. She stays in the truck, so he hardly says a word to me. And I'm like, I'll send you an e-transfer, and he's back to being his quiet self. Then they leave in a hurry. Ooh. My adrenaline was going wild. I was so confused, and I kept replaying the interaction and seeing more and more red flags. The crazy thing is that I would have gotten the truck, and that was my plan all along. The night before when chatting with my husband, I even said, yeah, he'll probably offer me a ride again, which would be helpful. I had fully planned on getting on the truck, and the scary thing is that had he not acted so different right off the back, had he just introduced a woman and said, oh sorry, had to grab her from work, and not make such a big deal about me getting in the truck, I would have gotten in the truck. I have no doubt in my mind that they were planning to do something sinister. Why else would she notice that I was clearly uncomfortable and still try to get me in the truck? The thought that did run through my mind was the Crime Junkie podcast words to live by. Be weird, be rude, stay alive, and I do think that motto gave me the confidence to fully be like, hell no, and stand my ground. So yeah, that was how I was almost kidnapped. Damn. Okay, well, up until a certain point, I wouldn't feel like it was an attempt on kidnapping me. It would just be like, as a woman, I would tell my man, like, give her a ride. She's a lady, you know? Like, don't let her just walk on the streets. So if I was the lady in the truck, I would have been like, are you sure you don't want to ride? Are you sure you're good? I just want to make sure that you feel okay. Alright, okay. If you want to walk, then I'll let you walk. I wouldn't be pushing them to the point where like, get in my truck, I'll sit in the back. You know, I just want to make sure as a woman, you know what you're doing. Okay, you don't want to walk on the streets alone, but you do. Okay, good. Well, that's up to you. But for them to go back and forth for hours, not hours, but for a long time, that's a red flag to me. That's when I'm like, oh, what are you trying to get me into your truck for? So I think she's very good with feeling like something's up, because some people don't get that feeling at all. Some people don't feel threatened by anything. They're just like, okay. I fantasize having a pickup truck. It's hard to find parking for those things. I guess I'm back shots. Hey yo, you'd be like, alright, I'm calling back shots. Damn. Yeah, this is wild. It says this goes back and forth for actually so long, with both of them trying to convince me to get in the truck. This part really will like throw me off. I would have been like, nah, it's fine. If I was the OP, I would have been like, it's okay, I got this. I don't know. I think maybe I'm more confrontational. That if people try to push me to do something, I would have been like, nah, I'm good. And maybe I have a resting bitch face or something, I don't know. But I don't know. People don't get to pressure me into doing things. I'm very good at standing my ground. I'm like, no, I'm good. I don't, it's fine. I would be like, go on ahead, don't waste my time. Yeah. And like, I'm able to be polite, but at the same time, not let you walk all over me. So I would have just been like, nah. I think she was so polite that she was like, nah, it's okay, you know? Sometimes you just gotta be like, nah, I'm good. Just be like, no thank you. Yeah, you don't owe them a reason. You don't have to be like, it's okay, I don't want to do it because I gotta get my steps in. I mean, it's polite too, but you don't owe them that, right? Yeah. They're okay with parking, in my opinion, just expensive. Listen, I'm from Penang. You drive a pickup truck, good luck with finding parking. Good luck with finding parking. The roads are so narrow, bro. You trying to side park downtown? Good luck. It's a good mindset of yours. Yeah, I'm pretty good at standing my ground. I don't let people like stress me out like this. I don't like to repeat myself either. So if I say no, I'm like, don't make me say it again, bro. Don't piss me off. Yeah. Anyways, $100. So it's weird because he undercharged. And so she was like, okay, she's willing to work with him again. And then now he has a girl. And then she's pressuring him with the guy to get in the truck. Damn. Okay. Almost got kidnapped. I don't see anything wrong with this. I guess I wasn't there to feel their energy, bro. I mean, I could at least see from the girl's standpoint if she insisted on the lady to get in the truck, because it's kind of dangerous for a woman to just walk out on the streets. And since we're already going the same direction, you might as well get in the truck with us, you know? But I wouldn't push her to do it. This feels very pressured. Yeah. So up until this point, I started to feel like, oh, okay, maybe it is weird. Yeah, like up until here. Wait, hold on. Up until here, this part, I didn't think it was weird. It was like politeness, but like it's like some people are really shy and they're like, no, it's okay. And you're like, no, I insist, it's okay. Because they're like, I don't want to trouble you. I don't want to be an inconvenience. You ever met those people? I hate those people too, because God, you make me repeat myself so many times. Like, it's okay, you're not a bother. Just come in the truck or come in the car. We go in the same direction anyway. And usually they're like, okay, because they're like, oh my god, are you sure? Are you sure you want to give me a ride? It's like, I already said yes, bitch. I already said I will give you a ride. Stop making me repeat myself. But this point onwards, I'm like, ooh, that's sus. Yeah, like something's up, something fishy. They started to bother me when they do that. Yeah, like it wasn't a bother. And I did not mind giving you a ride to literally the same place that we're going to be in, until you started to go, oh my god, really? You would do that for me? Are you sure? Are you sure? I don't want to be a nuisance. I don't want to be hassle. Like, bitch, shut the fuck up. Just get in, bro. You pissing me off. If you don't want to, if you think you're such a hassle, then walk, bitch. Okay, don't piss me off. Bruh. I'll give her a yo. It could have been a child safety lock in the truck so she gets in and they could lock the back doors. That too. I mean, whatever their intentions were, it started to show at this part, right? This one, yeah. Back and forth. Yeah. I don't know. Up until this point, it was alright. Yeah. Anyway. I don't know if they will ever work with this guy ever again, because they said for years they work with him, right? Yeah, see? I used him a couple more times, so did my husband over the next few years. So it's like, they've been working together for years. So I wonder if after this, they're like not gonna work with him anymore? Or, you know, we need some updates. Is it like after this, it's like, bye, I'm never gonna call you ever again. Yeah. A hundo and only one person reaping the profit is a steal. What a steal. Do we even have those people around us where like we could just call up like a truck that can move stuff with us? I don't really know. Maybe this is like a people who have a lawn kind of situation. I live in an apartment. We don't really have to call people up to like carry stuff and move things out of lawns and stuff to another place. I wonder if that's like a landed housing thing or maybe it's just an American thing. Yeah. I have not really had to call trucks until I was moving. I think I moved like 3 times when I was in Korea. Yeah, those were the only times when I had to call a truck. Yeah. Anyways, so that was an interesting story from Creepy Encounters. Dad decided to buy a new mattress for his son's trucks were used. Yeah, but how often is that, you know? And usually, if you buy a mattress from the shop, won't they deliver it to you with their own trucks? Like, you don't have to call your own trucks to come and deliver. I don't know. I don't know. Like, when I bought my bed, they sent it to me. Yeah, like, I didn't have to deal with the logistics. They sent it to me. They built it for me, actually. They, like, was there, like, drilling all the stuff in and then, like, putting the bed on top, the mattress on top of the bed. So I didn't have to do anything. Yeah. Alright, anyway. Next subreddit, we have ghost stories. Now this one is going to be paranormal. This one is going to be supernatural. It has 390,000 members. Quite a very active subreddit. Ugh, let's drink some water. So am I the kind with a computer under the bed? No. My computer is in another room. I'm in my computer room. My bedroom is in another room. It's just a regular queen size bed. We chose the one where the gap at the bottom is very small, so that my cat toys can't go in and my cat can't go in and dust can't really get in. Yeah, just because we have cats, so I don't really want all the stuff to be stuck down there. Yeah, but it was like 3,800 ringgit or something. Mattress plus bed is very expensive. Yeah, alright, ghost stories. Let's read from the top. What any job corpse good? Oh, this is a question. Oh, okay. This was from 7 days ago by Angel Feather. My uncle's paranormal experience in the army. In Malaysia, we have to serve military. Not everyone. If you're chosen, you gotta go, unless you got some health conditions. But for us, it's like 3 months, so it's not much. I know Korea, it used to be like 3 years, but now it's like 2.5. I don't know, or maybe it's still 3 years. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if these are Malaysian stories. So probably not. I mean, we'll see. Oh, Afghanistan. Okay, definitely not. We ain't got qualms with Afghanistan in Malaysia. We don't got no qualms. Murukah. Alright. Ooh, interesting. I've not heard that many horror stories about people serving in the military in America. Yeah. We have heard of some trauma. We did play a game with military people experiencing paranormal stuff. What is it called again? The Dark Pictures, something ashes is on my channel. If you guys want to go watch the VODs, it's really good. House of Ashes, that's the name. There are storytelling videos of army encounters cryptid. Woo. So it's very interesting to hear about this. So let's read. I don't know how long the story is. Okay, my uncle's paranormal experience in the army. My uncle was in the army for about 15 years in Afghanistan, and he saw many things that were frightening or unnatural, but this one was unexplainable. My family, bracket my mom's side in specific, has a very tuned-in connection with the spiritual or for whatever reason. And so this story wasn't shocking but confusing, considering I'm unsure what it was that he saw. He was in a hospital and it was very busy and full of injured soldiers and people. He was working very late that night, and by the time he was leaving, everyone was gone. It was completely empty except for a few people. He had to visit an area of the hospital before he left. An office in the hospital's downstairs. That was where nobody was completely. It was just him. He watched as a peer flew the desk. What? He watched as a peer flew off the desk unnaturally. He was tired and confused, so he turned around to pick them up, but that was when he was greeted by a single eye. He watched as a peer. What is up here? A paper flew off the desk, maybe? He was greeted by a single eye. A single floating human eyeball. He said it stared at him, never breaking eye contact. It was his height too. There was no figure outline. It was just one single eyeball. Does anyone know what this could have been? Oh, this is it? Oh, this is it. Ege no kitaro. This is what eyes do. It's just a single eye? This is like, you know, when you play games like Repo, and then you die, and then you get that free cam. That dead people POV, the dead people camera. Maybe it was that, but IRL. We live in a simulation, okay? I can't explain. I don't want to. Okay, let's read. Probably tired and hallucinating. When I deployed there were times I didn't sleep for 3 days straight. I started to have hallucinations as well. I was so stressed out I began to have muscle spasms which led to a case of shingles. Shingles in full uniform in 120-degree weather was the worst pain I've ever felt in my life, but I was a 21-year-old kid and could take it. Oh, it was a paper that flew off the desk. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think it was sleep deprivation. A single eye like that sounds like a hallucination. Stress, sleep deprivation, and work can make you see weird stuff. I was driving down I-65 while too tired. A construction crane turned into a long-necked dinosaur in the distance. This weird, shadowy, screwed-up dinosaur. That was my sign. I pulled off at a Walmart and napped in the parking lot after that. Damn. I love how people say it's a hallucination, like they write off anything that doesn't make sense to them. I think your uncle would have known if he was hallucinating or not. Not necessarily, but go on. Partial body aberrations like just running legs or single parts of bodies are extremely common in the paranormal world. There's a difference between thinking you might have seen an eye/face in the darkness for a quick second from pareidolia versus having something so unusual like a single eye floating towards him and happen for so long that you know it isn't something you can write off so easily and truly paranormal. Thank you for sharing this experience with us. Paranormal used to describe, for lack of a better word, to convey the point that does not mean it was written off when seeking an explanation. I mean, they're right, but also, you need to know. Here's the thing, okay? I believe this. When you are in a different country, you need to find the mythological things from that country. I don't know if we have any Afghanistan fans here or anyone that's watching from Afghanistan, or if you have any knowledge about Afghanistan mythology creatures, maybe it was a creature from there. Because for me, I feel like if you go to a country, you're going to see creatures from that side of the world or that country. Like when you come to Southeast Asia, you're gonna hear that a lot of our mythological creatures are very, very similar in this region. We have the same name for the same. We have different names for the same looking creature that floats around with her lower body gone and her guts floating around, just her head and her torso, you know. And I feel like when you see this as a foreigner, you might not make sense to you because you don't have that in your country. But when you go to places like Afghanistan, same thing. Maybe a single floating eyeball is a creature from that side of the world that you need to figure out if it's actually a hallucination or if it's something common that people have seen. Yeah. Aside from that, it used to be a Buddhist country. Buddhist, that's interesting. Costco, Target, a dollar store. You can sometimes sleep in a Walmart parking lot. but sometimes the guard will tell you you can't. Yeah. But yeah, so I truly believe that, you know, I wouldn't be so quick to write it off as hallucinations, though it is highly probable. But also look into it. If there's no Afghani mythical creature or folklore with a floating eye, or just one single human floating eye, then maybe you hallucinated it. But if it was actually a thing, then maybe you saw that thing. That thing was what you saw, maybe. We can have a sleep in an IKEA. You can until closing time. Ooh, thank you for donating. I'm so sorry. The notification is small because the screen is small. Let me go look it up. Thank you so much for donating. I appreciate it. Let me see who done donated. Who done do? Oh my gosh. Streaming on YouTube is lagging my computer up. Thank you very much. I will read it in 1 second. Thank you. Thank you, Anonymous, for 50 bucks. Ah, it's nice to see you again with those emotes. Thank you. Just a ghost. I know it's anonymous, but it is a ghost. The ghost that you don't see, that's throwing money at you like you're a stripper, but you don't know. I'm just kidding. You're like, where'd that money come from? Huh? Why is it raining $50 out of nowhere? I don't even know who gave the money to me. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It is close to the end of the month. We're past halfway through May. So it'd be nice to be able to hit this month's donation goal. I don't know if Twitch would actually give me my money. Yeah, I will have to apply. If not, I'm gonna be mad because I worked hella hard this month. After I got back from a trip, I worked hella hard on Twitch, and I got gifted subs and stuff. So they better pay me. I'm just suspended for 2 days, so they probably would pay me. I'm just being dramatic. Missed you as well. I hope you guys are doing fine. I do try to stream at different hours now, like during my daytime and not just my nighttime. So I hope more of you guys can come and see me. Yeah. I mean, this is not such a big paranormal experience. I mean, I was expecting something like what we usually hear in Malaysia, where people would see like headless soldiers marching around. Quite scary. But this one, just a single floating eye, greeted by a single eye. Stared at him, never breaking eye contact. It was his height too. Yeah, bit. No figure outline. It was just a single eyeball. Maybe we need to look into this. Maybe later when I take my pee break, I'm gonna Google this. I'll let you guys know if I find anything. I'll Google this and see if there's any Afghani myth about a floating single eyeball. Yeah. I wish I could have more. I've been all kinds of ignorant in the last 9 months. Oh wait, no, I remember you said you were going through some stuff, right? You were taking a break or something? I don't remember. What did you say the last time you were here? I don't remember. Something like that. And I was just like, it's okay, focus on yourself. Please, guys, I appreciate you guys donating to me, but please prioritize yourself, okay? Yeah. I will happily receive any pocket money, extra pocket money that you have. Just on the side. I will just receive some extra pocket money on the side. To be honest, I have at least 400 people watching, at least 300 to 400 people watching every stream, even as VODs. If everyone donated $5 or $10, we could easily make the donation goal. Yeah, but I don't think everyone trusts Stream Elements because they're scared, which, you know, rightfully so. I couldn't remember either. It's okay. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute. Alright. Alright, before we go to the next story, let me just take a quick toilet break. I will bring my phone to the toilet while I pee. I will look into any myth. Let's see. I'll let you guys know. If I don't find anything, it doesn't mean there's none. Maybe I just didn't look hard enough while I was peeing. Yeah. Alright, we're taking a quick pee break. First Square stream pee break. I hope everything goes well because I did try to set up my BRB starting and ending screens differently. So let's see. Hopefully it shows up well. Let me mute this first. Okay, see you guys in 3 to 5 minutes. I'm back. Okay. All right. Okay. What was I saying? Oh, right, yeah. So I looked into it. I just ordered lunch. Yummy. So I looked into the Afghan mythology, and I couldn't really find anything with a floating eyeball. Hello, Inukirito. Yeah, spoopy. But I did find a couple of interesting things. So there's this giant of Kandahar. This creature is said to be a redhead and encountered by US military personnel in a cave. It is a giant with one eye. So not that. And then there's also another one. Let's see. There's something else called the Div, D-I-V, or Dev, D-E-V. It just means demons or fiends. Monstrous creatures within the Middle Eastern lore, probably Persian origin. It says some of them may have only one eye. So there's that. It's not just a single floating eyeball. It is still it has a body, but it has only one eye. And then there's another thing called the evil eye. Yeah. Welcome back. Thank you. It's in Afghan and Persian mythology, the eye or gaze, often translated as nazar, plays a significant role in the belief of the evil eye, or I'm not gonna pronounce it, chasm. Anyway, this concept suggests that a malevolent or envious gaze can bring bad luck or curse upon the unsuspecting person. The evil eye is widely held belief in the region, with various forms of protection against it, such as Nazar amulets, also called evil eye charms. Yeah. So they look kind of like that emote with a blue eye. You ever seen that emote before? I don't know if I can find it. Let's see. Eye. I don't know. I know they used to have it when I was using iPhones. They had that emote. It's called the evil eye. Yeah, it's like blue. This is what it looks like. That. So this is the amulet that protects you against the evil eye. Something like that. Yeah, it wards off evil eyes. So the one eyeball that he saw could have been an evil eye, and maybe he should have had this talisman on him, because the evil eye will bring you misfortune and harm. So I hope the uncle is still fine. Yeah. So this blue eye is supposed to protect you, which I always thought it was just a design. I didn't think it was an actual, like, quote-unquote eye. It does kind of look like an eye, but yeah. What happens if you poke the eye? This is the amulet that's protecting you. The one single eye, I don't know, man. Maybe if you, like, stab it with a chopstick or something, I don't know, you might get it killed or something. I don't know. Yeah, woo. So who knows? That's just interesting because there are depictions of the evil eye. It doesn't say if it's just one single eye floating. It doesn't say if it doesn't have a body. It just says that there's such a thing called the evil eye. Maybe his uncle saw an evil eye. From Greek or Roman, carried over to Istanbul. Ah, interesting. Thank you for the stream. It was great seeing everyone. Take care. It was great seeing you again. Anthony, take care. Take care. Rest well. Okay, let's read the next ghost story. This is by Kenosha Cornfed. Look at their profile photo. That's so cute. Yeah. Alright, I don't like the dark, it says. This has 61 thumbs up, 10 comments. Okay, Miss or Mr. Corn-fed. I would like to be corn-fed as well. I love me some corn. Some buttered corn with some condensed milk. Oh, dang. So good. I'm getting hungry. It is like 12 a.m. Banana. Love the name. Yeah, it's so cute. Corn hub, ayo. Wrong site. Alright, I don't like the dark, it says. This experience happened last night when I had to go check on our rental property about an hour away. My wife got a notification at about 10 p.m. that there was movement detected from the cameras, so we set up in the rental property to keep an eye on the place until we can get it rented. My wife asked if I could go over there to make sure everything was okay and locked up. I told her to text me if any notifications came through. I pull up 11:30 and can see that there's a light coming from the basement. Already on edge, I walk around the outside and check the windows and doors. All are shut and locked. My wife called me and asked if I have gone inside yet because she got another movement detected in one of the bedrooms. I told her I was just unlocking the door to check inside, but really didn't want to. Maybe the camera detected me outside the window. I just said this to make myself feel better. I open the door and yell, "Anyone in here?" I already called the police and they'll be here very shortly. I listen for anyone moving around, but I hear nothing. I check all the rooms and find nothing, so I head down to the basement to at least turn off the lights. I walk into the basement and see the cord for the lights swinging, but only that light. There's no air movements. I do a really quick search to check for anyone hiding before I turn the light off. Before I turn the light on my phone and pull the cord. The moment it turns off, I hear a loud bang upstairs. I run up the stairs to get out of the basement quickly. The basement stairs are right next to the front door. I go out the door and start shutting it. And I hear a voice come from the basement. I don't like the dark. Please stay. I hopped back in my vehicle and turned it on. As I pulled down the driveway, I see the basement turn back on. I called my wife and tell her I'm on my way home. She said she got another movement detective message right as I called her. Whoa, that was creepy. I don't like the dark. Please stay. Well then, bitch, don't squat in someone's goddamn house where it's supposed to be dark, bitch. Go out on the street lights or something. What the fuck? Are you slow? You know, the street light is free. Ain't nobody, none of us be paying the bills except for our taxes. So, you know, just go stand out there. Yeah, that's creepy. Damn. It says, the moment I turn it off, I hear a loud bang upstairs. I run upstairs to get out of the basement quickly. The basement stairs are right next to the front door. I go out the door and start shutting it. I hear a voice come from the basement. I don't like the dark. Please stay. I hope back. Okay. Yeah. Spooky. Well, I'll definitely call the police to investigate while you're there to determine if there's a corporeal live person involved. Otherwise, get a priest to bless the place and do sage smudging blessing. Next will be a certified medium to channel spirit. Good luck. Brr. Upstairs neighbors. So eerie. I hope it's true. I do feel sad for the spirit that doesn't like the dark. Hey, ain't my obligation to be paying my electricity bill just because you're afraid of the dark? Who the fuck are you? Are you a relative or what? You be out here paying no bills, turning on my basement lights 24/7 just because what? You're afraid of the dark? Go out on the streets, bruh. Go out on the streets. Yo. Are you in Indiana? I'd check it out. I think I would have stayed and pulled up a chair and said, you're a ghost, so why don't you like the dark? Then just try to question it. How cool would it be to have a ghost friend? This child is naive, bruh. They didn't think it could have been a bait. Like, I'm so scared, please stay. And you're like, oh, I will stay. And then meanwhile, bam, got your neck. You know, like, it could have been a trap. Calling the Phasmo team. Probably couldn't leave the place. Then you gotta get it out somehow. This is the best one before. Has any other activities happened in place? Can you keep renters for long? Call the realtor for sale. I'm goofy enough to go in there and start asking who it is, what year they think it is, bruh. Okay, we have something called froggers in the States. In America, they're squatters that hide in attics and basements of homes people are actually living in and actively use the home while nobody's there. This was a thing in Korea for a little bit. Now my rational mind wants to say that you have a squatter, but couple of questions. Where are the cameras and which cameras specifically registered motion? What did the voice sound like? Male, female, old, young? But then asking you to stay? Okay, creepy. How long have you owned the property? What do you know about it? How old is the dwelling? So many questions because I'm honestly quite intrigued and spooked. Oh, the OP answered. We have 3 cameras. One in the living room, can see basically the whole main floor except for a little of the kitchen. One in the basement, sees enough of the basement that would be obvious if someone was hiding down there, and the light that turned on is just barely visible. The last camera is on the front of the house. You can see the whole driveway and the front of the house. Autumn Eclipse, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. My name is Aruri, and I'm a wind-up doll VTuber. We're doing a square stream for the first time today, reading horror stories. We just finished a paranormal story. We're reading the follow-ups. Yeah, from the OP, answering some questions about the house that was allegedly haunted. Yeah, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Yeah, welcome Raiders. Come hang out if you like the spooks. Where was it? Oh yeah, the camera in the living room detected the motion both times. The bang sounded like it was in the middle of the living room floor. Nothing was there to make the noise. The voice sounded like a younger male. The property has been in my wife's family since the early 19,000. Wait, what? 1900s, my bad. 19,000 is a lot. 1900s or 1900s. The house was built in 1920s, I think. We got the property when my father-in-law passed away 6 years ago. There's no way to get into the attic without a tall ladder, and it would be obvious if someone had gone up there. Ooh. Hello, thank you for the raid. Let me give you a manual shout out. What were you streaming? Did you have fun? Let me give you a manual shout out. There you go. A boy. It sounded like a young male. Sorry, I got a raid and run. Need to go to bed, but I hope you have a good rest stream. Alright, thank you. Thank you so much. Rest well. Don't be pressured to stay. I'm really appreciative of your raid. Thank you so much. Please sleep well. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, it says sounded like a younger male. That's a lot of spooky. Have you had any tenants mention anything odd? Curiosity would got the better of me. Probably have to go out and stay at the place for a little while if it were me. I hear a month is perfect to let spirit activities manifest. While I was there, I'd also look deeper into your in-laws' history, then also check the land history and the area too, just to be sure. Sounds like something any previous tenants would have noticed. Creepy. None of our tenants have mentioned anything out of the ordinary. I've always gotten a weird feeling anytime I've been over there myself. I've had a couple people tell me they've seen and heard stuff, but none of them were tenants. Okay. What kind of things did people see? Did anybody else heard the same kind of voice, you know, to validate yourself what you heard? This was 2 hours ago. Yeah. Young male boy, it's the same, isn't it? Maybe they all heard the same guy. Maybe it's a long-term squatter, or maybe it is a spirit. Interesting. These stories are short. This is an advice. Alright, let's move on to the next subreddit. This is Scary Stories, 526,000 members. Not as big as the ones before, but, you know, not bad. Hold on. Okay. This one, Scary Stories, again, it could be paranormal, it could just be human, who knows. Sorry, let me refresh. 39 minutes ago? Whoa. This one's from 11 hours ago by Solar DRXPP1. Hey, PP! Solar DRXPP1. I've investigated countless serial killers, but none like this one. Here's my story. Are you a professional detective? Investigator? Or... question mark? Okay. Interesting. Hold on, let me get my little container. Okay. So it says, I've investigated countless serial killers, but none like this one. Here's my story. Yeah, maybe private investigator. Maybe someone from the task force? The buzz of my county issue. County is like a small town in America, maybe? I think so. I don't know. I mean, I heard county all the time, but it sounds very like yeehaw, you know? Like the police there wears cowboy hats, or like the brown hats, you know what I mean? They don't really wear like the blue uniforms. At least that's the impression that I get from movies. I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, okay? The buzz of my county issued radio crackled through the quiet hum of my truck's AC. The sun's not yet to the 9th hour, already pressed down on Luna County. I wonder if this is a real place. Texas Rangers. I don't know. Okay, so 9 p.m. then, yes? Unit 12 to dispatch. What have you got, Sandy? I said into the mic. Mac, I got a call. It's a strange one. Hiker out by the Crimson Spires reported a body. Said it's... well, you need to see it. near Coyote Jaw Arch. A muscle moved in my jaw. Coyote Jaw Arch? How do you pronounce this? Arch? Was no place for a man on foot for pleasure. It lay an hour or more from the last dirt road where it rutted out into the wilderness, set deep within the broken land of ravines and stone mesas that spread eastwards from the town. Young Deputy Miller is on his way, sounded a bit green on the line. Sandy said. Figures, tell him to secure the scene, don't touch anything, and wait for me, I said. Will do, Mac, and be careful. The hiker sounded spooked, like really spooked, Sandy said finally. Arch, like arc, probably. Is it like the arch of like, you know, like the door arch? Or, I don't know, English is hard. I made a sound and put the microphone on its hook. Spooked out here could mean the sun is in a man's head, what? Making pictures on the air, or it could mean something else. The truck clawed its way over the last miles. The transmission's in low range, the tires throwing up skirts of dust and gravel as I worked it through ruts deep enough to take a lesser vehicle down to its axles. These are some hard words for me to pronounce, bruh. Words I've never even seen before. I don't even think this is regular English. I think this got an accent to it. Then the ground rose too steep and too broken for the truck, and I stopped it in the thin shadow of a Palo Verde. What the fuck? I took my pack and the canteens on my sidearm, the camera and the evidence kit. This is a cowboy accent. He's definitely from Texas. Howdy. The walk-in was like walking into a furnace. I'm sorry. The air above the red rock trembled in the heat, and the only sounds were the crush of my boots on the baked soil, and now then, the angry Z of a horsefly that circled in the still air. When I saw Miller's county vehicle parked near the edge of a dry wash, where the earth fell away, sweat had soaked my shirt to my skin. He stood at the lip of a small canyon, looking into it, his shoulders drawn up. Miller, I greeted, my voice a little raspy. What's the situation? He turned and I saw the relief on his young face. He was perhaps 23. Detective Cole, sir, thank God you're here. He swallowed and made a motion with one hand that trembled. Down there at the foot of that pillar. I looked where he pointed. 40 feet below us, the scree sloped down to the floor of the small canyon. A single shaft of stone stood there, a hoodoo, its form like a finger of rock worn thin by wind and time. What the fuck? And at the foot of it, in the shadows that lay mottled on the ground, there was something. Even from that high ground, I saw that it was wrong. I raised the binoculars to my eyes and brought the scene into focus. My breath froze. It's hard to like picture the scene in my head because I don't know what the hell these things are. It's hard to get me into the, but who knows, maybe shit about to get real because their breath froze. It was not at the foot of the stone pillar, it was on the pillar. Or it seemed to be, as if it grew from the rock itself some 10 feet from the ground where a narrow shelf of stone jutted out. A shelf no wider than a man's 2 feet side by side. The body, a man by the width of the shoulders, was seated upright, yet it was not the posture of a man seated, but a thing made rigid. The limbs were set wrong. One arm stretched out from the body, the bones of the fingers showing as if they pointed it to the west where the sun would fall. Oh, okay. So it seems like the corpse was sitting up with a hand reaching out to point. One arm stretched out from the body, the bones of the fingers showing as if they pointed to the west where the sun would fall. Oh, interesting. I mean, I would say I have a pretty good imagination, but if you don't know what the fuck they're saying, you can't imagine it, even if you have a good imagination. You're trying too hard with all these words. Anyways, maybe they're just an aspiring writer, who knows. The other arm was bent and laid in the lap as if in a poor imitation of rest. The skin of the man was a dark leather, stretched tight upon the bones beneath. It looked like he had been cured in that relentless heat for weeks. Ew. I went down the slope, the broken rocks sliding under my boots, and Miller followed, his movements clumsy on the uncertain grade. The air down in the cut was thick. It smelled of dust and hot rock, and another smell beneath that, a dry and pungent smell with a sharper note to it, an acrid bite that I could not name. There was no smell of the body's decay, and there was another thing that was wrong. When I came closer, I saw the terrible craft of it. Ooh, it's not rotting? The arm that pointed was not bare skin and bone alone. Segments of chola, barbed and vicious, had been woven into the flesh of it. Through the flesh of it, so that the cactus formed a kind of armor over the bones. I mean, they did say it's a serial killer, right? Hello, welcome back. So they did say it was a serial killer, so maybe it was planted. Ooh. Where the muscle had drawn away from the arm, polished stones from a riverbed had been pushed into the hollows. Milky quartz and agate that was banded, and they glowed softly in the shadows. Ew! They were wedged between the bones and the dried sinew, as if whoever did this thing meant to replace what the desert itself would have taken in its own time. Head of the man was canted to one side. The face, what I could see of it, was hidden by a mask. Not a mask a man would buy. It was made of clay, the color of the earth, and it was dried and cracked by the sun. 2 small holes for the eyes, a line for the mouth, a crude thing. It made the man beneath it not a man. A thin line of black ants moved in their fashion across the clay of the mask and down the line of the throat to disappear into the collar of the man's shirt. Ew, it is planted. Ew, that's so gross. I don't know, man. How are you gonna handle all of this corpse and the smell and stuff like that and not get like repulsed by it? I don't know. Miller spoke then, voice shaky. Sir, who do you think would do this? I looked at him, but I showed him nothing of what I felt. This was an artist. I looked at the man there on the rock, at the terrible care of it, a very sick one. There was only the sound of the ants as they moved onto the clay and the sound of the hot wind as it sighed through the rocks passages of the canyon. Whoever had made this thing knew the desert, and he had taken its stark soul and made of it a stage for this. Do you think it wanted to be found? Ugh, brother, ugh! I took the camera from my pack. Documenting this would take time. It would be a long and evil labor, and I knew with a certain colder than a desert night that this would not be the last of his work. It's like they plant like totems, for example. If we say this is a totem, they plant it at different places. Do you think they want them to be found, or are they just rituals, right? That's the interesting part. The dead man from the Coyote Jaw Arch lay under the white lights of the county morgue. Dental records gave him a name, Thomas Ashton, 45 years of age, from Tucson. I know that's not called Tucson, that's Tucson. Utada Zoe, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. We're reading horror stories. Yay, Zoe Ray, welcome in. My name is Aruri, and I'm a Wind Up Doll Vtuber. Today we're doing a square stream for the first time. And unfortunately the max resolution is 480p. So I hope you guys are having fun with a compact stream. Yeah, welcome in. Let's go. Do you like horror stories? Let me give you a manual shout out. Thank you so much for the raid. What were you streaming? Did you have a good stream? Thank you. you? You were doing karaoke. I hope you have fun. Yeah, but you love it. Oh, we should read some next time. Yeah, horror stories. We're reading this one, so in case you missed it, we just got into this new story. So it's called I've investigated countless serial killers, but none like this one. Here's my story. So basically, this is maybe somewhere like in Texas or something. They use some really unique English. And apparently they received a call about a corpse at a canyon, and so Miller is the younger police, and we're reading as the older investigator, Detective Cole, and we're going to investigate the serial killer who really morbidly placed a corpse in a canyon, added stones to the bodies and sticks and stuff to keep it upright, which is fucked up. Yeah, spooky. Welcome in. So that was what we got to so far, okay? And apparently this corpse was wearing a mask made out of clay. The eyes have holes cut out of them, of the mask, and then the mouth has like a line across to mimic the lips. Yeah, oh my god. So yeah, that's what we read until. And this person knows that this is not the first and only victim. There's probably more. So we're going to read more about it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. It was hidden by a mask. Not a mask a man might buy. It was made of clay, the color of the earth. It was dried and cracked by the sun. 2 small holes for the eyes, a line for a mouth. Yeah. Peak Korean beauty skincare. Wow! Clay is actually really good for your skin. So that's why they have a lot of clay masks. Paralyzed dude dug out his eyes, let the beat. What the fuck? A YouTube shorts of a show? It's a show? That's crazy. Yeah, alright. The person made a stage for it because apparently the corpse's body was in a pose that was made to look like one. It was pointing upwards with the hand. It's not just like resting, it's pointing at something. So it's staged, right? I can make some masks, not just any clay. Anyway. Alright, here's where we stopped. The dead man from Coyote Jaw Arch lay under the white lights of the county morgue. Dental records gave him a name. His name is Thomas Ashton, 45 years old, from Tucson. This is not Tucson, it's Tucson, okay? He had been missing for 3 days. A bird watcher come to the desert. What? He has been missing for 3 days. Dr. Ramirez worked over him through the afternoon. She was a woman of calm demeanor, acquainted with the desert's tally of heat and thirst and broken bones from falls. But Ashton was of a different ledger. I stood in that room with her, and mostly I listened. The office moved with a quiet purpose that did not speak of the tremor that Ashton, his body arranged like some grim sentinel, had sent through our small number. Young Miller had been sent home. This is the other detective that was with him. The other police officer, he said that a little after we left, that he was scarred by what he had seen there. Oh, poor dude. Hello, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the subscribe. Welcome in. The desiccation. The English is hard in this one. They use a lot of hard English words. Ramirez said, peeling off her gloves, her voice tired but precise. It's accelerated, beyond anything natural. We're talking about something that could take weeks, Mac, months even, condensed into maybe 72 hours tops. She pointed to a magnified image on her screen showing skin cells. There's evidence of a chemical agent, some kind of aggressive desiccant. Almost a tanning solution, but cruder. Sprayed on, I think, post-mortem. Which means post-mortem means the person has already died. Then they sprayed this thing on to maybe cause it to decompose faster. Yeah, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the subscribe. So he was killed, I said. Then placed. Then this treatment. Precisely. The cause of death for Ashton appears to be blunt force trauma to the back of the head. That means he was hit at the back of the head. Quick, almost merciful, considering what came after. She shook her head. The chola insertions are deliberate, almost surgical in their placement despite the brutality. No defensive wounds suggesting he was awake for that part. Thank God. Okay, so no defensive wounds suggesting that he was awake to fight it. The clay mask formed directly on his face. The ants, Mac. Those ants were from a specific harvester colony I've only seen a few miles from the Ark, near the old cinder cone. They don't naturally congregate like that. They were introduced. Oh, interesting. They want to conceal the evidence. I think it was a very twisted serial killer playing with his toy. Yeah. So the ants were introduced to the corpse. Yeah. Harvester colony. Interesting. So it's an ant keeper. That means the killer keeps ants as a hobby or for this reason. Someone is bringing tools to his work, I said. I felt a coolness on my skin. Someone strong, with knowledge of the terrain and an unnerving amount of patience. And specific natural resources, I said finally. The days that followed, I looked through old reports of men gone missing. I read the small words written on the internet by people who lived in this county, looking for talk of strange camps, of men who kept to themselves in wild places. I spoke to the rangers of the parks and the men from the government lands and the old ranchers whose lands stretched out for 50 miles around Coyote Jaw Ark. No one has seen such a thing, or no one would say if they had. Thomas Ashton was a man with no apparent enemies, no strange ways about him save that he had come from this place to watch birds and had met his end. Poor guy. Maybe he was just an innocent bird watcher, and someone in the village, someone in the forest was just like, bonk, you're next. And Canada. Not Ants Canada. Not Mikey. Not my Mikey. The pressure from the county sheriff, a good man but worried about tourist season and bad press, was mounting. Find something, Mac. Anything. People are scared. I was finding things, but they were only more questions. The digital trace of Ashton's life led nowhere. The hiker who found him was only a man who liked to walk in the open country, and now wished he had not. I thought again and again of the craft of it, the terrible order in that display. It was not the work of rage. It was a thing of obsession, a message, but for who was it meant? Ooh, hello Cole. Interesting. And he was right. It was a thing of obsession because it was very meticulously placed. The corpse was staged, right? The chola. The polished stones like jewels in dead flesh. The lines of ants moving on their dark errands. These things began to inhabit my sleep. I would wake in the dark of my own room, with the image of Ashton's clay face before my eyes, and I could feel dry rasp of the desert in my own throat. It was late on the third day since we brought Ashton down from the rock. The sun was a smear of orange and purple at the western rim of the world when Sandy's voice came over the radio. It was not sharp this time. It was low and held tight. There was a shading in it that was near to dread. Mac, you out there? I was, following a half-baked theory about old mining claims near the cinder cone, where Ramirez had mentioned the unique ants. My truck was parked near a collapsed adit, the air cooling rapidly as night approached. Go ahead, Sandy. We got a call from Old Man Henderson. You know him. He lives out past the Ghost Rock Flats. I knew him. A man who lived apart from the world, who came to town 2 times a year for what he needed. He called no one, okay? He does what he wants, I said. He says, Sandy's voice was quieter now. He says his scarecrow started moving. Hello? Question mark? Why is this giving me Nightmare Before Christmas? There was a silence then. His scarecrow? I said. That's what he said, Mac. He kept saying it. He said it He said it is out in its west paddock, near the dry well. He said it is different now. He sounds terrified. He will not go near it. He will not look at it again. He just wants us to come. A coldness settled in my belly. Ghost Rock Flats was 30 miles more of a bad road leading out to where the land was empty, but different scarecrow. My mind saw Thomas Ashton on his pillar of stone made into something not human. Tell Henderson to lock his doors, I said, and to stay inside. I'm on my way. Is there anyone with him? I said. Negative, he lives alone. Understood, I said. No more radio unless it is urgent. Miller's office shift, I will take this. I knew there was a risk in it, but if this was what I thought it was, bringing in a deputy, even a seasoned one, might just complicate things. This artist, he might enjoy a witness, but perhaps not a crowd. The drive was more than an hour. The darkness had taken full possession of the desert when I reached the edge of Henderson's land, a fence of barbed wires that sagged between its posts. The only light was the sweep of my truck's headlamps across the waste. His cabin was a small, dark shape, a single point of fear in that great emptiness. I cut the engine and the lights and I listened. There was nothing. Only the crickets sawing in the scrub and the small sound of the wind blowing through the saltbush. I took my heavy flashlight from the seat and my sidearm, and I walked towards the cabin. Mr. Henderson, I called out, my voice low. Sheriff's Department, Detective Cole? A voice came from behind a window, boarded over with old wood. It shook. You come alone? Yes, sir, I said. Just me. Are you alright? The thing, he said, in the west paddock. You got to see it. Alright, Mr. Henderson, you stay inside. I'm going to look. Just show me the way. A hand, palsied and thin, came through a crack in the boards. It pointed to the west. Out past the old tractor, he said, near the bones. Bones, I nodded. Though he could not see it in the dark. Stay put, I said. The west paddock was a flat place of cracked earth. The skeletons of what might have been Joshua trees stood like markers. Joshua trees. My flashlight cut a white path through the darkness. I saw the shape of an old tractor, its iron body rusted and canted to one side, and beyond it. At first, it looked as if he said, a scarecrow made ragged by the weather. A tall frame of sticks, with torn clothes that flapped in the night wind. But as I came closer, the beam of my light settling on it, the true shape of it began to show itself, and the air I drew into my lungs felt like ice. Oh, I don't know who that is. It was not just different. The scarecrow was not made of straw and old cloth stuffed onto a wooden cross. The frame was wood, yes, but it was not a simple cross. It was made more intricate, like an effigy to some dark god, and lashed to his frame with strands of rusty baling wire that caught the light from my lamp was a human form. A woman. She was smaller than Ashton, her bones more delicate, but she was as desiccated as he, her skin drawn tight and thin like old parchment over the frame of her. Her arms were not outstretched in the common way of scarecrows. They were bent and twisted upwards. Ew! The thin fingers of her hands spread wide against the dark vault of the sky with its uncounted stars, as if she was frozen in some last silent plea to a deaf heaven. Okay. This is so dark. Her clothes were a dress of faded flowers, torn and arranged upon her with a kind of awful artistry. But where the head of a scarecrow would be a sack of cloth, her head was bare. It was tilted back, her mouth open as if in a scream that had been caught and mummified in her throat. The things that had been added to her, my God, the things. Wisps of dry tumbleweed, gray and brittle, had been woven into her hair, so that it formed a wild corona about her head, like the snakes of Medusa. In the hollows of her eyes there was no clay. There were round flat pieces of turquoise set carefully into the socket. That sounds like a ritual. Her lips, drawn back from the gums that were dry and hard, were stained a deep and unnatural red, a color that might have come from crushed berries or some powdered stone. But the worst of it, the thing that made my stomach tighten in a cold knot and the hairs of my arms rise up, was what lay arranged around her on the ground. The bones Henderson had spoken of. Skulls. The small skulls of desert animals. Coyote and jackrabbits, birds, even the skull of a gopher. There were dozens of them. They had been laid out in a perfect spiral on the cracked earth around the foot of the effigy, a spiral that tightened as it reached her bare, mummified feet. Each skull was turned to face her, looking inward as if they were a silent congregation of skeletons come to worship her at her altar. That's so fucked up. I took a step back. The beam of my flashlight wavered. This was not just murder. This was not just what he made of Ashton. This was a ritual. This was a form of worship. And a new horror took root in my chest. This woman, she could not have been here for more than a day, perhaps two. He was working faster now. He was growing bolder. His theater was becoming more grand. I swept the beam of my light around the silent paddock. The wind sighed. It carried the faint dry scent of creosote and sage. And beneath it, that other scent, faint and acrid, that I had known before. He could be out there in the darkness watching me, waiting to see what I would make of his new work. My hand went to the butt of the 6 sour at my hip. Your hand should have gone to my butt. What? The silence of the desert was no longer a peaceful thing. It was a silence that waited. And I was standing in the middle of his gallery. Wow! Mentally ill? Yeah, I think it's like a cult thing. I have a feeling it's a cult thing, right? This is a long story, by the way. We're only halfway through. There's a lot to go through. Went to the butt. Ayo. Who's 6 sour and it should have been me? What? The beam of my light held the woman in Henderson's west paddock. I keep the radio. Sandy, it's Mac. Her voice came back quick with a wire in it. Mac? He said you found it. Henderson. He will not be still. Yeah, I found it, Sandy. Listen carefully. I need a full team out here at dawn. Forensics, backups, the Emmy. Until then, I need you to tell Mr. Henderson to stay locked inside and not come out for any reason. And patch me through to Sheriff Brody, his home line. Wake him if you have to. Copy that, Mark, on it, she said. I brought the truck closer to set the work lights to throw their hard glare upon that place, but I kept them from the ground. I photographed the woman from all quarters. My breath smoked in the cooling air. The care of it was a thing to see up close. The wire turned with a knot he had used before, a specific and looping tie. The woman was younger than the man at Coyote Jaw. Late 20s perhaps, no name for her yet. Oh my god. Sending a message, who knows? I mean, when you live in a countryside, I would say when you live in a small town, it's very prominent for cults to hide there because it's less strict. It is more, they have more movements. They can move around the jungle, not jungle, the forest, you know, and like hide behind the trees and do their own rituals and stuff like that. That's why you see a lot of cults happening in small towns as opposed to big cities. Yeah. Maybe this is just one of them because it's a county, right? Okay. The sun and whatever chemicals he had used had drawn the flash tight to the bone, so that she was a thing of leather and wood and wire. The tumbleweed was woven through her dark hair so it stood out like horns touched by a mad wind, a cruel halo against the black sky. In her eyes he had set polished stones, round and flat, the color of the deep sky at noon, and they caught the light, high-grade turquoise. It's interesting, I know in Jewish culture when a person dies, they put coins on their eyes, which help them move on or something to the afterlife. This one is interesting because they said polished stones round and flat, like kind of like coins. High-grade turquoise though. That's interesting. Brody's voice when Sandy patched me to his house was thick with sleep, but it cleared. Another one, Mac? As bad as the first? Worse, Sheriff. Different, more performative. This one feels like it's addressed to someone. The dawn came up gray and pitiless on that country. And with it came the cars of the county. The forensics men moved quiet about their work, their voices low in the face of it. Dr. Ramirez wore a face like stone carvings as she began her preliminary on-site examination. Old Henderson was led from his house, and he would not turn his eye to the Westfield. I looked again at the skull set about her feet. Clean bones, sun-bleached, each one facing the woman on her strange crucifix. Dr. Ramirez spoke beside me, her voice low as she examined the stone in the woman's eyes. "Notice anything odd about the materials, Mac?" Ramirez asked, as she gently probed one of the turquoise eye coverings with a gloved finger. "This turquoise isn't the cheap stuff you find on the roadside souvenir shops. This is old mine quality. Specific veins, Bisbee blue, maybe, or Sleeping Beauty, though that's rarer this far south." Whoever that's doing this is not cheaping out. These are gemstones. Turquoise icon. Okay. My mind started to click. Bisbee and Sleeping Beauty mines were hundreds of miles away, too far for a casual acquisition by a desert loner. Anything local that would match? Ramirez shrugged. Most of the old claims around here played out decades ago. They were small operations, but there are stories. Some of the really remote box canyons up in the Diablo Range, near the Twisted Sisters peaks. Local prospectors swore there were untouched veins of gem-grade turquoise up there. Hard to get to, treacherous terrain. Okay. The Diablo Range, Twisted Sisters. I knew the area. A broken country of canyons that cut deep and ridges like the bones of some old dead beast. Sorry, you read what you want to see. What? Cell service did not reach there. No help comes there for a man who finds himself lost. And the small owl whose skull lay among the others. Ramirez said its kind nested in those high canyons nowhere else in this county. Wow. Self-service, AO. Self-service? Interesting. So they could even pinpoint to where the owl is from. The owls is the kind that nested in those high canyons nowhere else. Interesting. Now it leads them closer to where the killer is, right? Over the next 24 hours, we canvassed known turquoise claims and rockhound haunts. But the Diablo Range theory solidified. The type of animal skulls also began to create a more refined geographical profile when cross-referenced with specific habitats. A particular subspecies of ground owl, whose tiny skull was nestled among the others, predominantly nestled in the higher altitude rocks formations found within the Diablo canyons. It's so cool that people know so much about random animals out in the woods. But then again, if you are a forensics team in that area, I guess it's good to know all these little things. But shit, I wouldn't think like I need to figure out animal shit too around the area if I was just, you know, in the forensics team. So interesting. The second victim was identified as Sarah Kim, a geology student from UNM, reported overdue from a solo mapping expedition in the Diablos a week ago. She hadn't even been officially listed as missing until yesterday, her check-in window having just expired. Her car was found abandoned at a little used trailhead leading directly towards the Twisted Sisters peaks, precisely where the high-grade turquoise veins and unique ground owl habitats converged. He had not made his work of her there where she fell. He had brought her down from the mountains to Henderson's flatland and set her up for us to see, a signpost in the desolation. Wow! You think he worked on her in the guy's backyard and he didn't see nobody working on his scarecrow? He had made Ashton for practice to learn his craft, but this woman, she was a map. He drew the lines and he set the markers for me to read, as if he knew the man who would come looking, as if he expected a certain eye to follow his sign. Wow. He wants me to find him, Sheriff, I said, standing in Brody's office, the preliminary reports on Sarah Kim in my hand. These aren't random victims anymore, and their placements isn't random. He's leaving clues, geographical markers. Might have been a night operation. If it's in the middle... Okay, so nighttime at a village or like, you know, in outskirts, it's not the same nighttime as what we have in the city. The city, we have a lot of street lights, city lights, building lights. It's still visible even though we don't have a lamp on us or flashlight or whatever. Out in the woods, unless the moon is really high up there or the stars are really bright, it is very, very hard to see anything if you're outside. Think of yourself in a field with no lights around you. It is very, very dark. Yeah. So if he were to be this precise with a corpse, he would need some sort of light form, like light source, if he was working at night, or whoever the serial killer was working at night. I think they would have needed maybe at least a lighter or candles or glow sticks or flashlight or whatever that could at least illuminate. And when you look into a field of nothing and you see a floating light or some torch or something, I think it's more visible than if someone were to sneak into your backyard and work on something in under daylight. That would have been harder to see than as opposed to nighttime, you know? Anyways, he's leaving clues. The sheriff looked at the report on the woman Sarah Kim, and the lines in his face were deep. And do you think this workshop of his is up in the Diablos? I'm almost certain of it. The turquoise, the specific owl, Sarah Kim's last known location. It all points to those canyons around Twisted Sisters. That's suicide, Mac. Going in there after him? That's his home turf. We can set up a perimeter. Maybe use a helicopter for aerial recon. If he even has a fixed base, we could search those canyons for weeks and find nothing. He's moving his victims. He knows the terrain too well. By the time a full search team is organized and deployed effectively, he'll have vanished or worse, taken another life. No, if I go in, quiet, alone, he might just lead me to wherever he feels most comfortable, most powerful, and that's what she said. What? It's a risk, a huge one, but... Brody put his hand flat on the wood of his desk and he stared at it. After a time he said, "But you feel it's the only way to get ahead of him." He stared at me for a long time, for a long moment. "Alright, Mac, alright. But you go in with full comms as long as they last. Check in every 30 minutes once you're past the trailhead. One missed check-in and I'm sending in everything we've got. Protocols be damned." "Understood," I said. The sun was falling towards the western mountains and I turned the truck towards the Diablos. The good road ran out and then the graded dirt ran out and then it was a track amongst the stones that clawed at the tires. The land rose up in the walls of stone, ancient and brooding, and the air in that place felt colder, holding a charge. I parked my truck near the same deserted trailhead where Sarah Kim had left hers. I took a deep breath. I took my pack and the rifle and my sidearm. How many times did he say this already? Fourth? Fifth? Third time? And an extra water. I stood a moment where the trail began, a faint depression in the gravel and rock. Only the wind moved through the narrow rock passages with a sighing sound. Sarah Kim's tire tracks were there, already faded by that wind. There was no other sign. I went into the canyon. The stone walls climbed into the falling light, streaked with ochre and crimson, and the green sickness of copper where turquoise might be found. The gravel turned under my boots, and the sound was loud in a great silence. My radio crackled a last time before the stone could take the signal. Unit 12, what's your 20? Sandy's voice. At the Twisted Sisters trailhead, Sandy, I said, entering Diablo Canyon now, beginning 30-minute check-ins. Copy that, Mac. Godspeed. He's so brave! I thought, yes, Godspeed. I'd need it. And I went on into the dark where he awaited. Or where he did not. But he knew the way of my coming. I was walking into his country, into the stone and heart of his work. He had the place chosen, and he had the shape of the thing he would make of what I brought him, which was myself. The canyon became a structure in the rock, and the walls drew in upon me so tight I was able to lay hands to stone on either side with my arm. Wait, what? Stone on either side. Wait, what? This is so hard to read. This guy's writing sucks. Sorry. It's too much. It's trying too hard. You know what I mean? This kind of writing. Alright. The walls drew in upon me so tight that I was able to lay hands to stone on either side with my arms stretched wide. The air held a chill as of a cellar cut from the mountains, heavy with a damp scent of unlit earth, and something more. A taste of metal and chemicals raw in the throat that overlaid the dead dust of the place and the breath of its old decay. The wind had moved with some life in the upper reaches was dead there. What? Some life in the upper reaches was dead there. There was only a great stillness and the sound of water weeping from the hidden seams within the stone. The light failed within the deepening stone. I traded the flood of the headlamp for the harder beam upon the rifle, a spear of light that drove into the gloom before me, but left with the world to either side in greater shadow. The smallest sound of my passage, the whisper of cloth or the grit of a boot sole upon the rock, came back from the stone walls, magnified and ill-omened, so that I moved like a man beating a drum in that silence, announcing his coming. Basically just said it was so fucking silent and so fucking dark that your flashlight made everything else around you darker. Literally, simple, easy, clean. This guy is killing me. The 30-minute transmissions to Sandy were terse, my voice tight in my own ears. Still moving west into Diablo's main gorge, nothing to report. Yet the hairs on my neck stood for what I did not see, and a knowledge grew in me that I was being watched. He's trying to write a whole novel. Honestly, he's trying too hard, bro. Then the signs appeared, set forth upon the rock as markers. A stone rounded like a dark egg, upon a high shelf where no stone should be, and it gave off a faint sheen, as of some hoary luminance or the very damp of the grave. Bruh. Freaking essay book thing. It's too whiny. I think it's so whiny. It's such a whiny writing. But it is a good story. It's just, bruh. You, like, I think even if it was in a book, it would still be boring to read because it doesn't really go anywhere. It doesn't really pull you in. It's just a lot of extra shit that we don't need. Welcome back from church. A posy of dried desert sage tied with the same deliberate loop and a twist of old wire that had bound the woman at the Henderson's ruin. Okay, now we're getting closer to the guy. And then the rock turned sharp upon itself, and the beam found a spray of raven feathers black against the pale stone, pinned there with the slivers of bones driven into the crevices. And at the tip of each feather, a chip of the blue stone was affixed, gleaming like a mad eye. Ooh, I definitely think this is like a ritual thing. I definitely think this is like a serial killer that was more focused on the occult. Yeah, just go straight to the damn point. It's so whiny, bruh. I think like there's only a group of people who are really into literature who would enjoy this kind of writing. I think the average person do not. It's so The narrows gave way then to a hollow in the stone, a kind of grotto no more than 20 feet from wall to wall, roofed over by the mountain itself. And I saw his place. Oh, here comes! My breath went still in my chest. I had schooled myself for what might be there, but the thing itself was beyond the geometries of any sane man's imagining. Report in that you found it, bruh! It was a small space, along the far wall shelves of weathered wood, wreck of some ancient flood, and stones balanced one upon another in defiance of their nature, were laden with the tools of his artifice, chiseled from some old mine, hammered and honed to a cruel edge. Sinew of animals, dried and coiled like snakes, all shaped from bone. Buckets held clays of different earth, dung, and ochre, and a black like night. Pouches of powdered pigment. Chola segments lay in rows, their spines clipped with a terrible care. And jars, glass jars holding liquids of a strange color, and in them swam shapes I would not name. Fragments of things, feather and tooth and hair, and what looked to be the parings of human nails. I looked inside with my own two eyes. But the altar of that place was a slab of sandstone at its center, and upon it pulsed a light not of this earth. Huh? Great fungi he had brought from some deeper dark clung to the rocks nearby, and their ghostly luminance lit the slab and what lay upon it, polished stones. Flakes of obsidian, black and sharp, and human bones, the long bones of legs, a femur, and a tibia. A collarbone like a piece of white porcelain, all clean, burnished, and with small holes drilled into their surfaces as if for stringing. From the cracks in the rock walls, hung his other works, his sketches in flesh and bone. Ugh! The carcass of a coyote, dried and stretched, its ribcage broken open and packed tight with glittering quartz crystals. Bro, this shit is not cheap, dude! A thing made of bird wings and the skulls of small beasts, all wired together to turn and shift in some breath of air I could not feel. It was a charnel house and the atelier of a dame. Hey, Doraemon! A daemon. I could smell the iron scent of old blood and a sharp bite of his chemicals, and a sweetness too, the cloying perfume of rot held in careful stasis. Hello, Juju. Good morning to you. Good sign to get out of there. He gotta investigate, but he has yet to tell his friends that he found the place. I swept the rifle's beam into the deeper shadows. All right, I said. My voice was a rasp in the dead air. I know you're here. Show yourself. Nothing. Only the ceaseless drip of water that measured out eternity. Then a sound scraped the stone behind me. I spun with the rifle, my finger at the trigger's curve, and he stood there in the mouth of the passage where I had entered. A figure dark against the lesser dark of the canyon beyond. He blocked the only exit. He was tall and built of wire and bone, and his clothes were the color of the dried earth that he seemed a thing come forth from the rock itself. He held no weapons that I could see, but his hands were there before him, dark with clay and with some other substance, older and blacker. What? Sorry to listen to this in the morning. Yo, okay. So we just found the culprit. Interesting. Tall and built of wire and bone. His face was lost to the shadow, but his gaze I felt upon me a pressure. You appreciate it, detective. His voice was a soft and reedy thing. Not the growl of a beast, but some dry rustle. The voice of a man certain in his vision. Not many can see the beauty in transformation. The way the desert takes, and the way I help it along. Ah, it's a narcissist. Okay, awesome, Mr. Wolf. Bro just stood there. Beauty, I said, the rifle steady on his heart. Ashton, Sarah Kim, is that what you call beauty? A nod from the shadows, slow as the turn of a season. They are constant now, detective, beyond time's reach. Their decay is arrested. I gave them permanence. The desert is a slow artist, and I accelerate, I refine. He took a step, a small shift of his way forward into the fungal light. You stay where you are, I said. He did not listen and came on another step. You, Detective Cole, Marcus, you understand the land. You see the patterns. I saw it in the way you studied Thomas. You looked properly, like a connoisseur. Sarah, she was destined for my celestial offering piece. Henderson's scarecrow, you call it, fitting in its own way. She gazed at the stars I adorned her with forever. This guy is twisted, dude. A chill that had nothing to do with the cave's air moved in my blood. He had heard me. He had been there in the dark paddock at Henderson's, listening. This is not art, I said, my voice a hollow sound. This is murder. This is sickness. There's a difference, he whispered, and then he moved, not at me, but to the side. A lean and sudden motion, like a striking snake, his hand outstretched to the rock wall beside the passage. His fingers found some purchase there. A groan of tortured stone came from above me, a deep guttural sound of the mountains shifting in its sleep. The overhang, the roof of rock dislodged by some hidden lever or rope began to fall. Tons of stone and ancient earth. Without thinking, I threw myself sideways. I struck the hard floor on the cave and the rifle spun from my grasp. Dust rose in a choking cloud, thick as ash, and the chamber was thrown into a deeper blackness as the fungi's light was buried. I coughed, sucking dust, blind. He was on me before I could draw breath. I did not see him. I smelt him. The scent of the raw earth and the bite of his chemicals and an older, graver stink. A wiry strength, fueled by madness, his fingers, like talons, clawed at my face. I lashed out, connecting with something solid, and heard a grunt. We rolled onto the cave floor, a thrashing knot of limbs in the stinking dust. His thumbs found the line of my throat and pressed, and the light behind his eyes burst into novas. I bucked, twisted, my hand flailing on the broken stone, and my fingers closed upon a shard of rock, heavy and sharp-edged. Ooh! I drove it upwards to where I judged his head to be in that blackness. A flat sound, a choked noise. Then the pressure on my throat eased a hair. I struck again with a stone, and again. He hissed and recoiled from me. I scrambled back, gulping air like a landed fish. My hands sweeping the floor for the rifle, for the headlamp. Where? You do not see, he rasped. His voice ragged now, shot through with rage. I was going to make you magnificent. A glint in a ruin. What faint light of the disturbed fungi still seeped through the dust. He had armed himself from his table, a long knife of obsidian, polished and wickedly sharp. He came at me then, a shadow wielding a fang of black glass. My hand went to my boot and found the hilt of the kabar. I drew it as he launched. I met his charge. Steel struck stone with a screech and a spray of tiny sparks, like angry sprites in the dark. We were too close for any other weapon. Locked in that deadly grapple, he moved with a frenzied speed, the obsidian blade a whisper of air before my face, then a line of fire across my left forearm as it bit deep. Pain bloomed, hot and sudden. He made sounds now, low in his throat, like a beast. Ugh. I ducked under a wide sweep of the black blade that would have opened my throat and drove my shoulder hard into his chest. We went stumbling backwards together into the deeper part of the cave, over the loose rock, and crashed into his workbench of sandstone. His tools and his jars, his hideous creations, went skittering and smashing to the floor. My collection, he shrieked, momentarily distracted. It was the opening I needed. He turned his head for a split second to survey the damage. I thrust upwards with the kabar. He twisted like a cat, but the blade found him, not cleanly, glancing off a rib and then sinking deep into his side beneath his arm. He gave a roar, a sound of ultimate outrage and pain, and staggered back from me. His hands clamped to his sides. A dark fluid, black in that dim light, poured through his fingers. I gave him no time. I launched and tackled him, driving him down amongst the ruins of his workshop. Amidst the shards of clay and the scattered bones of men and animals, he thrashed beneath me, his strength still a terrible thing, his breath hot on my face, ayo, stinking of his own blood. My lamp, I saw it, half buried in a rockfall at the cave's mouth, its beam pointing crookedly into the roof, broken but alive. I could not reach it. He heaved under me, his free hand groping and closed upon one of the human femurs from his collection. He swung it like a club, and it met my shoulder with a sickening crack of bone. A white and blinding numbness shot down my arm. My grip on the knife loosened. He tried to roll me to gain the top, his eyes burning with a feral light. The desert, he gasped, blood at his lips, accepts your offering. He was strong. God, he was strong. I brought my knee up hard into his wounded side. He screamed, a thin sound, and his back arched. In that instant, accustomed now to the faint lumina, saw a stone glinting on the floor beside his flailing hand. One of the pieces of the blue turquoise he had shown the girl at Henderson's, heavy, angular. As he drew back the femur for another blow, I snatched the turquoise. It filled my hand heavy, its broken edge sharp. With a grunt that was torn from me by pain and desperation, I brought it down not on his head, but upon the wrist of the hand that held the bone. He howled, a sound thin and high and terrible that echoed from the unseeing rock. He was hurt now. I pressed it, striking with the heel of my good hand at his face, again and again, until he went slack beneath me, his breath coming in shallow, ragged pulls. I rolled off him. Every part of me was a fire of pain. My arm, my shoulder. I lay there in the dust and the ruin of his madness and breathed the air that was grit and blood and the reek of his chemicals. Above me, the stone was indifferent to the affairs of men. His breath beside me was a wet and halting sound of diminished slowly towards silence. With an age of effort, I found my kabar. Then the headlamp. The lens was cracked, but the light held. I turned it upon him. He was younger than I would have thought beneath the grime and wilderness of his eyes. Oh, the wildness of his eyes. Perhaps 30. Those eyes, empty now, still held some ghost of his terrible devotion. Around him lay the broken instruments of his worship, the ruined icons. The turquoise stone lay near his shattered hand, dark with his blood. My radio, it lay in pieces, useless. It took what felt like a lifetime moving through a fog of pain to reach the emergency beacon in my backpack. My hands trembled. 30, that's ancient, bruh! Not like this, dude. This story makes me fall asleep, can't just sleep. Come back and watch this later. And we're near the end though. There was only the waiting. I leaned against the cold stone. The desert wind had found a way into that tomb, and it sighed a low note through the fallen rock. It did not sound like a lament. It sounded like nothing at all. Time had no measure in that place. It might have been hours before I heard the beating of the helicopter rotors against the air, a sound that came from a world beyond the stone, growing louder. Brody had said that he would send what he had. They found me there amongst the detritus of his visions, the man himself a sprawled offering a few feet from where I sat. They used words like shock. Perhaps what I felt was a great hollowness and an age I had not earned. I had lived, he had not, but a piece of me was buried in that dark cleft of rock, with the bones and the clay and the turquoise stained dark. The desert has taken its due, and that beauty which I had known in the stark and silent places, that spare solace of the rock and the sun, it had now overlaid with the memory of this man and what he had made out of that solitude, a darker shape within the shadow. Bruh. That dude was crazy. The wind still called in the high rocks, but now it carried a different voice. And I knew that in the quiet places when the sun was low, I would look for signs in the dust and listen for a footfall that was not my own. And the safety of my weapon would be a familiar thing beneath my hands. Always. That's it, bruh. Okay. I mean, it's so sad that the serial killer died and did not pay for his crimes. But at the same time, if it's between you and me, motherfucker, it's gonna be you. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a situation where if it's life or death, if it's between you and your life and mine, it's gonna have to be yours, you know, that kind of situation. Like, he really had to keep the guy down because he was strong. So that was wild. And you know, at first I was like, oh, so he only killed 2 people. That doesn't make him a serial killer, right? It just killed a man and a woman. But then he got to the base and saw multiple skulls and multiple dead people's bones. I think that really solidified that bro was out there killing people and nobody had found out, you know. Which could be really extremely common. Thinking about how many people are out there committing these kind of heinous crimes in the woods. Nobody finds them because we haven't even explored all of it, or it's hard to even maneuver, you know. It's crazy. It's a lot. I think if you ever want to go to the woods for camping or just spend some time in nature for hiking, just be careful, because God, you don't know what's out there, who's out there, what kind of people are out there. You know, they could push you and make it look like an accident. They could do stuff to you and then push you to make it look like an accident. There's so many horror stories about people in nature. It's not just nature itself, you know. Sometimes nature is fucked up, you know, where you're hiking, it's too slippery and you do slip and fall and you die. It's not because of anybody else. But oftentimes it's the people that fully take advantage of, you know, the elements, and that's really scary. Ed Gein only killed 2 people is considered a serial killer. Did he only kill 2 people? Often don't even need to make it look like an accident. Animals will take care of the evidence. That's true. That's true. I mean, somebody could just be randomly mauled by a bear. Somebody could be like, it looks like they have a fractured skull, and maybe they were hit in the head, or they fell and slipped and hit themselves in the head, and it's just a skull because the animals have taken their body. But you know, obviously, if there's a stab wound, they're gonna know. I think they're gonna be able to see. Like, even if it's the skeleton, you can still see like there's a cut wound maybe on the skull. Unless you really just miss all of the bones, then that's, I guess, a skill. I think it depends on country law when something's considered a serial killer. Why did I feel like he killed more people? Ed Gein. I don't feel like he killed more people. An old waitress went to his house after a car broke down, and an elderly store clerk. He had body parts from a lot of people. That's why they suspect he's a serial killer. Yeah, why did I think that he was found with more evidence, right? Like, I think he had, yeah, he had like bones or something. I don't remember, but was it his backyard or something? Or like maybe the basement of his house? Wasn't Ed Gein the one who like was flushing intestines and stuff down the drain, and like people complained that his gutters and stuff smell so bad? He was a grave robber. Ah, is it speculation or is it confirmed? Or maybe they only found it out later on after started calling him a serial killer, and then realizing, oh, he was just robbing graves. Yeah, it's fucked up. It's so fucked up. I mean, the serial killer tried really hard to vibe with the police, like with the investigator, which is kind of wild. He's like, you would understand, right? By the way, I'm also gonna throw your body into it. It's like, what the fuck, bro? I thought we were vibing. I thought we had a moment. But no, I'm gonna be a victim too. Shit, that's fucked up. Oh, this one we just read. Everyone stop being my fan and unfollow me now. Oh, this is the second scary story that we're gonna read. This is by Kaiji Shiran. A medium-length story. Posted 2 days ago. One of my students acted mature for his age. Later I found out why. Is this another The Orphan situation? Have you seen that movie? You need to go watch The Orphan. The first one. I don't know about the second one. You should watch it. It's very interesting. It's actually inspired by a true story. Let's see. I work as a 5th grade teacher, and I once had a student named Eric who stood out for his maturity. He gave advice to his classmates with the wisdom of a father and cared for them with the warmth of a mother. One day, he helped an injured classmate by bringing him to the clinic and speaking to the nurse with the concern and urgency of a worried parent. I truly liked and appreciated Eric. It was almost like having another adult by my side, but I have to admit it felt a little strange at times. Eric was always quiet, almost as if he only spoke or acted when the situation truly called for it, when things got serious. In the backyard of our classroom stood a strange tree, bearing yellow fruit that looked like tiny glistening mistletoes. Ew. The teachers made sure no student ever picked or ate the fruit because whenever someone did, they would suddenly panic within seconds and no one knew why. People seem to love a twist. I have not seen The Orphan 2. Maybe I did, but I don't remember. One time I saw Eric sitting alone on a swing, silently crying. When he noticed me watching, he quickly wiped his tears and walked away without a word. A few days later, another student suddenly panicked. She cried out loudly, and while the adults rushed to calm her, and she flailed her arms, kicking wildly, and turned violent. She ate the fruit, an elderly teacher said quietly, her voice tinged with worry. During school break, I went to observe the strange tree. As I stared at it, I caught a scent that was insanely pleasant. It was the fruit. The smell was a mix of sweet chocolate and citrus. Sounds delicious. I can't quite describe it, but it was incredibly addicting. I visited the tree every time I had the chance. I just stood by its side, inhaling the sweet aroma. I became obsessed with the smell that even my own perfume doesn't satisfy me much. Then came the dumbest decision of my life. I wanted to taste it. One afternoon after class, I went to the tree and picked one. I chewed it carefully. It tasted bitter, but I managed to swallow it. In an instant, everything went black. After about 5 seconds, my vision returned to normal, and I wondered, is that all? I went home like nothing happened. What was all the hype about? The next morning, I received a message. Guys, see you at Kathy's house. I wonder what it was about. When I opened the group chat, I found out that we no longer had classes. Teachers wouldn't be working for an entire month. I smiled with joy as I got dressed to meet the gang. We partied hard, singing karaoke, dancing, playing games. We went absolutely wild. And just as I was about to head home, a gorgeous woman approached me and confessed she liked me. She was Kathy's cousin. For some reason, she had taken a liking to me. And me, a single guy who's bad at flirting, said yes right away. I decided to spend my work-free days with her. I already liked her. We played video games, watched romantic movies, cooked meals side by side. I was falling in love with her. We laid in the grass one night in my backyard. We stared at the stars. I'll be a well-known artist someday, just watch, she whispered. Ooh, what would your stage name be? I asked. Haven't thought about it. How about Starry Day? She looked at me. That's a stripper name. But okay. I turned to her and smiled. That's good, but sounds too simple to me though. How about... She suddenly kissed me and chuckled. I kissed her back and she hugged me as we lay there. I smiled looking at the starry night. Few days later, we cooked the recipe we saw in a social media post for fun. It needs more ketchup, she said as I stirred the stew. The moment I reached for the bottle, everything went black. Seconds later, I was back by the tree. Exactly where I had been before. I was still in my teacher's uniform. The teachers were chatting, children were running to their parents, the sun was hot, and I smelled like sweat. What? I walked slowly to my car. Once inside, I just sat there, trying to process it all. My mind was foggy, aching with confusion, fear, and pain. As I started the engine and drove away, tears quietly rolled down my face. People began to show concern for me. I grew quiet, ate less, and rarely did any of the things I used to enjoy. I always went to bed early. I never told anyone, but I often went to the bathroom just to cry. When I taught my class, I no longer had the same enthusiasm. Even my students started to show concern. But because of the heaviness I was carrying, I had noticed that Eric had been absent for quite some time. When I went to the bed, I couldn't stop thinking about that kid. I remember assigning them a written task about anything that felt like a burden to them, but I had forgotten to read their work. Without a second thought, I read Eric's work first. Dear Sir, I wanted to confess that back in 4th grade, I was one of the students who ate that strange fruit. In my hallucination, I actually grew up. I made friends, faced struggles, completed my studies, and eventually found a job. My heart was beating fast. I continued reading. And then when I became an adult and started a family, I was so happy with my wife, our children, our pet. What came next sent chills down my spine. Our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, our great-great... My body froze. I was shaking, and I covered my mouth in shock. I couldn't sleep for many nights. No one knew where Eric had gone, not even his parents. They searched everywhere, but he was nowhere to be found. My body still shivers just thinking about that strange fruit. They cut down some trees in the schoolyard, and it seems like they cut that one too. If that was the first tree of its kind, I pray that it will also be the last. What? Poisonous fruit hallucination? Black Mirror episode. It would be so cool. They definitely made a lamp out of those trees. I like to hear real scary stories. Thumbs down. That's so funny. I mean, this is such an interesting concept that should be in a movie, I feel. So cool. It's like when you eat the fruit, you get to see a glimpse of your life. Maybe what it could have been, or maybe what an alternative route would have been like. He said that he grew old. Hold on. Eric, excuse me. I became an adult. I started a family. I was so happy with my wife, children, pet, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and now he's missing. Creepy and a little sad. I think that's the point. I think that's what they wanted us to feel. I like the story. I want to know more. I want to see it in a movie with closure, hopefully. Even without closure, I think it's pretty good. The trees are freaking SCP. What kind of fruit is that? It smells a mix of sweet chocolate and citrus. It's incredibly addicting. And when you bite into it, it's a little bitter. Everything went black. About 5 seconds, my vision returned to normal. What was the hype all about? This is so interesting. I wonder what I'll see. Maybe I'll see myself as an idol, and then my name would be Starry Night or what? Starry Day. That would be my stage name, and then I'll be like, I sound like a hooker. I sound like a stripper. It's a stripper name. Yeah, wild. Interesting though. It's so random too. Starry Mooner? Get mooned. What? Question mark? Okay. I mean, it's not really a scary story. It's definitely an interesting story. Yeah. I think this would have fit better in No Sleep than scary stories. But it also is a little chilling as, like, if you think about what happened to Eric. Yeah, it is creepy and it is sad. Like, Eric was so mature for his age, and later you found out why. That's so interesting. Alright, okay. Scary stories. Alright, this is 2 days ago. Whoa. SCP experience. We're not gonna get into that. We're moving on to the next subreddit. We're gonna do this one and one more subreddit and call it a night. I've been streaming for 4 hours and 42 minutes. Okay. Let's read something from this one. Let's refresh. So this subreddit is called Stay Awake. It is also another horror storytelling, a horror story writing subreddit, but it's way smaller. It's 15,000 members. But we have read some good stories from this one, yeah. from out-of-print magazines like Weird Tales. I think you might have to look it up. But who knows? Who knows? Maybe there's even like a post, or maybe there's even like a Tumblr account. It doesn't have to be on Reddit. Maybe I think they might have it on Tumblr, or maybe they've made a blog post for it, like Blogspot. Yeah. Okay, this is part 6, which we are not about to do. Okay, let's refresh. We're not gonna read this. These are too many parts, okay? This is by the Lost Library 4 days ago, called Plague. Oh, sorry, I clicked the writer. This is called Stay Awake, or subreddit. Alright. Plague. In the year 2078, I can say with full confidence that humanity survived one of the most terrifying pandemics in history. All the classic Hollywood zombie symptoms were present. Mindless aggression, loss of self-control, and ravenous hunger. As the plague spread across the world, so did the chaos. People fortified their homes, stockpiled supplies, and armed themselves with anything they could get their hands on. It is by this relentless drive to survive that humanity is alive today. But there's something that no one wants to admit, something that no one wants to face. Historical records tell of the pandemic, but they don't tell the whole story. They don't give you the exact numbers. It's guilt, I suppose. You see, there are only an estimated 850 million people alive today, shattered across the face of this unrecognizable world. And it's true that this is a result of that terrifying time. But what no one really talks about is how the zombie-like symptoms were incredibly rare, and that most people would just slowly die of hunger once infected. And that the ratio of infection-related deaths to paranoia-induced deaths was approximately 1 to 500. What? Death to paranoia-induced death. What? How the zombie-like symptoms were incredibly rare, that most people just slowly die of hunger once infected. The ratio of infection-related deaths to paranoia-induced death was approximately 1 to 500. So it seems like what? People are overreacting? I don't know. 28 weeks later. Is that a movie name of the zombie movie? This is the year 2078. So what? People were just hungry, that's why they died? If they have been infected, they don't really turn to zombies, they just starve to death. Infection-related death to paranoia-induced death. Paranoia-induced death. Ah, sequel to 28 days later. Oh, okay. They don't specify. We're not gonna read this or this. Ooh, demonic spirit caught on camera. Oh, never mind. The final day of the Spider-Verse. The cartoon that killed my best friend. Okay. Who crave for flesh? I think they're just humans who were hungry. Okay, this is by the Geo Niper. 6 days ago. The cartoon that killed my best friend. There's a cartoon episode that aired once and was almost immediately banned, but rumor has it if you watch it alone after midnight, something follows you. Follows you and eventually kills you. That's what they say, at least. And I believe them. I believe them because of what happened to my best friend David. Y'all got no better names. Every other person's name is David in this world. What's going on? Is this the most common English name? I get it, it's in the Bible, but damn. Better than Jeff? Jeff is rare. Jeff is more rare than David. It's like we hear David all the time. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's such a common name, damn. David was the kind of person that everyone wanted to be around. He had this way of making people laugh without trying, like when he attempted to convince our math teacher that his calculator was haunted just to get out of a pop quiz. He was kind, easy to talk to, and somehow always knew when someone needed cheering up. People loved him for that. Deal with the trauma from the apocalypse. Oh wait, what? That sounds so interesting. My actual name was popular during the time I was born. Like Danny. Is Danny not your actual name? I mean, I guess there are some names that are like really famous during their time, but now it's not that famous. Like Marianne. Marianne, if you tell me someone's name is Marianne, no tea, no shade, it sounds like an old lady name. But apparently back in the old ladies' childhood times, Marianne was a really pretty famous name. And it's this cute little name, but you know, decades later, now it just sounds like a granny's name because ain't nobody call themselves Marianne no more. Maybe not as often or as common. Yeah. So really, names also depends on the time. Danny DeVito. Margaret used to be popular too. That's true. Look interesting. Alright. But to me, he wasn't just a funny, likable kid everyone admired. He was my best friend since we were 5 years old. We started kindergarten together and we may have been inseparable ever since. Oh, and we have been inseparable ever since. He was always the one person I felt completely safe with, closer than a brother. At around age 12, we got hooked on horror, especially creepypastas. We would waste hours away on Reddit and YouTube consuming all the scary stories and legends that we could find. Listen, if you were really old, you would have heard of something called a sixpence. Sixpence with 3 E's at the end. SIXPENCEE. That was a huge horror blog on Tumblr. Yeah, sixpence. I don't know if it's still around, but it was massive. That was our go-to back then. Yeah. And then people always retweet and reblock. Sorry, they would always reblock the horror stories that they thought were good, so you could see which one had the most fans. Yeah. Oh, the good old times. Anyway, then it happened. I was in my room, lost in a World of Warcraft dungeon when David burst in, breathless and grinning as if he just won the lottery. He told me about a creepypasta that he had just read. It was about a cartoon that was released in 1966 and then vanished. It was a strange black and white cartoon about a cat endlessly chased by its own shadow. No matter where it ran, across rooftops, through alleys, or into silent moonlit fields, the shadow was always just a step behind. The animation got more distorted as it went on, the lines trembling as if the reel itself was somehow afraid. What did I remember watching something like this? And the cat looked like, from the art style of like, you know the boat Mickey Mouse? What is it called? The boat of... My brain is dying. Tugboat? Is that what it's called? The Mickey Mouse one? The black and white? I remember seeing like animation of this cat. Steamboat. Yeah. This cat running around chased by its own shadow. Holy shit. Because there was a time where people would share videos and photos, you know, the jump scare videos. Like you see this rocking chair and then suddenly bam, jump scare. Yeah. I feel like I've seen this video too. Holy shit, what the fuck? Alright, let's keep reading. In the final scene, the cat stops running. The shadow catches up and wraps around it like smoke. Then, without a sound, the fur begins to peel away slowly, deliberately. And just before the screen cuts to black, a low, crackling voice whispers something, 3 words that sound like an ancient static. I'm not about to read this, thank you very much. David told me that he found the cartoon on a dark web and watched it. How the fuck you gonna be 12 years old accessing the dark web? I don't get it. He was thrilled at the thought of testing out a creepypasta in real life. Of course, I feigned excitement, but deep down I was terrified for him. All I could think about was the warning, watch it and something will stalk you and eventually it will kill you. That was 10 years ago, though it felt just like yesterday. I can still barely believe the events that followed. A few days after he watched it, David started acting different. Kept glancing over his shoulder, he flinched at shadows, he looked tired like something was draining him from the inside out. Eventually, he told me what was going on. He said he was seeing things, movements out of the corners of his eyes. He felt like he was being watched, followed. He kept getting phone calls where no one spoke, just silence, then a click. And worst of all, the TV in his room started turning on by itself, always at 3 a.m., always playing nothing but white noise. He swore he could hear his name in the static. And then it happened. One day I went to school, and David wasn't there. I found it weird because he never skipped. I assumed he was sick or something. Then after school, I went home. My parents told me that David was missing. When his parents went into his room to wake him up that morning, he wasn't there. His bed was empty. Ya bet. I had a sick feeling in the pit of my stomach. I knew something was wrong, deeply wrong, tragically chilling. Then my worst fears were realized. 3 days later, the police found what was left of him in the woods behind his house. He was skinned. All I could think, besides the unbearable thought that I just lost my best friend forever, was that he died just like the cat in the cursed cartoon. It's been 10 years since David died, since they found him in the woods like something out of a nightmare. I wish I could say I moved on. That time dulled the memories, but the truth is, it never let me go. I stopped sleeping with the lights off. I can't walk past shadows without glancing twice. For years I avoided cursed media altogether. No creepypasta, no late night horror binges. Just the thought of them made my skin crawl. But the curiosity is a strange thing. It gnaws at you in silence, especially when there are questions left unanswered. Wow, you dumbass! Have you not learned your lesson? A few weeks ago, I started searching again. Not for fun, but for closure, for proof. I went deeper than I ever had before. Sorry. Old Reddit threads long since forgotten, archive forums, fragments of onion links buried in a dead blog. What the hell is an onion? Onion rings? And then I found it. The cartoon. His cartoon. I don't know why I clicked play. Maybe part of me needed to know if it was real. Maybe I needed to believe that he did not die for nothing. I watched it, and now, wait. Something just moved in the corner of my eye. No, not something, someone. Ya bet! That's it. Damn, that's terrifying. Yeah, cool. I thought it was supposed to be a shadow, but I guess it could be the shadow of somebody. Alright. I mean, isn't that concerning how children at the age of 12 can just willy-nilly stumble upon the dark web? Like, I am a grown-ass woman and I don't even know how to get on the dark web. I've been on the internet for like decades. I've been on the internet for a long time. Dude, I don't even know how to get on the dark web. It's not just something that's easily accessible, right? So it's wild. His shadow, yeah. Onion is like a bunch of buffers to hide your trace. Oh, okay. God damn. It is easy. Oh, is it? How? I'm sure you can't just go in with a VPN, right? You just need a certain browser. Incognito Google is the dark web. Is it? Is it, Mom? Just gonna look up some links. What is the dark web? Is it just the part of the internet that is not accessible to everyone? Or do you have to go into like for example, we have Google, right? And then we search for stuff on Google. Do you have to go on a site called the quote-unquote dark web and then search for things there? Is that the dark web? Try to get it. I think you gotta know where to find the list of links. Huh? There's some illegal stuff. There's a movie, but I know what a dark web is, or I know what is inside of a dark web, but what is essentially a dark web, I don't know. It's just a dark mode of the browser, bruh, Jono. In that case, this Reddit is on the dark web. It's basically just hidden sites. Oh. The person thinks, oh, it's supposed to be the dark web. I say anywhere that's not Google recommended. Okay, so links that you can't just click and get into? That's the dark web? Huh? That's interesting. I mean, I always thought that it's like a system that you need to get into. Pirating sites are dark web? Oh, shit. Onion versions of normal sites. That's interesting. Huh. Well, I guess I should just be alright with the fact that I never found a need for the dark web. I guess should be okay with the fact that I'm just chill without the dark web, because there's nothing there that I need or would want. I just like get on the internet and I play Minecraft and I stream and I watch cat videos, I watch Eurovision videos. Like when I Google, I'm like for example, I'm like how many hair is on a human body? You know, estimation, something that I would just Google random shit like that. I think a regular internet is good enough for me. Privacy focused. If that's the case, then I've been in the dark web. That's wild. Obviously, people take advantage of it. It's actually created by the US Navy. Huh. We should maybe do a deep dive on like what the dark web is on YouTube and just see like some explanations. You Google something? I Google some random shit. I Google the most random things. If I'm just laying in bed and I'm like, oh, I think this would be interesting to learn about, I would just Google it. Yeah, my search history is all over the place. I'm like Googling random things, human bodies, animals, freaking insects that I don't even care for. Yeah, like, or suddenly I'll be like, Danny DeVito. Let me Google that something about Danny DeVito. I don't even give a shit about the guy. But I'm just curious. I'm just like, huh, okay. I mean, like, I wonder how old he is. And I just look it up. And then I forget anyways. It's not really like I care about his age or anything. It's just curious. I'm just curious. So I just Google. Yeah, I would just Google anything. That's why, like, ChatGPT should be grateful that I have not embarked on a ChatGPT journey, because once I do, they're gonna have to keep generating a lot of fucking answers for me. I think the company is gonna break down. And, you know, they're gonna be like, dude, this bitch asked too many questions. Like, our servers are not handling it, bruh. So yeah, anyway, I abuse the shit out of Google. I like Google everything. It's so funny. Yeah. Insects indeed. I don't know, just like some random looking insects that I would think about. And I'm like, do they exist? Then I would be like Googling like, do beetles with like a neon color, do neon color beetles exist or some random shit like that? And then I'll just read through Google. It's so dumb. It encroaches my personal data. I don't know. I don't use Gemini. I don't use it. I just type into Google. Easy, old school, simple way. Yeah. And then I just read about it and then I go to sleep. Or I just wake up and then my first thought is like, what if humans mutated into air creatures? What would we look like? And then I would like Google that. And then I would see like photos of people's guesses and stuff like that. Yeah. I don't go on the AI sites. I just go literally Google it. And then I'm looking at the photos. Like, if anyone has ever generated, not generated, or drew anything of it. Or like talked about it. And then usually I would stumble upon YouTube videos about them. Like people would talk about like, oh, if this would have happened, then this is what it would look like. Then I would click into the YouTube video and watch it. my YouTube recommendation, yeah, it's all over the place. There was a point where I was watching so many beekeeping videos, and it's not even like I'm interested in beekeeping. I don't even want to have my own like apiary or whatever they're called. But I just thought it was fascinating to watch, so I watched it a lot for like 2 weeks. And now I'm over it. It's so random. I don't know. I don't know what I'm thinking, okay? Does Bombardino Crocodilo exist in real life? Does the Cappuccina Ballerina exist? Yo, they're gonna cry. You know what, ChatGPT, isn't a reliable source. Earlier asked what the school mascot is the Fear Street books was. It told me it's a witch, what it was in a movie. which is what it was in the movie, but I remember one book referring their team as the Shady Side Bulldogs. I mean, it's not reliable because it only knows what it knows from what the information is out there, right? So if it's not fed enough information, or if it's not talked enough, it's not gonna have all the information that you need, right? Isn't that how the AI chatbots, whatever thingies work? Like if you Google something that's rarely on the internet and you use the AI thing, I don't think it shows up. Yeah, it needs to have sufficient information, otherwise it gives you something inaccurate. Yeah, kids keep using them at school. It's sad, bro. Imagine being the teacher. You're just like another shitty day of grading the students and reading their AI shit. It's like, fuck! I just wanted you to write an essay. It doesn't even have to be good, to at least try to write it. It doesn't have to be perfect. But you're out here with a full ChatGPT essay, bruh. Yeah, I don't know. Back in the day, we had to write with our hands, like pen and paper, so we can't even like use ChatGPT for nothing. Anyways, next subreddit. This is called True Scary Stories. It has 99,000 members, so close to 100,000. Also very active. This is called True Scary Stories, and again, it may or may not be supernatural, so we'll see. We'll read. Oh, okay, supernatural Airbnb intruder. We'll read one. Let's just read one before we go off. Print someone's article. Or you know what? Back in the day, how we cheated on our essays, we asked a friend from another classroom that we know do not share the same teachers as we do. Yeah, I've personally never done this because I loved writing essays. I used to read a lot of books. I used to be a fucking nerd, okay? But yeah, like, people would just... Because you would know your teachers if they're the same teachers. So, for example, Miss Mango. Is Miss Mango your English teacher? No? Then could you borrow me your homework? Then, you know, nobody would know. The teachers wouldn't know if we're copying off of each other. Something like that. Yeah. Spoopy! True spoopy stories! Okay. Let's see if it's true or not true. I mean, that's besides the point. I think when we read these, let's try to immerse ourselves in it as if it's true. But some of them are so ridiculous that it ain't no way they're true. But you know, it's okay. We can just at least try to immerse in the story, see how well the writing is. This one is from 3 days ago by Marsupial Plastic 7105. It's called Supernatural Experience. Ooh, that was a scary sound from the lizards. Alright. One day when I came home from school, I heard my mother typing in the basement. Oops, sorry. My mother had an office in the basement, so it's not uncommon to hear her typing. I went upstairs and changed my school clothes to comfy clothes and relaxed in my room. You didn't shower, you? An hour later, I heard the door open and close downstairs. I got up from laying in my bed and walked down the steps, a little bit scared of who was in my house. Then I heard my mother talking to a family friend who was also with her. And I was like, huh? I told my mom what I heard in the basement, and I thought she was already home. She looked at me and listened, then just smiled. I think back on that day, and I'm so glad that I never called out to my mother or went down to the basement. Oh, that's it. Oh, that's it. What, do you not have a dad? Maybe it's just single mother? So there's just them and their mother living together? Because I would have been like, dad, and it could have been my dad. If it's not my mom, then it could have been my dad. If it's not my dad, it could have been my mom. Right? So I'm assuming this is a only child with a mother? Huh? It doesn't have to be supernatural too. It could just be like a person that broke in and stole your mother's information because maybe she works for the CIA. She looked at me, listened, and just smiled. That's interesting. Alright, there's more story in the comments. This is by High-End Stuff 2112. I was once hanging out with a group of friends in Hollywood, and this beautiful woman and I started holding hands and kissing. Yeah, sure, yeah, right. Everyone went to a late-night Thai restaurant after the bar. By this time, this woman became noticeably rather drunk. We were sitting together in a booth, my hand on her knee and her hand on my back. Suddenly, it was like she's suddenly sober, and she said, "Did you have a baby sister who died?" The answer was yes, but I was so shocked by her sudden clarity and the fact that there was no normal way for her to know that. I'm a skeptic, so I asked her how she died, and she said she was having wait, what? She said she was something having to do with breathing. She was accidentally strangled. Completely blown away, I asked her if she was getting anything else, and she said the number 3. She was the 3rd child. But after that, it was like her clarity disappeared and she was trashed again. Like she didn't even remember that conversation. Freaked me out. What? So the girl was guessing that he has a baby sister who died. Accidentally strangled. How do you fucking accidentally strangle somebody? I do not know. And it was the 3rd child. I don't know. This is also a really weird segue. Completely blown away, I asked her if she was getting anything else. The number 3, she was the 3rd child. This is a little like a reach. How do you accidentally strangle someone? Who knows? Maybe when you're playing with each other and then you're like putting them in a arm lock, is that what it's called? But then you actually do it for too hard or too long or do it wrongly and they die. I don't know. Why did she just smile? My mother smiled because she believed me, and she had many supernatural experiences happen to her in the past. That's fucked up. I would have been like worried. I was like, oh shit, my daughter too. I wouldn't have been like smiling because now she's in the same shithole as me. Playing with each other, I don't know. I can only imagine boys doing this because boys be boys and they like put each other in a headlock, yeah, and then like I don't know, wrestle and tussle, and it could go wrong. I don't know. This reminds me of those stories, the spooky and interesting stories that people talk about their kids. Have you guys read about those? There's some toddlers and children that say some really alarming fucking things about their past lives, and their parents are like, what the fuck? You ever heard of those? I read on Twitter the other day, this lady said that her daughter, said that so she was going to pick this daughter up from preschool or something like that, like nursery, and then when she got there, the kid told her, "I knew you would come and get me. You said you would, and you actually did." And she was like, "Of course I come get you, like, you know, I always come get you after your nursery." And she's like, "No, you said that in the other life, and then you actually came and found me," or something like that. Yeah, basically the kid is saying like, in another life she told the baby she told the kid that she would come and find her again, and then this same kid would tell her that before she became who she is now, like this child, she was in a grassy place. It looked like a big forest that was beautiful and filled with babies and children, and this place had no adults, and everyone was always laughing, and because there were no adults, they had to do everything themselves and run the place, basically. Yeah, and that this baby's grandpa, which means the writer's mother or father, died before the baby was born. But this child could describe in detail what the grandpa was like, his personality. She even said that she saw grandpa came to visit her or something before she was born. Something like that. I don't know, like kids say some really alarming fucking shit. So yeah, it's just interesting to hear stories about these, and I don't know, man. I think it would make my hair stand if my own kid ever told me some of these things. People could also get a scarf or hoodie tassel caught in something and that can choke them. Yeah, that's true. I heard the kid who told who she or he was in his or her past life and solved the murder case. What? I want to hear about that story. That's crazy. That sounds so interesting. Is it a YouTube video? I want to go listen to it. If you find it, drop it in the Discord server. But yeah, I don't know, man. Kids, they do say some alarming shit. Yeah, some kids are like, oh, I've seen a grandpa and he looks like this or that. And then the grandpa actually never met the baby because the grandpa died before the baby was even born. Stuff like that. Camille, thank you for the raid, Cam. Welcome, Raiders. My name is Aruri, and I'm a Wind of Doll Vtuber. This was actually our last story, but I guess I can read one more for you guys. Yeah, we're doing horror stories today as my first Square stream. And because it's Square, the max resolution is 480p, so I apologize if the quality is not as good as usual. I'm sorry about your Twitch suspension. It's okay, I'm not the only one. Apparently everyone who streamed Eurovision got suspended for 2 days. Yeah, someone contacted me and asked me about it because they also got suspended. Yeah. It's interesting because I have streamed Eurovision before, not live when it was ongoing, but I've watched the entirety of Eurovision semifinals and the finals on my stream before, and I've never gotten anything for it. It was just a muted part, you know, the part when they mute the copyright songs. I've never gotten a strike like this. I think this strike came because we were watching it live, and it was right before the announcements of the results, and this year's results, it was really bad. Yeah. So why though? It's a music show. So yeah, it's a music show. And they copyright you under, copy strike you under watching a music show, like using their music and stuff. It is annoying. I'm telling you, I have a feeling. I'm asking this person who's contacting me, when exactly did they get suspended? Because for me, it was after all of the performers performed, all the contestants performed, and it was during Nemo's new song, which is last year's winner. They came back and they performed their own new song right before they tally up the points. So that was the time when I got suspended. I'm going to ask them if they got suspended at the same time, because if they did, then maybe they're just trying to stop people from discussing about the results, because this year's result it was probably the most stressful thing I've ever experienced in a long time. Yeah, like, oh my god, a lot of people were not happy about it, let's just say. But yeah, it's so messed up. I did a full rant on my Twitter alt. But I'm not worried about the suspension. I'll get my account back in a day. Yeah, because they suspended it for 2 days. So interesting times. Conspiracies. Yeah. Alright. Ooh. Okay. Alright, let's read another one since we just got ready. Also, let me give you a manual shout out. I forgot. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. How's your donathon? Let me give you a shout out. You were playing Baldur's Gate and Blueprints. I have yet to try Blueprints. I want to play. I want to play Blueprints. Okay. I think the puzzles are kind of hard for me. My brain's too small. It's so fun. It's so fun. I need to get dinner, but much love to you. Thank you so much. Much love to you. And rest lots. Donathons are so exhausting. Thank you again for the raid. Yeah. All right. Let's read this one. Last story. Okay. This is by one Harmic. 5 hours ago, called Locked in the Basement. Alright. Okay. This true story happened to my sister. For privacy reasons, I'll call her Jane. Let me first say the house we lived in was definitely haunted. The neighborhood was across the street from a cemetery, and strange things happened in that neighborhood. We were told that the neighborhood was built on top of a portion of the cemetery. Ooh. We didn't believe it until strange things started happening. One day, we all were leaving to visit our grandmother. Everyone left the house except for my sister Jane. She was 21. She wasn't ready yet and said she would meet us there. And when we all left, she was in the basement showering. The basement floor was made of dark gray concrete, and the shower was next to the basement stairs. It was a standalone shower. Interesting setup. To enter the basement, you had to go through the kitchen, and there was no other basement door. The basement door had a sliding lock on the outside. In the basement, we had a pool table that was hardly used, and all the balls were in a box on the floor. When my sister heard the basement door lock, she heard the lock slide across the door and click. She walked up the stairs and turned the knob, and yes, the door was locked. She started banging and forcibly pushing her weight on the door and yelling, but no one responded. There was no door leading outside, so she was stuck. This was the 90s, and we didn't have a cell phone, but luckily we had a home phone in the basement. She ran back down the stairs and called our mom. By this time, we had made it to our grandmother's house. She asked my mom, was anyone still in the house because she's locked in the basement. My mom said no, and that everyone left together. She told my mom she heard the lock slide across the door. She put the phone down and ran back up to the stairs to try to open the door again, but it was still locked. Suddenly, she started hearing the sound of balls rolling across the concrete floor. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Some of the pool table balls were jumping out of the box and rolling across the floor as if someone was sitting and rolling the balls back and forward to each other. She was so scared she told my mom what was going on. My mom was religious and immediately started praying over the phone with her. As my mom was praying, my sister heard the lock slide across the door again. She dropped the phone and ran back up and turned the knob. The door was open. She ran through the house to check if anyone was there, and it was empty. All the doors and windows were locked. She grabbed the phone on the kitchen wall and told my mom she was okay, but she knew she had to go back in the basement to hang up the phone because all the phones were sharing the same line. She gathered her courage. As she walked back down the basement stairs, she noticed all the balls were back in the box as if they were never touched. She quickly hung up the phone and ran upstairs. There's just one of the experiences of living in that haunted house. Wow, interesting. The basement phone would have just stayed off the hook indefinitely until other people were in the house. Yeah, that's what I would have done. I wouldn't have gone back down again. I would have just been like, alright, that phone is just gonna be there. Yeah, and then I would just dress and then go get out of there. Leave the place. Interesting. Also, what a fucking pervert. She's 21, taking a shower. Leave the girl alone. It'll be fun to check again. I mean, this part is scary. Where is it? She heard the sound of balls rolling across the room. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Some of the pool balls were jumping out of the box and rolling across the floor as if someone was sitting, rolling the balls back and forth to each other. Bruh. Well, if praying works, then you need some talismans in the house. Like for us, because we're Taoist, my mom's Taoist, we would have talismans. When I went to Japan, I also bought some talismans. Yeah. And they're like little trinkets or little pouches with like, talismans in them. That has been prayed over, that's been blessed. And you keep it close to you, keep it around you, keep it in your house. Keep it at the front of your house door so nothing evil can come in. Goes there, yo, pervert. Pervert. She was probably butt-ass naked, or she had a little towel on, like, come on. Making a girl like that run back and forth? Bruh. Wild. But that's gotta be traumatizing, because imagine, it's a shower that you gotta use every day. It's not just like a little room that you go to once and you never really go to ever again. You gotta take showers every day, like, and because you gotta do it every day, you gotta need somebody there to watch over you every day, waiting outside while you take a shower, bruh. It's a lot. Or just move the fuck out, I guess. Interesting. Alright, spooky. Okay, so that was today's stream. Let me turn this off and let me come back up. How? Alright, did you guys enjoy today's Square stream? Okay, look. I need some honest answers, because I know some of y'all hate the shit out of vertical streams. Because you watch it on your phone, and if you try to type something in the chat, then it blocks the screen. Or if you try to look at everything on the screen. I know YouTube, you can't really hide the description shit. So it's just really blocking the lower half of the screen. So what about square streams? Are you guys enjoying square streams? Let me pull up my phone. I want to check my stream on there as well. Has it blocked anything? Let's see. Let's see. Hold on. It was fine. It went smoother than I thought. Let me see. Okay, I mean, it looks good, right? How do you guys chat on your phone? Like, I'm watching myself right now. How do you chat? How do you use the live chat? Comments are turned off. Well, for now, it's not actually turned off. I can't chat. How do you chat? C-H-A-T. How do you type in the chat? Try it yourself. I'm trying. I can't find it. That's weird. Oh, okay. No, I see how it is. Okay, so if you tap into the stream from your home screen, a suggested page or your main screen, it doesn't show up the live chat. It's as if it's a VOD. But if you click from the live page, like live stream page, there's a chat bar. Oh, okay. And when you type something, let me try. Hold on, let me try. Let me cook. Let me glitter cook. ちょっとね。Okay, so again, same issue, but if I type the live testing, there's a chat bar. Oh, but it doesn't actually cover the screen. That is interesting, because when we did vertical streams, the chat would actually be on top of the stream. Do you know what I mean? Like the live chat would actually be an overlay on top of the stream. So it was kind of be distracting. So what do you guys think? Do you guys prefer it covers the bottom half? Yeah, that's so interesting. Do you guys prefer square streams or vertical? This is so cool. You definitely prefer square streams now? I never thought that square streams could be a thing until I saw my friend Radiance do this. And I think it makes sense why the max resolution is 480p, because she's streaming on her mobile data. Yeah. It's so interesting that I'm able to stream this. If my internet was shitty, if I needed to stream on data, I could start doing this. That's interesting. I could use this square stream now. Oh, you like the squares? The square stream? Interesting. Alright. I guess we found our own little niche of square streams. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Well, I mean, I don't know if I'll ever do this again, or not. More like I don't know how often I'll be doing this. The only reason I'm here is because Twitch is down. Usually I try to dual stream on YouTube and Twitch, because, you know, Twitch people also pay for subs, and it doesn't make sense if I don't make content there. So I usually try to do both, and Twitch only supports 1920 x 1080, which is the usual, you know, the rectangular screen. But yeah, I think if we don't stream on Twitch someday, like for example tomorrow or whatever, I can do like a YouTube stream with square screen. I haven't done a gaming stream yet with this format, but maybe we can. Vertical stream, the chat will cover the bottom half. Is very distracting. Yeah, that's true. If it's a yapping stream, I think it's okay, but if it's a gaming stream, then it's probably hard to see. Goes into the square stream. Yeah, we're gonna probably do. So the next stream is a collab, y'all. It's gonna be a collab at 11 p.m. GMT plus 8. So a couple hours after our usual stream time. I don't know if I want to stream it, I'll be honest. But maybe if I do, I'll try to make it work on a square stream. So you guys can watch it too. It's gonna be small. I think the screen is going to be small. But at least you get to see me play it a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna try. Let's see. Yeah, so okay. I'll try it out and then I'll ask it in the Discord if you guys think it's too small of a screen. If it is, then maybe I just won't stream it. But if you're okay with it, then maybe I'll stream my POV. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Shall we go? I'm gonna go eat my dinner. Heard of Call of Cthulhu is popular in Japan. Maybe you and some friends could do a TRPG stream with a JP module. That sounds like a lot. I don't even know what that means. I mean, I thought Call of Cthulhu is a solo game. Is it not? I would have loved to play it solo. I have the game. It's 12 gigabytes. Is it not a solo game? I mean, I was ready to play this game by myself. Is it multiplayer? It doesn't say. No, it's not. I think it's solo. There was a gameplay of Vtuber I knew playing Getting Over It. Aha. I think Square is good. Like, we like Square. I personally would rather have Square too than Vertical. Oh, the tabletop game. No. Honestly, it's only fun for the handful of people who like it, but it's pretty boring and not engaging content for people who are not into it. Yeah. I don't think my community is in the Cthulhu Lovecraftian niche. Like, sure, a lot of us are aware of it, but I don't think people would actually stay to watch if it's a full stream. Yeah. But I would like to play the game. I have the game, like the Call of Cthulhu game, PC game. I have it. I've been wanting to play it, but I also wanted to do a deep dive with you guys about the Lovecraftian universe. And obviously Cthulhu is the superstar, the poster child, you know, the tentacle daddy. But you know, I have yet to learn more about it, and I want to. I'm very, very interested. So yeah, someday soon, because I think I have a few Lovecraftian games in my library. I've never tried them before. Let me see. Lovecraftian. Yeah, I have a bunch of Lovecraftian games. Oh, I didn't know Amnesia was Lovecraftian. Yeah, I have a bunch of Lovecraftian games. So this is very interesting. I would love to play it. I would love to try it. I've heard so many good things about Call of Cthulhu, so I want to try it out. Which PC game? Call of Cthulhu. Cthulhu. Yeah. Call of Haktua. Haktua. Call of Galutu. Galutu. It's like the Kapala and Kalapa situation. Yeah. So stay tuned. I mean, I definitely want to play more story-rich first-person horror games. I want to. Trust. I'm trying to find a suitable time where I can stream a series without doing like one stream every week, you know, because I would forget the story. For example, if I play Call of Cthulhu this week, the next free time that I can stream it again would be next week. So then it's like one stream that is 1 week apart from another, and I'm gonna forget the lore, I'm gonna forget the story, and it's hard to keep the viewers engaged if you take too long between the episodes to stream it. So yeah, I think next month my schedule is slowly filling up, but I will have more time in June to stream series. Yeah, and I also want to start recording series. Hopefully my neighbors are done with the drilling. Oh, for love of God. They're still drilling during the day, so I can't really record anything like offline contents. So annoying, bro. Yeah. Cosmic priest, he's apparently not a god. What? Cosmic bishop, nun, and monk. And a pastor. But yeah, it's just interesting. I mean, I want to learn more about these myths and excuse me, these fictional creatures. It's like food for thought, you know, so it's very fascinating. Maybe someday we'll dive into it. Juicy. I'm like licking my fingers like, woo, so juicy. We've been pampered as horror fans. We've been pampered by an abundance of horror contents, horror ideas, just horror books, creatures. We're eating good, okay? What a time to be alive. So yeah, I'm excited, but this month, unfortunately, the schedule is too crazy. I have, like I said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 collabs, seven collabs. I have 7 collabs coming up. One of which I'm actually going to be streaming a gameplay. I'm going to be hosting a gameplay on a game dev's channel, playing their game and interacting with them on their channel. So that would be really fun. I've never done, excuse me, my voice is cracking. I've never done that before. I've never hosted on someone else's channel before as a main host. So I would love to see how that plays out. That's later this month. It'll be fun. We look forward on those. Thank you. It's gonna be a busy week, but we will have 2 membership streams, okay? This week. Or at least before the month ends. So please join the Discord server if you have not. Because our membership contents are on Twitch. No. Are on Discord. So join the Discord server, okay? We're gonna be doing watch-alongs. We're gonna be finishing Alien versus Predator. And the whole just Alien movie watch-along. We'll be doing that this week. I'm really excited. Yeah. Join the Discord, turn on the notifications on Discord. There's a channel called Reactions or Roles. I think it's called Roles. Just go to the roles and give yourself the role. If you want to be notified for my stream announcements, click on the role. If you want just no announcement but just notification, then click on that too. Or click on all of the above, whichever you want. Yeah. So that's coming up this week. I hope you guys are able to join us, especially new members. Please come and join us. It's a fun time. Sometimes we talk about some behind the scenes stuff, some personal stuff, some secret stuff, that I don't usually tell people in public. Spill the tea and all that jazz. So just join the Discord server if you're a member and make full use of your membership. Yeah. Occasionally have movies too. Yes. That we'll watch Prey and Riley Scott's controversial Alien prequels. Yeah, so there's that. It's on Discord, so again, join the Discord server, okay? Alright, I'm gonna go eat. I am starving. I think I haven't slept enough too. I should try harder to sleep. It's been hard. But yeah, thank you guys for coming to today's stream. I'm glad that you guys don't hate the square stream, because we might bring them back again since it's better than vertical streams. I'll do another horror storytelling stream. I'll also get back to the Am I the Asshole series, as well as Would You Rather. Yeah, like would you rather do this or that? I want to bring that back as well. It's been 2 years since our last one, so that'll be fun. Stay tuned. I hope to do more chatting contents, since there's more of us in chat now. Yeah. So stay tuned. Turn on stream notifications, okay? So yes, thank you guys so much for coming to my stream. Thank you for all the raiders and welcome in raiders. If this is your first time, I hope you enjoyed your stay. And if you haven't already, don't forget to subscribe in case you haven't. It is free. Yes, it is free. Join the Discord server, links pinned in the chat. It is also free. And please drop a like. Usually if you get more than 100 likes on a VOD, they do really well in the algorithm. So please, if you can, drop a like, even if it's one, and even if it's, you know, taking up 2 seconds of your time. I hope you give me 2 seconds of your time, if not 1 second, to just click the like button. It's free. Yeah. Hope that we can get past 100. We're already at 87 likes, so I hope we can get past 100 for this video. Yeah. Alright, let's just go. I hope the ending screen looks fine, because I've never used it before. Okay. Let's try. VOD viewers, remember to like and subscribe. Yes, please. Thank you very much. For broke people just like me. It's free. Anybody can do it. Alright, thank you guys. お疲れ様でした。みんなすごいしすみだ여러분. 와주셔서 감사합니다. I will see you in my next stream. I may or may not stream the collab, but if not, I'll see you again some other time. Alright. I love you guys. Bye bye. I do.